Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 4 of what Naruto training with Jiraiya is interrupted by an Akatsuki attack. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Where is he? So the seals haven't found the brat yet. Would I ask if they had? Guess not. I haven't seen the Kyuubi since the last time we tangled in Wind Country. Hell, I haven't even found a trace of him except for a couple dead sound nins here and there, which doesn't really mean much. In all honesty, anyone could be going after them. Orochimaru hasn't been making any friends recently. This is very displeasing. No shit. I barely got to test my sword. I wasn't talking about that, fool. The Kyuubi must be located. All our goals rest on the strongest of demons. Yeah, you're right. What about Shukaku and its vessel? I dunno. The sand brat has been acting weird for a while. I heard he turned down a promotion to Cage a few months ago. Really? Interesting. Who's the next choice? They're keeping the same Cage for now. Probably hoping old Gara'll come around sooner or later. They want a psychopath as their leader so badly. Ha, I've seen their Cage. Anyone is better than him. He's always acting twitchy and looking over his shoulder like Orochimaru is gonna kill him any second. Hell, he's barely stronger than a Junin anyways. The sand needs someone with power and the black-eyed runt has it in spades. Who wants a weakling for a leader during a time of war? True. Tell me, did you find out where he disappeared to a year ago? No, but I'm pretty sure he was with the Kyuubi brat. Gaara came back to the sand village not 2 days after I ran into Naruto. I'd bet my blade they were together, though I got no idea what they were doing. That's bad. What? Kyuubi and Shukaku together. That's very bad for our cause. I don't get it. United they stand, divided they fall. Tell me, Tsurugi-kun, how powerful is the Kyuubi vessel? Kid's good, especially for his age. Even without the demon, he may be a match for one of us in a few years. And Gaara. Even I don't want to fight him if I can avoid it. I could win, but I'd probably lose an arm or a leg in the fight. He's good. He has power, skill, and a sharp mind. He's still young too, so there's no telling how strong he'll get in the long run. Now what do you think of fighting the two of them together? If they were allies, even at their current skill and power level. Quote. Now imagine 2 or 3 years from now. Both of them highly trained, used to working as partners, and with the powers of demons at their beck and call. Imagine fighting them then. Half of us would get killed bringing them down. If we won, there would be a strong chance we wouldn't emerge victorious. Not even Itachi-kun could beat them, and he's our greatest warrior. If Uzumaki, Naruto and Gaara of the sand stand together, all our work will be for nothing. Alright, so what do we do? Remove one of the links in the chain. We don't know where the Kyuubi vessel is, so take out Gaara. Got it. I'll get on it right away. Don't be hasty in this. We cannot afford to fail. The Kyuubi vessel isn't in the sand village, so we don't need to attack immediately. We need to act quickly, but not rashly. Scout him. Analyze his movements and his skills. Plan for every contingency. Then move in. Take him alive if possible, but kill him if necessary. The 9 tails is the real prize. Okay, I'll leave immediately. We'll know every detail about him down to how loud he farts by the time we're ready to attack. If the Kyuubi brat shows up while we're scouting, then we can nab him both. Do it. And Tsurugi-kun, take 2 others with you. 3 Akatsuki agents. You are taking this seriously. I am. There is no room for failure, Tsurugi-kun. None. Got it. Master, you need to move. You're in the way of the clones. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and stared at the bright blue morning sky. A shadowy form leaned into his vision, obscuring the sun's rays. When his eyes adjusted, the kitsune noticed it was his own face looking down at him. Naru-kun. Hell. The teen growled, still in a sleepy haze. I said, you need to move. The cage buncheons are ready to build the bathing room and you're sleeping in the spot it's supposed to go, the blood clone said with an amused smile. Or do you want us to totally alter your blueprints? No, I'm up. Damn it, Naruto grumbled and sat up. He felt a familiar brittle headache building up behind his eyes. His mind wasn't reacting well to waking up even earlier than usual. Worse than just lack of sleep, he'd accidentally triggered several large memories of the Kyuubi the day before, adding to the strain of undigested information in his brain. Damn, he needed to mediate or he'd be a complete mess. A light cough caused him to look up at Naru-kun, who inclined his head to the side. Glancing over, Naruto noticed a crowd of 15 clones standing impatiently, each holding boards, nails, and other assorted carpentry items. He forced himself to his feet and shrugged at the lot of them before walking off. His blood clone trailed behind him as the kitsune moved towards the entrance seal. Are you alright, master? You didn't even rest a full 4 hours, Naru-kun asked, his concern for his creator obvious. I'll live. Don't worry about it, Naru-kun. Anyways, I'm going jogging through the village. You have enough chakra for about 7 or 8 hours. Naruto asked as he dismissed his clone's worries. Yes, plenty actually, the blood buncheon immediately replied, though the way he shifted his feet a little made his lie rather apparent. Bullshit. Come here, Naruto firmly ordered, pointing at the ground in front of him. But master, you need to conserve your reserves. You've been burning through a lot these last coup. Naru-kun's protest was cut off when his creator pushed up his ice forehead protector. I haven't given you any juice since I first made you and you must be running low. I'm not about to have you fall apart. The clones would disappear, we'd get further behind, and I might accidentally summon Q when I tried to recreate you. And Kami knows that would be a nightmare. Now hold still, the kitsune ordered as he bit his thumb. He quickly streaked a line of blood across Naru-kun's forehead and held his palm to it. The huge surge of demon chakra completely took the blood clone off guard. The power flooded his inner coils, overloading them and bursting through his body. A searing aura of demonic fire erupted across his entire form. Master, how much did you give me? Naru-kun stammered as he felt more chakra flow through his system than he ever had in his existence. He looked at his flaming hands for several moments. The dark fire was burning from inside his body right up through splits in his flesh, though no actual damage was being done to him overall. What was this? Naruto's demon aura never acted like this when he called it up. Was it because he was a clone? Why did the fire seem to draw him in? The flames felt so disturbingly natural. With a supreme effort of will, Naru-kun forced the fire back inside him and exerted his chakra coils to contain the huge volume of energy. After a few seconds, the rips in his flesh sealed as if they'd never been. I gave you about 2/3 of my demon chakra. You should last at least a couple days, even with the cage buncheons draining you, Naruto replied, raising an eyebrow at the strange reaction his clone had to the chakra, but choosing not to comment on it. Odd. He'd never set a clone on fire before. That was a first even for him. What about you? Don't you need it to heal? Naru-kun asked, a worried look on his face. Nah, it doesn't take much to heal cuts or broken bones. It's organs and missing body parts that take a huge toll on me. I don't think I'll get wounded that badly just from training. I hope. Anyways, I'll see you later. Keep working on the house, the kitsune said as he walked off and opened the entrance seal. Why yes master. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The blood clone called, almost too late for Naruto to hear. Naru-kun was still more than a little shocked by the volume of energy he'd received. As the entrance closed, the clone stared down at his hands which seemed to pulse with a faint red glow. Weird. Naruto stepped out onto the dirt road and immediately began to jog towards town. He grimaced a little as his headache painfully reminded him of its presence. Maybe he could stop at a drugstore and get something for it. No, that wouldn't work. His body would just break the medicine down long before it ever reached his brain. His high metabolism and healing factor were an innate defense against poisons and infectious matter, but the price was only the absolute strongest drugs had any effect on him. Even the ones that could affect him didn't last longer than a couple minutes, making medicine almost useless on him. Granted, medicine was usually a moot point anyways in his case, but there had been rare occasions when he'd totally burned through his demon chakra and would have welcomed a good painkiller. Another annoying factor of the devil's due. The kitsune jogged in silence the whole way. It had been 3 days since he'd started his training and he was already feeling some boosts in his strength. 3 gigaseconds was nothing to sneeze at. It was unlikely he'd totally get used to the wait before June, but that didn't bother him. 4 gigaseconds could wait for a while. His chakra control could barely handle his weight as it was. He still occasionally busted through the ground, though that was usually only when he did a jump or something acrobatic. That damn gravity acceleration constant always caught him off guard when he least expected it. Light movements were fine, but anything that involved more than a foot drop usually wound up with him lying in a crater and half dead. Naruto smiled a little as he left the cherry orchard and got into the outskirts of the village. It wasn't yet noon, so he might be able to finish jogging fast enough to beat the lunch crowds and eat at Ichiraku unimpeded. He refused to believe that business was going slow for them. The half-demon managed about 3 circuits of his chosen route before he ran out of breath and stopped to lean up against a power pole to pant. He groaned a little and rolled his shoulder to work out a couple kinks. He couldn't wait till his bedroom was built and he could have a decent place to sleep. The ground in the hollow was nice and soft, but he still wanted a real bed to sleep in. Or something of the sort. Maybe a well-placed set of seals could make a very comfortable. A loud growl startled him out of his thoughts and he turned to look into a baleful canine eye. Naruto glanced up and noticed that the alley he was standing in ran directly behind a large building that had a series of kennels built into the back. A high chain link fence made the place look almost like a prison yard, but the lack of razor wire negated that impression. The building itself was rather friendly looking, so it didn't seem like too nasty of a place. A small sign above the door said, Inuzuka Veterinary Clinic. There was probably a larger one out front. The growl had originated from a large, wolf-like dog that wore an eye patch of all things. It stood just inside the chain-link fence and was giving him a series of snarls that occasionally exposed its teeth. Several other large and imposing dogs were gathering behind the leader. They too seemed to dislike him and several started growling louder. The leader gave the impression that it would have already attacked the kitsune had the fence not been there. Dogs. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He did not like dogs. The teen walked casually up to the fence and looked down at the lead mutt. The one-eyed dog tensed and growled even more viciously, with the other canines following its lead. Naruto leaned down till he was almost eye level with the fleabag and met its gaze evenly. He didn't activate his terror effect. He didn't yell or otherwise make a huge amount of noise. Hell, he didn't even lay a finger on the canine. What he did do was carefully bare one sharp canine and let out a low, brassy rumble that seemed to crawl menacingly through the air. It reverberated through the eardrums of the gathered mutts and echoed for an unnatural time after the kitsune closed his mouth. Every single dog immediately backed up and whimpered at the sound. The lead dog backed away the slowest, though it was more to keep from turning its back on a very dangerous creature rather than out of bravery. Its nerves finally broke and it ran to the back door of the vet clinic, pawing and whining to get the attention of whoever was inside. The rest of the pack followed and they had a loud clamor build up in moments. Bah! Naruto grumbled and turned to walk away. He'd only gotten a few feet when a voice called out for him to stop. Glancing back, he noticed an attractive woman in her early 20s standing in the yard and moving towards him. The pack followed, but made sure to keep her in between them and the teen with the unnatural scent. What the hell did you do to our dogs? The woman demanded, glaring at him and exposing unusually long canines. Her facial features, her hair color, and her attitude seemed familiar to the kitsune, though he had the damnedest time placing them. It was the sight of strange red tattoos on her cheeks clicked it in his head. Kiba. This chick looked like Kiba. Too young to be his mother though. She was probably his sister or cousin. The wind shifted a little and carried her scent towards the half-demon. UHG, she looked like Kiba and smelled like dog. Any attractive qualities she had, like her appealing figure, were immediately lost to Naruto as he instinctively put his hand to his nose and backed up a step. She smelled far better than her relative, but that didn't say much. Akamaru smelled better than Kiba. Naruto's sense of smell had greatly improved after the fusion and he was easily able to pick out different odors from a distance like they were right next to him. She likely smelled just fine normally. It was probably just the scent of the mutts around her that had rubbed off when they pawed all over the woman, but it was still enough to raise the kitsune's hackles. I didn't do shit to them. They growled at me and I growled back. Not my problem if I'm better at it, Naruto snapped in annoyance. They wouldn't threaten anyone unless they had a damn good reason, the Inuzuka woman sharply replied as she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Who are you? None of your business, the kitsune immediately answered, his features turning menacing. Actually, it is, the woman said as she jumped to the top of the fence and flipped into the alley. She took a very casual stance that would have fooled any inexperienced ninja with how natural it looked. My name is Inuzuka Hana and I'm a chunin of this village. Identify yourself or I'll take you to the tower. The Hokage would be pleased to have a captured intruder. To her surprise, Naruto busted out laughing. Gonna play it like that, huh? Fine then, the kitsune said after a couple moments of chuckling. I doubt the Hokage gives a crap what I'm up to. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I'm either a genin or a missing nin, depending on how far along Tsunade Ne-chan is with the Fire Council. Uzumaki. Who are your par? Oh. No, Hana whispered, her eyes widening in fear. The Kyuubi vessel. She'd been 6 when the beast had attacked and technically she wasn't supposed to know about it. Her father had died fighting it and during the mourning period her mother had let slip some sensitive information that one of the family dogs overheard. While Hana had comforted the canine later, the dog had repeated everything it had heard. When she asked her mother about it, they'd gotten into a huge argument. Eventually, Sandaime was informed and he'd impressed on the young girl the need for utmost secrecy regarding Naruto. She'd trusted the old man and hadn't spoken a word to anyone, even after her brother had been defeated by the blonde boy during a chunin exam a couple years back. It had been rather nerve-wracking, the thought of her father's killer trapped inside such an innocent boy who walked around in the open constantly. Sandaime had said that the demon was sealed and couldn't break free, but that was little consolation when a family member fought its vessel. Inuzuka's didn't seem to have much luck where the Kyuubi and its container were concerned. And here he was, the demon vessel himself standing in front of her and scaring the shit out of the family dogs for some reason. I see my reputation is already known. Aren't you kind of young to have survived the fox? Naruto dryly asked. Having spent a lifetime on the receiving end of either hateful or terrified stares, it wasn't hard for him to identify why the woman took an involuntary step back and tightened her stance. As casually as possible, he loosened the bandages covering his chest. He'd gotten in the habit of leaving his shirt at the hollow and only wearing his orange vest while training, since the days were warm for early May. Fortunately, That made it easier to get to his gravity seal. The kitsune didn't want to fight, but he would if he had to. He and Kiba didn't get along much, but he did respect the boy's fighting ability. If his relative was anything like him, then she was a powerful fighter as well. Well, yes, I do know about it, though I wasn't there. And did you say Tsunade Ne-chan? Hana asked incredulously. This guy was a demon vessel and the fifth's brother. Yeah, I did. Ne-chan lost her little brother a long time ago, and as for me, well, I've never had anyone, so it all works out, the kitsune said, while casually pulling away another bandage. He still didn't trust himself in a fight with such a high gravity field weighing him down. As an older ninja, she was probably faster Kiba. If that was the case, then she could run circles around him before he could so much as raise a fist. Oh, the vet said with a bemused expression. Somehow it had never occurred to her that the demon vessel had a family, or didn't, as the case may be. Fitting. I should have expected you to know about family loss. Let me guess, I killed your father or mother or aunt or uncle or fourth cousin 6 times removed through your hermaphrodite grandparent and you hate my guts for it. Ring a bell, Naruto calmly asked. He felt himself relax as he managed to expose part of his right chest in the gravity seal. Hoping it looked natural, he crossed his arms to keep one hand close to the marking. A quick drop of blood and he'd be good to go. Father, actually. And you beat the living crap out of my brother right before the sound invasion, Hana said, her confusion fading as her anger returned. Really? Well, for what it's worth, I'm sorry about your father. Believe me, I know what it's like to grow up without one. As for your brother, he had it coming, Naruto said, his face genuinely sympathetic about the Kyuubi killing her parent, though it shifted into a wicked grin at the memory of his clone combo beating down Kiba. So this woman was his sister. The family resemblance was quite strong, though he had to say she definitely got the better genetics as far as looks and body odor went. Hana wasn't sure exactly how to respond to the first statement, and she had to admit the second statement had some truth in it. She loved her brother, but his ego was as large. Akamaru was short. Instead, she chose to go with her original question, so are you going to tell me why you're hanging around here, or am I going to have to put you under arrest? I was just passing by and, like I said, your animals started making noises at me. I made better noises back. They chickened out. End of story, the kitsune evenly replied. He felt a nasty little comment take shape in his head and he carefully cut his finger to deactivate the gravity seal. He couldn't resist making a crack and he would need the lightened load to escape. The one-eyed mutt seemed to have the real beef with me. Just out of curiosity, is it a bitch? Yeah, why? The veterinarian said with narrowed eyes. Well, some people say pets are like their owners. I see it's true in this case, Naruto said with a wicked fox grin. He pressed his finger to the seal and for a moment he felt utterly weightless. The change in gravity felt that different. The gears in Hana's head visibly turned as she made the connection and figured out the teen's barb. Her eyes gleamed in fury as she leapt towards the kitsune, drawing a kunai. You piece of shish. Her blade swept at the teen, moving with incredible speed. Naruto simply wasn't there anymore. Hana's sensitive ears picked up the barest rustle of cloth and she instantly focused on it. Her jaw dropped a little when she realized she was looking at the top of the large power line pole that was just outside her family's yard, and was almost 20 feet tall. The kitsune was crouched at the very top of it, watching her with a raised eyebrow. I see it runs in the family, he said with a light smirk. Who the hell are you? That's near Junin level speed. No genin moves that fast, not even a demon vessel. The veterinarian demanded, though the intimidation factor was lost with the stunned look on her face. You don't know many demon vessels then. I told you, I'm Uzumaki Naruto and hang on just a sec, Naruto said. He turned to face the yard where the dogs were barking at the top of their lungs and scrabbling to get at him, even though there was a fence and a couple dozen feet of air in between them. The kitsune concentrated and shifted his eyes. A split second later, the dogs were howling in terror rather than fury and trying to get away as fast as possible. Naruto held his eye effect for only a split second before he released it. He wasn't some monster that got his kicks from torturing animals, but at the same time he wanted to be able to speak without being interrupted by a bunch of filthy dogs. As I was saying, I am Naruto and the Hokage is already aware of my presence. I haven't taken any hostile action that wasn't taken first, so you don't really have a case to arrest me, the kitsune said. He flexed his legs and leapt well over the Inuzuka woman's head to land in a seamless crouch a ways down the alley from her. He calmly stood and faced her, again raising an eyebrow. So, you want to fight or what? I was thinking about eating, if it's alright with you. I'd rather not get into a scrap that'll spoil my appetite. What was that thing you did? Hana asked, her fear and awe fading when she thought about the canines who were cowering in their kennels even as she spoke. When Naruto gave her a semi-innocent look, she exploded, to the dogs. What the hell did you do to our dogs? If you hurt them, I swear by Kami-sama's name I'll make you pay. I didn't harm them in the slightest. That was just a trick I learned a while back. They'll be fine in a day or two, unfortunately. If you ask me, the filthy little mongrels deserve worse, the kitsune said, hatred darkening his features for an instant and causing Hana to step back. What the hell is your problem? They're just dogs, the veterinarian asked, a lifetime of caring for the canines making her unable to understand anyone who hated them. Exactly, Naruto growled, though it was mostly to himself. He may have settled things with their lord, but that didn't mean he had to like the mutts in the slightest. Huh, what do you mean? Hana asked, tensing slightly when the teen fixed her with a baleful glare. I don't like dogs, Naruto snarled. The word, dogs, came out as a hateful hiss, with a dark undertone that made the hairs rise on the back of the Inuzuka woman's neck. The look of stark fear on her face made the kitsune realize he was leaking killer intent onto her. It was far less potent than the terror effect, but a demon's hatred was nothing to scoff at under any circumstances. He forced himself to relax and calm his tempestuous aura. I'm sorry for disturbing you, Inuzuka-san. Please forgive me, the teen said with a formal bow. He disappeared down the alley too fast for Hana to react, though pursuing the Kyuubi vessel was the last thing she wanted to do right now. When she was sure he was gone, the veterinarian allowed her legs to slump out from underneath her and sat down heavily on the grungy concrete, though she barely noticed the impact. So that was the infamous Naruto that her brother alternately slandered and praised. She was probably lucky, all things considered. She had no desire to see what someone with that powerful of a killing intent was capable of. Kiba, I'm never going to make fun of you again for losing to your class. Dead last, Hana muttered to herself as she got up to tend her terrified dogs. Well, that couldn't have gone much worse. Nice one, demon boy. You gonna kick one of her puppies for your next trick? Naruto scathingly thought to himself as he stealthily ran along the alleyways. Wonderful impression he was making today. Terrified a bunch of mongrels and a woman who was trying to protect them. Just because Kyuubi hated the things and their lord was no reason for him to. The problem was, the Kyuubi hated dogs with a cold fury, unlike its normal fiery rage at most things. It was a far more intense malice than normal, so when they merged, Naruto's natural easygoing disposition wasn't able to fully level the emotion out. It was made worse because the original boy had no real love for canines either and even had a couple unpleasant memories involving Kiba and Akamaru. When Naruto and Kyuubi felt strongly in opposite directions about a subject, they almost always compromised about halfway between their two emotions. However, when one felt strongly about something and the other didn't care much, the compromise was much less and the new Naruto tended to lean towards the stronger opinion in his views. So he hated dogs. No logical explanation for it, or at least not one that Naruto had discovered yet from the demon's memories, and apparently that put him at odds with the entire Inuzuka clan. Wonderful. The sudden return of his headache caused the boy to grab his head and grit his teeth. He had momentarily forgotten about it in the adrenaline rush of his confrontation with Hana, but now that he was experiencing the letdown, it was returning with a vengeance. He needed to meditate badly, even if it meant cutting his exercises short for now. His head felt like it was going to split open. Maybe he could blame some of his actions on his tension. No, he shouldn't have acted that way. No excuses. Even if the whole area reeked of dog. Damn it. Naruto picked up his pace and dashed along, hurrying to get back to the woods or the orchard. He needed a place of total peace or he was going to go nuts. The last thing he needed was his demon side getting all weird and causing him to flip out and gut someone. Tsunade would beat his brains in if that happened and his head was hurting enough already. He was running so fast that he didn't pay any attention to where he was going as he crossed a main street area. Predictably, he slammed right into someone. Surprisingly enough, or unsurprisingly considering he still had his gravity seal turned off, it was the other person who was knocked to the ground from the impact. Naruto stared dumbly for a moment at the familiar face, trying to place it in his foggy head. Hey, watch where you're going, you asshole, Naruto. The man said. His face had a scar running across his upper cheeks and the bridge of his nose. Iruka-sensei. The kitsune said in puzzlement. Damn, his head hurt. Naruto. You're back. Where the hell have you been, you idiot? Why did you take off lick? Yumino Iruka began to yell, both relieved and angry with the blonde teen. He was cut off by the half-demon, who put his hand over the man's mouth and dragged him unceremoniously back into the alleyway he just ran out of. He did not want a crowd drawn and Iruka was very good at getting people's attention. Naruto carefully propped his ex-teacher up against the side of a building and stepped away from him. The Chunin stared at him for a long moment, stunned by both the kitsune's actions and the ease with which he did them. The large changes in the teen's body and attitude didn't escape his notice either. The teen also had yet to demand ramen from him, which was something so unusual that it raised alarm bells in the schoolteacher's head. After several moments of uncomfortable silence, Naruto finally shifted and said, You mind if we do the reunion thing back at your apartment? My head feels like it's going to split in two. Sure, Iruka said after a moment. It hadn't been often, but he occasionally had Naruto over for dinner at his place before the boy left with Jiraiya to go on their training mission. Still, this didn't feel exactly like the Naruto he knew. Something was different and it prickled his senses with an uncomfortable familiarity. The Chunin shrugged it off and gestured for the teen to follow. What was he thinking? This was Naruto. He wouldn't harm anyone who didn't attack him first, and he certainly wouldn't dream of attacking his Iruka-sensei. The trip went by in silence, and in less than 10 minutes, Iruka was unlocking the door to his apartment and motioning Naruto inside. He pointed to the couch as he walked by the living room. Make yourself comfortable. You want anything to drink? He asked as he moved into his small kitchen. He rustled around for a couple minutes, using hospitality as an excuse to get his thoughts together. When he realized the teen had yet to reply, he poked his head back into the living room. Naruto. The kitsune wasn't sitting on the couch. Rather, he was sitting on the floor in front of it in a cross-legged position. He had his hands in a strange hand clasp in front of him, which looked similar to a standard shinobi hand seal. The teen's eyes were closed and he had an intense look of concentration on his features. He hadn't even twitched at Iruka's voice. Naruto, are you alright? The Chunin asked, deliberately raising his voice a bit. The kitsune still gave no response. Iruka felt a little uncomfortable, almost like he was intruding on something that he shouldn't. The schoolteacher snorted. How could he be intruding in his own home? Still, Naruto looked like he was in some sort of trance. One of the things Iruka had learned over the years from the grab bag of shinobi tricks he'd picked up was that it was almost always a bad idea to disturb someone in a deep mental state. Unless the person's life was being threatened, the forceful awakening did more harm than good. So he shouldn't bother the blonde, no matter how much he wanted to talk to him. Alright then, he'd leave Naruto alone and make sure he was undisturbed till he broke out of his trance. Then he could whack the idiot for worrying him so much. You are an incarnate of fury. A very bad idea to lose your temper. How can you possibly beat? Get up, off your ass and move, own lord. I won't apologize to any soul on this plane or the next for being powerful. I hold no allegiances and I bow my head to no fox. This was done by your apprent. They challenge us, then we'll crush them. We're the masters. We won't kowtow to anyone, not even the gods. Killed, every last one. The gates have been broken down. If you think you are strong, then stand before me. I don't lose. Ever. When Naruto opened his eyes again, the sun was setting over the western forest. The small apartment he sat in was bathed in the star's fiery red-orange glow. The color reminded him of some of the visions he'd seen during his meditation. The Kyuubi hadn't fought nearly as much as the villagers believed, but it had still seen more battle than any 10 countries from human history. Images of raging firestorms, agonized screams, and rivers of blood had dominated his mind while he was in his trance. Usually he saw very little as he meditated, but occasionally the Kyuubi's memories took advantage of the situation and some flowed into his thoughts. Fortunately they weren't a huge addition to his already strained mind and they'd been neatly packed away in his brain along with everything else. Naruto stood and cracked his stiff back. His headache was gone and his mind was sharp for the first time in a couple days. Hopefully when the clones finished building the house he could sleep undisturbed and would have time in the mornings to let his thoughts wander while he relaxed. You're up. About time. I was almost ready to get Tsunade-sama. The kitsune turned and saw Iruka standing in the entry of the hall that led to his bedroom. The scarred Chunin gave him a long stare filled with a strange range of emotions. You alright? He finally asked in a concerned tone. Yeah, I am, Naruto said after a moment. He gave a hesitant smile to the man he thought of as his older brother, which widened when it was returned. It suddenly became fake and plastic-like as he felt a sickening wrench of guilt in his guts. He'd killed this man's parents. He now was the demon to blame. Iruka would be perfectly justified to hate his guts. You want some dinner? The schoolteacher asked, nodding towards the kitchen. Sure. That'd be great, the teen replied in a quiet voice. If the older ninja noticed, he made no mention of it. The sun had finally sunk over the horizon by the time Iruka was done cooking and the table was set. He'd done a little extra this time, cooking some stir-fry in addition to the usual ramen. The Chunin's earlier concerns grew when he noticed the way Naruto was eating. The teen finished everything on his plate, true, but he hadn't spoken a single word throughout the whole meal except for a brief, thanks. The silence finally got too oppressive and as Iruka pushed his empty plate away, he spoke up. So how've you been? You haven't told me about all your exploits this past year. Actually, you didn't even get a chance to tell me about all the stunts you and Jiraiya were up to the year before that, the schoolteacher asked with a forced, but genuinely friendly smile. Naruto was quiet for a long couple moments before he said, not much to say. I went missing pulled off a freaky ritual with the fox, and wandered from country to country while I recovered. Nothing big aside from that. That's it? Iruka asked, a bit surprised. Not so much from the lack of info, but more along the lines of how little bragging the teen was doing. He'd been expecting him to talk his ear off for the rest of the night. This quiet attitude bothered him. He gently prompted, "You must have done something interesting, right? I became sworn brothers with a psychopath, was the assistant to a half-gnome from another dimension, and was Akage's personal assassin and student. That count?" The kitsune dryly asked. He had yet to look up from the broth in his bowl that he was slowly swirling with his chopsticks. "Personal assassin?" the scarred chunin asked in a slightly choked tone. "Good Kami. Who was the Kage? For that matter, how good an assassin were you?" Naruto set his chopsticks down and finally met Iruka's gaze with a level stare as he said, "In the past year I've killed over 150 people. Some were sound nins and bandits that attacked me as I traveled, but most were contracts to hunt down missing nins. Kind of ironic, considering I was a missing nin myself at the time." "Oh," Iruka said in a stunned voice. "Well, so he was a very good assassin. Imagine that. No wonder the boy felt so different than before." As far as he knew, Naruto had never made a kill before he left with Jiraiya. Hopefully, it hadn't bothered him too much. Naruto slammed his chopsticks down and gripped the side of his head in anger, totally interrupting the other ninja. "Naruto," the schoolteacher asked with raised eyebrows. "You're not going to avoid this. Just spit it out, demon boy," the younger shinobi growled to himself. "Hey, what's wrong with you? You've been acting all strange and," the chunin was cut off. "I've done your family a great dishonor, Iruka-sensei," the kitsune said in a dead serious tone, looking up to meet the man's eyes. And what would that be?" Iruka hesitantly asked. Why did he have a very bad feeling about this? "I killed your parents," Naruto stated in a flat tone. "Don't be ridiculous, Naruto, it wasn't you. It was the Q. Bye." The schoolteacher's voice trailed off at sight of a pair of red eyes staring at him. He'd seen eyes very much like those, almost 15 years ago when his parents had been butchered and he'd been dragged screaming and bleeding off the battlefield. "Exactly. The Kyuubi did," the kitsune said. He allowed his eyes to return to normal as he told the chunin his story. The entire story, starting from when he woke up in the hospital a year ago to when he broke into Tsunade's office a few days back. Throughout it all, Iruka could only be grateful he was already sitting down as he was sure he'd have fallen over otherwise. When Naruto's voice finally trailed off, he couldn't think of a single thing to say. What was he supposed to even feel? "As I said, Iruka-sensei, I've done your family a huge dishonor and I don't. Just shut up." Iruka managed to get out. His mind was racing and sluggish at the same time. Hot cold. Giddy queasy. Damn it, how the hell should he react to this? He finally got his young friend back only to learn that he'd merged with his parents' murderer. What the hell was he supposed to think? "I'm sorry, Iruka-sensei," Naruto quietly said, the guilt at causing his first real friend pain evident in his voice. The scarred chunin stared at him for several long moments before getting up so fast that he knocked his chair over and several plates off the table. Even with the gravity seal off, Naruto had no time to react before he was grabbed in a bone-crunching hug that almost put Tsunade's to shame. Iruka's thoughts finally settled on one theme. It was still Naruto. Even if there was a demon in his head, it was still Naruto. Only Naruto called him Iruka-sensei, like that. A demon wouldn't feel guilty. Naruto would and did. A demon wouldn't allow himself to be hugged. A demon wouldn't apologize. It was still Naruto where it mattered. It was still Naruto. And for some time, everything was quiet in the apartment. When Naruto finally returned to the hollow after a 30-hour absence, Naru-kun just about took his head off for worrying him so badly. Naruto had laughed it off and relayed the events of his venture into the village. The clone had calmed down after learning that his creator had met Iruka again, but it still scowled at the kitsune every now and then for worrying him. Naru-kun was more than a little protective of Naruto, and it was likely only because of the half-demon's direct order to remain in the hidden glade and continue building the house that kept the Blood Buncheon from hunting him down across Konoha. Naruto had spent the night and most of the next day at Iruka's apartment. After the initial awkwardness, they had slowly fallen back into their old habits. The schoolteacher had insisted that he tell him everything in detail, so the kitsune had spent many hours giving him the same story he'd told Tsunade. Iruka had been more than a little disturbed at both the thought of the ritual and Naruto's new friendship with Gaara, but he'd managed to hide that to some degree. In the end, the chunin had tried to digest it all, but, since it would obviously take some time for it all to soak in, the kitsune had left and said he'd meet up with Iruka later. The schoolteacher agreed, but not before he made Naruto swear to not unlock the next unit of demon chakra unless he was there. Though the half-demon had been reluctant to agree, he relented in the end. Lovely. One more person to stare at him while he set himself on fire. A couple days passed and, like Naruto anticipated, his house was finished very quickly. The kitsune himself had been walking along the dirt road after another day's training session, and decimation of Ichiraku's ramen supply, when he noticed Naru-kun waiting for him outside the entrance seal. He had whooped when the clone said it was all done and the two had set about decorating and adding furniture to the place. And now, here he was a full 6 days after he'd begun construction, waiting for his blood clone to get back from fetching Tsunade. Hopefully the fifth wouldn't mind the fact that he'd made a hunk of her village disappear off the face of the earth. The kitsune shrugged as best as he could while doing push-ups. It didn't really matter. If Tsunade yelled at him, then he'd just say he couldn't undo it and leave it at that. He was a bit of a sneak at heart, after all. Naruto carefully did a handstand and started doing push-ups that way. It was both hard, yet surprisingly easy when he figured out how to use his skeleton as a support structure for his magnified weight. Without the gravity seal on, he could do these for hours before he had to quit. With the seal active though, he could only go for 10 minutes at a time before his muscles exhausted themselves and he had to go back to regular push-ups. For now though, he was doing them on his hands and was thoroughly engrossed in his task. 57, 58, 59, 6th. Working hard. Tyog. A resounding boom echoed throughout the forest, startling several flocks of birds into flight and causing some shinobi in the training grounds to look up in confusion. Naruto groaned as he tried to shift himself out of the crater he lay in. He'd been so focused on his exercises that he hadn't noticed anyone sneaking up on him. What good were enhanced senses if he couldn't detect someone wandering up to him? A shadowy face leaned over him as he struggled to sit up. I never knew ramen could make someone gain so much weight so fast. Huh, I'll have to add it to our medical journals, Tsunade said with a wicked smile. Ha ha, Naruto dryly said as he sat up. Tried to sit up. He wasn't having much success in doing anything other than pulling several muscles in his back. He finally gave up and sagged back as he asked, a little help. Tsunade grinned and reached down to haul the teen up. As she grasped his hand, she was surprised at just how heavy he really was. Exerting some of her formidable strength, the Sannin easily lifted the kitsune out of the hole. Unfortunately, she let go a bit too soon and he lost his balance again. She had a brief glimpse of Naruto's panicked arms pinwheeling in the air before another boom echoed through the surrounding woods. Ow! Came the kitsune's voice, though it was heavily muffled by the dirt his face was currently embedded in. He struggled to push himself upright, but found the dirt too yielding and wound up sprawled on the ground again. Tsunade couldn't help but roar in laughter at Naruto's predicament. She knew she shouldn't, as he had a truly noble cause for training so hard, but it was too hilarious to pass up. When the teen managed to pull his grungy face out of the dirt to glare up at her, the Hokage's laughter grew even louder. To the half-demon's dismay, he found that not only did all his attempts at intimidation fail, but every time he tried to drag himself up and attack his big sister he would inevitably wind up in a worse position and cause Tsunade to laugh harder. It was Naruto-kun who finally ended the situation, having decided that he'd watched from the sidelines long enough. He still couldn't resist a chuckle at his master's plight. Naruto really was the most entertaining person he'd ever met in his admittedly short existence. A crack echoed as several cage buncheons materialized around the floundering teen and they quickly hauled him to his feet. Letting the clone support his weight, Naruto quickly yanked down the bandages on his chest and smeared some blood from his scraped hand on the seal adorning the right side of his chest. A spoke in the middle of his evil wagon wheel seal rippled and changed from vertical to horizontal. Almost immediately, he stood up taller. Fucking gravity constant, Naruto muttered as the clones popped out of existence around him. He cracked his neck a bit as his body repaired the damage from the impacts and glared at the Hokage, who wasn't trying very hard to muffle her guffaws. Thanks for the help, by the way. Oh, you're welcome, sweetie pie. Tsunade mock-cooed as she reached out and pinched one of the teen's cheeks. The kitsune's look darkened and a violent tension radiated from his body. Master, is there anything else you require of me? Naruto-kun quickly asked, hoping to distract them and stave off unnecessary bloodshed. He really didn't want to know what the amount of property damage a fight between Tsunade and Naruto would result in. Nothing I can think of, Naruto-kun, the kitsune in question replied after a second of scrunching his face up in thought. He gave a dismissing nod towards his clone and said, feel free to sign off. Alright, summon me again if you need anything, Master, Naruto-kun replied. He paused for a second and said, and Master, please don't trash the house. We just got finished building it and I'd hate to have to fix it because you two were bickering like children. By the way, that's a most unbecoming attitude of a woman of your station, Tsunade-sama. Childish. Why you little? Tsunade growled as she stormed towards the clone. Naruto-kun just gave an amused wink at her before he melted into a mass of liquid fire that quickly vanished. The fifth huffed and crossed her arms before turning on Naruto. I assume you're responsible for his attitude. Don't remind me, the kitsune grumbled. He walked over to the where his land used to be and cut his finger open to smear a drop of blood on the bark of a tree. Looking closer, Tsunade noticed that there was a marking in the bark that took the faint shape of a wobbly circle with a couple odd lines hanging off of it. She glanced back at the teen and blinked her eyes rapidly as they protested what they were seeing. The air in front of Naruto shimmered and bent in an eye-straining manner. As the fifth watched, the forest seemed to open up and form a path leading deep into it. What really hurt her head was that there was no physical evidence of its presence up until that moment, yet it seemed like it had been there the whole time. She grimaced and rubbed her eyes. What the hell is that and why is it here? Tsunade growled as her eye twitched from the strain being put on it. Just follow me and I'll show you, Naruto replied as he walked through the green tunnel. The Hokage followed cautiously, though nothing out of the ordinary happened in the twilight undergrowth. Alright, what is it you wanted to? Tsunade started to ask as she stepped into the hollow, but quickly trailed off at the sight in front of her. Oh, that. A 3-story house stood in the middle of the clearing that ran along the southern edge of the glade. How Naruto managed to build a 3-story house in less than a week, she had no idea, but there it was. Yet another bizarre, yet impressive accomplishment to add to the Kitsune's record. The house was of an odd design. It was neither a traditional home like one would find in the clan sectors, nor was it the conglomerate metal wood design of most Konoha buildings. It was something else, though there was some familiarity to it. The outside was made of wood and reinforced with metal at strategic points. The siding was a deep, reddish-brown color and it held a pleasant odor even at a distance. That would probably fade over time, seeing as the wood was still freshly cut. It seemed almost like a cabin, yet not quite. It certainly didn't clash with the forest like a normal building would have. The windows were unusually large, especially on the second floor. They were almost door-sized, which struck Tsunade as odd considering how paranoid most shinobi were about defense. The overall shape of the building was square in the central part. The first 2 floors seemed to have been shaped to be box-like, then it looked like other sections of the house had been added on. To the right from the Hokage's perspective, the first floor was extended outwards from the side of the house. It had been extended almost as far as the house was wide, giving it an odd, L shape. The third floor didn't seem to be one full floor. Rather, there were several odd extensions built onto it. They seemed to be rooms made independently of each other, each presumably accessible only by the second floor inside. They were bizarrely shaped, with one made to look like a block with a pyramid on it, another a large dome that took up most of the far side of the roof, and yet another seemed to be a bell tower. Yes, it looked like the top part of a bell tower seen on some old churches. Or perhaps it was a lookout roost of some sort. Regardless, it was higher than any other part of the building including the dome, which was about 15 feet shorter than it. All in all, the house looked to be about 100 feet wide and roughly 50 feet tall, including the tower. It was odd and chaotic looking, yet it had an air of quality and sturdiness that implied it had been built with care. Though it was large, it didn't take up much room in the glade nor did it detract from the natural beauty of the place. Well, what do you think? Naruto asked from beside her. His voice was both proud and uneasy, as though he'd just finished a painting he'd worked hard on and was waiting for a critic to give an opinion. It's strange. Not bad. You built it really well. But it's still strange, Tsunade said after a long moment. The Kitsune scrunched his face up at her a bit, his eyes making fox slits, then accepted her comment at face value. Well, come inside and I'll give you a tour, Naruto said as he strolled through the field and up to his front door. It was elegantly designed and built of solid, dark brown wood that the Hokage couldn't identify. Then again, she had never bothered to learn the different types of trees used for construction during her travels. It unlatched with a soft click and slid open silently on well-oiled hinges. The landing wasn't what she'd expected. It was a small square room that lacked any real defining features, well, except for the massive spiral staircase rising out of the middle of the polished wood floor. The metal stairs rose up to the second floor and made the room seem taller than it actually was, though it actually was pretty damn tall. Looking through the stairs, Tsunade noticed a large decoration on the wall between the second floor landing and the first floor door in front of them. Sidestepping, she got a good look at the marking. A spiral. A large, metal spiral about 4 feet in diameter had been embedded in the wall. Though it was obviously metal, Naruto had somehow managed to alter the steel so that it was a light orange color. It had been polished to near chrome levels, making it seem a brighter color than it actually was. It drew attention to the symbol, but not in a tacky way. Tsunade's mind hovered on the multiple symbolisms the spiral represented for a moment before the Kitsune distracted her from her thoughts. Kick off your shoes and follow me, he calmly said, kicking his own boots off and walking across the room barefoot. If he noticed the fifth's distraction, he gave no sign of it. Tsunade quickly shucked her sandals off and slid into a pair of house slippers that rested on a small shelf at the side of the room. Naruto led her through the door to the right. She noticed there was a door for all 4 walls to the landing. The room they entered was a decent-sized living room. At least that's what the teen called it. It seemed more like a den or a lounge, as it was dark and warm-looking with beat-up armchairs and a couple couches taking up most of the space. It looked like a comfortable place to lie about and do absolutely nothing. A couple modest paintings decorated the walls, but aside from that there wasn't much else to it. I'm not used to having guests, so I have no real idea how to decorate this room, Naruto said with a sheepish shrug. Tsunade just nodded at the statement and motioned for the kitsune to lead on. Rather than taking her back to the landing, the half-demon walked across the living room and opened a side door. This room was the extension the Hokage had noticed from the outside, and its obvious purpose explained a lot. Naruto had built a modest-sized dojo along the side of his house. Though it wasn't very large, it was enough for him to practice katas and weapon skills indoors. The dojo was mostly unremarkable, though a couple things did take her by surprise. The first was that the walls were the same dark wood as the rest of the house, rather than the traditional paper clan dojos were made out of. The second thing of notice was the weapons lining the walls. The sheer volume was staggering. Somewhere along the line Naruto must have become a weapons collector. There were the usual katanas, nodashis, assorted short swords and kunai, but there were also swords of a very foreign-looking design. Axes, spears, bows, shields, a couple sets of what looked like steel molds for a human body. It took her a second to realize it was extremely thick armor, and many unidentifiable weapons were all set up all along the edges of the room. Tsunade walked up to one rack and lifted an odd weapon that looked like a thick stick with a spiky ball hanging off the end of it. Though it would probably be too heavy for most people to lift with two hands, she easily hefted it with her offhand and took a couple mock swings. Hey, I should have known you'd pick up a Morningstar. It suits you, Naruto dryly commented behind her. Morningstar. Huh, the fifth said, slowly pronouncing the foreign word to make sure she got it right. She took another couple swings and examined the weapon closely before setting it back on its stand. Glancing about at all the other war tools, the Hokage's sharp mind took note of one common factor they all had. These are all very old. Yep, the youngest weapon I have is one of the katanas hanging on the wall over there. It was made about 15 years before you were born, Naruto replied casually as he strolled around the place. Tsunade watched him as he stopped in front of a dummy wearing a strange armor that said, SWAT, on the chest. The kitsune carefully adjusted the helmet's clear visor and brushed some lint off the shoulder before he turned back the fifth and asked, not bad, huh? I never risk using any of them in real combat, but I like having them around. And it's not that hard to maintain them when you can make an instant restoration army. Do I even want to know how you got all these? Tsunade asked in a suspicious tone. Naruto wasn't a dishonest person necessarily, but he had a museum-worthy collection of antique weaponry in his house after only a year-long absence. Hopefully he hadn't borrowed them from some wealthy collector or noble. Scavenged most of them. I've visited the fallen cities a few times this past year with a friend of mine from the Hidden Knight. On one of our trips I found an old museum and looted it, which is where most of the foreign stuff you see here came from. A lot of the local weapons I took as booty from assassinations of rich missing nins. You know, some of them set themselves up as minor lords as a cover for their operations. That way they can also hire guards and other ninja to protect them from hunter nins, Naruto replied as walked over to breathe on a mirror-like shield and polish a smudge off with a clean spot on his ragged vest. No, I didn't. I'll be sure to ask our spying teams why they haven't found that out yet, Tsunade replied with a frown. Her eyes narrowed as she said, so that's how you've been funding yourself. The kitsune stuck his tongue out at her sheepishly and said, yep. Yajin Cage said I could keep anything of value that I found while on missions as long as I gave about 40% to the ice village. Even with a commission fee that high, I still brought home a lot of treasure. I probably won't have to work for half a decade if I don't want to. I see, the fifth muttered to herself. After a couple seconds she glanced up and said, so show me to the next room. Alright, Naruto said cheerfully as he led her back through the living room and into the landing. This time he opened the door across from the entrance. A narrow, but comfortable hall was on the other side. It was short and ended in a funny zigzag that led straight into a medium-sized kitchen. It was pretty much what one would expect of a kitchen. It had all the standard appliances, fridge, sink, dishwasher, etc. And the wooden walls had been painted a pleasant light green. Naruto had gotten his hands on a small, comfortable table and had set a few chairs around it. Including the open doorway into the hall, there were a total of 5 entrances into the kitchen. What are all the rooms for these? Tsunade asked as she gestured her hand about. That leads back into the living room, Naruto said pointing at the eastern door. He pointed at the northern door and said, that leads outside onto the deck. The open doorway over there leads to the dining room and this. The half-demon walked up the western door and opened it up. The Hokage briefly glanced in the open doorway on her left and nodded in approval of the Spartan, yet well-furnished dining room. There was a large, polished table that could easily fit 8 or 10 people if there was a need. There was little else of interest in there, so she walked past it and through the door Naruto had disappeared into. Nice, I figure if I'm going to relax in a bath, then I'd rather do it with a nice view, the blonde teen said when Tsunade stepped inside. Her jaw dropped a little and she gave an appreciative whistle at the room he'd built. The bathing room was large. Almost as large as the dojo, which was probably 45 feet squared. The floor was highly polished wood that was completely unmarred. The only piece of furniture or the like was a large, clawed bathtub that rested in the center of the room. It was deep enough and long enough to fit 2 people, though they'd be getting in an awfully suggestive position if they tried. The tub was a masterpiece, if one could apply such a status to a bathtub. It had been artistically sculpted and had been carefully molded to fit a person's body almost perfectly. And from the position it was set up in, the bather had a spectacular view of the hollow outside. The walls were all made of sliding glass panels that went from floor to ceiling. The north, west, and south walls were all composed of the panels, making the room almost totally exposed to the surrounding glade. The only exception to this was the eastern wall that bordered the kitchen and the nearest quarter of the southern wall, where a small shower and a rack of bathing supplies had been set up. The wooden section of the southern wall also had a small partition extending out from it to give the shower some extra privacy. Apparently Naruto liked to bath with a view but shower without anyone peeping. Aside from those things of interest, there wasn't much else to the room. It's strange. Good, but still pretty strange, Tsunade said after a couple minutes of looking about. Hey, can't please everyone, Naruto replied with a slight grin. He turned and walked back to the kitchen. Coming. Tsunade followed and they walked back the way they came, through the kitchen and hall into the landing. Naruto led her through the only door they hadn't been through yet, which was the one on the southern side of the room. I lived with a tinker for a while and I learned how useful it was to have a workshop. It's nice to be able to repair my own equipment and make the tools I need, the kitsune explained as he gestured around the large room. They stood in a large room that was filled with about every tool imaginable and some that weren't. It was over a third the size of the dojo, though it was rectangular in design rather than square. To the left of the door, several large and heavy-duty tables had been set up and they already had several assorted objects resting on them. The only one that Tsunade could identify was a gutted clock that was laid out in several pieces with its shiny cogs resting on soft cloths around it. The walls on that side of the room had been lined with wide benches just underneath the windows and they too were covered in unidentifiable tools. This seemed to be where Naruto worked on his weapons, judging from the assorted kunai and a katana blade missing its hilt lying on one of the wooden platforms. To the right of the door, 2 long and clean tables had been set up. Seeing as she could run a hospital in her sleep, Tsunade easily identified the assorted collection of medical equipment spread across them. Naruto had somehow gotten a hold of 2 high-quality electric microscopes, several hot plates and alcohol-fueled burners, an electric centrifuge, and even a magnetic stirrer. Konoha General Hospital only had 4 of those. High shelves lined the walls of this area of the room from floor to ceiling, allowing no windows for extra light on this side. Vials, jars, and other containers of strange materials were messily scattered about each shelf. If Naruto had a system to organize such chaos, the fifth had no clue what it was. She did note, however, that only a quarter of the space on the shelves had been used. Either he wasn't finished unpacking or he had yet to stock up. Understandably more interested in the medical side of the workshop, Tsunade strolled over and took a look at a project Naruto had begun. A battered scroll lay open on the nearest table next to a simmering glass of thick, tan liquid. The cloudy, syrup-like goo gave off a strong smell of chemicals and herbs. It was vaguely familiar to the medic's sharp nose, but she couldn't place it. She got her answer when she glanced at the scroll. You're making your own soldier pills? Tsunade asked, a note of curious disbelief in her voice as she glanced up at Naruto. Why would someone with unnaturally high stamina like you need chakra supplements? I don't use them for the chakra boosting. After that little incident a year ago when my muscles were destroyed, I decided I needed something for whenever my healing factor goes overtime. The raw nutrients in soldier pills give my body something else to devour besides itself when it's regenerating, Naruto replied with a shrug. He walked over and pointed his finger at a line of kanji on the scroll and said, besides, I'm using a slightly different type. This recipe focuses more on the raw chemical energy than rebuilding spent chakra. If a normal person ate them, they could probably go 6 days without eating rather than the normal 3 a soldier pill grants. The Ice Village uses them for long-range missions since they're 100 times as efficient as packing food. Most Ice Nins still call them soldier pills, though Yajin Cage and I call them ration pills. Huh, why make them though? You could just buy the normal kind, Tsunade questioned without looking up. Her eyes rapidly traced and memorized the chemical formulas and instructions on the scroll's surface. This would be a handy addition to the standard soldier pills and blood-stopping pills Leaf Nins took into the field. For one, the Leaf doesn't make ration-type soldier pills, Naruto answered, leaning back a bit. 2. The homemade version usually tastes a bit better and has a little extra juice. And 3. Hell, they're cheap and easy to make. The only real resource they use up is time and even that's not bad. I just set the gunk to stew for a day or so while I do something else, then I take a half hour to finish making them. Not a lot of work involved. You have a copy I could take with me? The Hokage asked. Sure. But it's upstairs, the half-demon said as he walked back to the middle of the workshop. Tsunade reluctantly broke away from the medical equipment and started for the door. Naruto's voice gave her pause when he said, "Hold up. We don't need the stairs." "Oh," the fifth said with a raised eyebrow. "Yep, come over here," the kitsune replied as he walked to the wall directly across from the door. He stepped onto a weird sheet of metal lying on the floor and gestured for the medic to join him. Tsunade did so and eyed the shorter ninja suspiciously when he casually reached out his hand and pressed a red button set into bar that rose out of the plate they stood on. The fifth jumped slightly when the metal sheet rose into the air with a mechanical whir. She looked up and noticed a hole in the ceiling above them that was the exact shape of the platform they stood on. The contraption lifted them into the second floor room in a matter of seconds, leaving the Hokage to stare incredulously at the teen next to her. "Exactly why did you build an elevator in your house?" she asked while giving him a strange look. And she thought Naruto was weird before the fusion. "More like a maintenance lift," Naruto casually said as he stepped off the platform and into the room. "I thought it would be a good idea to have my library and my workshop directly connected so I can grab references or tools quickly. Hell, knowing me, I'll probably wind up leaving the lift on the first floor and jumping up and down through the hole. Still, it's pretty neat and it's handy to get furniture upstairs. So, what do you think of my study?" Tsunade took a good look around the room they'd risen into. The size and shape was identical to the workshop below. The walls and floor were made out of a dark red wood, giving the place a more intimate feel than the rest of the house. Though there were several lamps scattered about, none of them were on and the only light that came in was through the tall windows that adorned the eastern side of the room. The windows were in a trapezoid-type position, making a small extension off the house. Into that space a cushioned bench had been built allowing someone to recline next to the windows and look outside. A couple armchairs and a small coffee table were set up on that side of the room as well, presumably for playing shogi or go with company. The west side of the room was dominated by a very large desk. The walls surrounding it were lined with large book and scroll shelves. The bookshelves were mostly empty, but the scroll shelves were almost full. Naruto calmly walked over one of them and slid a small scroll out. He moved to plop down in the high-backed rolling chair and casually tossed the bamboo tube onto the desk in front of him. "There you go. Recipe, ingredients, and chemical formulas should all be in that. I'm glad Yajin Cage made me make a couple spares just in case," the kitsune said as he leaned back and propped his feet up on his desk. Tsunade snorted a little when she realized how similarly he was mimicking her usual pose at the office. She grabbed the scroll case and popped it open to pull out the rolled-up text. She gave it a quick scan to make sure it was identical to the one downstairs before nodding and sealing it back up again. "So why a library? You've never had much interest in..." "Oh, right. The Kyuubi was a book freak," the fifth said, answering her own question. "Knowledge freak, actually, but yeah. It did love books. I have to say I inherited that trait in spades, though only for books I find interesting. The fox would read anything and everything it came across just in case it had some use to it. There's too much boring crap out there for me to deal with, so I just read the good stuff," Naruto said. He swiveled his chair a little and gestured at the nearly empty bookshelves. "I don't have much of a collection yet. Books were rare enough in this country to begin with. Considering the age we live in and how everyone prefers scrolls nowadays, I'm going to have a hell of a time filling up my library." There are a couple general text shops in town, though like you said they probably carry only scrolls. I think Hataki-san mentioned something about how his Yamanaka student liked to visit one of them a lot. It's supposed to be down the street from her family's flower shop, though I have no idea where it is exactly, Tsunade said as she tucked the medical scroll away into one of her pockets. "I'll ask her the next time I see her," Naruto replied thoughtfully. So Ino liked to read up from time to time. That was a little odd for a ninja. That's not to say most shinobi were dumb, but they were like soldiers. Few invested a decent amount of their time into reading. Ino didn't seem at all nerdish like Sakura was when they were at the academy, so when did she develop an interest in books and such? That's right. I forgot to ask. Exactly when did you get the chance to acquire Ino's form? The Hokage asked suspiciously. What form? I have no idea what you're talking about. You must have confused it with someone else. And I said, if I see her again, you need to get your hearing checked along with your eyes, the kitsune said with a blatantly fake innocent look and voice. Right. I'll fall for that one when I start believing Jiraiya's a charity worker, Tsunade drawled in a tone that indicated that she absolutely sure he was lying. For some reason though, she let it go. Come on brat, show me the rest of the house. Naruto eyed the Hokage with a bit of counter-suspicion, then shrugged and hopped out of his chair. As he opened the door, he said, there's not a whole hell of a lot left to the house. Most of the interesting stuff is downstairs. I haven't finished the third-story rooms yet and I haven't even touched the basement. The study door led out into a hall that was only marginally wider than the one on the first floor. To the right, the hall opened into the landing and the spiral staircase. In front of them was a plain-looking door. A little further on was its twin. The hall ended to their left in a large door that had a 9-line spiral carved into it with a kunai. Tsunade could tell it had been carved with a kunai because the knife in question was still embedded in the door. Alright, I'll save this one for last, Naruto said as he briefly gestured to the first door before he moved off down the hall. He paused at the second door and casually flung it open. Behold, the throne of the demon lord. Tsunade's eye twitched as the cheesy pun when she saw the toilet sitting at the end of the small room. A loud whack and an, ow, damn it, followed. The fifth ignored the kitsune's cursing as she walked past him. It seemed not even fusing with a demon could totally get rid of Jiraiya's influence on the brat. What's in here? She asked as she stopped in front of the carved door. Go on in, Naruto muttered as he rubbed the swelling on his head. Who cares if it was already fading? That hurt. Tsunade stepped into a room that was almost half the size of the dojo. It was actually kind of plain compared to the other rooms. It took her a couple of moments to realize what it was. Your bedroom? She questioned while turning to the teen as he stepped up next to her. Yeah, nice isn't it? Naruto replied, taking a deep breath of the fresh air as it blew in through the open windows. The room was wide and open, with tall windows on the north, west, and south walls. The glass had been raised so a cross breeze was gently blowing through the room. The walls, ceiling, and even the floor were all a sky blue color. White wisps covered most of the blue, making it seem like the entire room was in a cirrus cloud. The wind and bright windows reinforced the illusion. A single dresser and side table had been set up in the nearest corner to the left. They too had been painted similarly to the walls, making them all but unnoticeable and keeping the room feeling open and airy. The only other piece of furniture, if one could call it that, was a very large sheet that took up most of the far side of the room. Oddly, it had small cords tying all four corners to the floor. While that was weird, it wasn't what caught the fifth's attention. The sheet was stretched taut upwards like a hot air balloon, as though some invisible force was pushing it from the underside. In fact, it looked as though the only thing keeping the sheet from rising away were the cords holding it down. The thing hovered about 4.5 feet in the air, 5 if the domed part was included. Tsunade ducked a little to look underneath and confirmed that there was nothing visible holding it up. What is that? She asked, enunciating each word carefully to emphasize her question. Naruto's dirty vest hitting the floor was her answer. Wearing only body bindings and a pair of shorts, the kitsune gave her a cheeky and delighted grin. My bed, he said, then took a running jump and flipped to land in the middle of the floating sheet. To Tsunade's surprise, while the sheet lowered a bit to accommodate his weight, it didn't collapse. In fact, it seemed to settle into a rough rectangular shape as though it were resting on an invisible mattress. Wavy ripples moved outwards from the teen's impact point. Naruto sighed and relaxed as he said, I could lay here all day. Tsunade walked up the sheet and eyed it suspiciously. She raised her hand and pushed into the cotton cloth. It was unlike anything she'd felt before. It was firmer than air or water, yet softer and less consistent than jelly. It felt exactly like she imagined what a cloud would feel like if it could be made solid enough to support someone's weight. It was probably dreamlike to lie on. You gonna stand there or are you going to try it out? Naruto asked in an uncharacteristically lazy tone. The fifth started to climb up, only to find that it was a bit trickier than she expected it to be. Her arms kept sliding off before she could brace her weight. The kitsune rolled his head to look at her and said, Nah. You gotta take a running jump to get on. House rule. The first time anyone gets on Uzumaki Naruto's wind cushion, they have to run and dive bomb it. It's fun as hell and besides, I haven't really figured out a different way to get on it yet. Wind cushion, huh, Tsunade wryly said as she stepped back several paces. She shucked off her outer jacket and set it on the dresser before lining up a spot and running. It wasn't hard to avoid landing on Naruto, as the sheet was large enough for 5 people the size of Jiraiya to comfortably lie side by side without touching each other. The fifth landed face down and immediately thought she'd hit nirvana. It was like sinking into a substance so comfortable it had to be stolen from the gods. There was no real impact like with a normal bed or even a water or air mattress. It was just bliss. There was just enough firmness to feel as though her body was being supported and not uncomfortably weightless. After all, who'd want to sleep feeling like they were falling? There was no other real sensation, aside from feeling like she was hitching a ride on a cloud, or maybe even as though she was a cloud herself. Tsunade felt herself relaxing so naturally that it was almost against her will. Many of the usual aches and pains that came from decades of using extremely powerful medical jutsu faded now that there was no pressure on her worn body. She let out a delighted sigh and let her spine go limp as a cooked noodle. You're making me one of these, Tsunade said without opening her eyes. You got it, Naruto replied with an amused chuckle. He was currently doing his best impersonation of a dead man and hadn't moved an inch since he landed. How did you make this? The Hokage asked as she rolled over. Damn, lying on her back was even more comfortable. I don't particularly care if it's the result of a demon seal or a human sacrifice, as long as you can do it again. Actually, I didn't need a demon seal for this. I just used a bunch of normal seals and painted over them after they went active, the half-demon lazily replied. The Kyuubi knew tons about seals, though I've only gotten a little bit of that knowledge. Between it and Arrow Sennin, I've picked up quite a few things. At least enough to make this bed and one or two other tricky things. Huh, so, how soon can you set one up for my house? Tsunade asked in a not-so-casual voice. Naruto laughed at the totally unsubtle hint and said, I'll set it up as soon as I'm done showing you the rest of the house. Tsunade paused at that thought. The sooner they got the tour done, the sooner she could have one of these wonderful wind thingies to sleep on. But that would mean moving. Any way we can finish it from here? The fifth asked with a slight note of pleading in her voice. The kitsune busted out laughing at the question and said, I never knew you could be so lazy, Nei-chan. Come on, it won't take too long to finish. I only have 2 more spots to show you. Tsunade sighed and said in a resigned tone, fine, if we have to, Naruto. How do we get off this thing? It turned out getting off was even harder than getting on. Naruto finally managed the stunt with a writhing hopping movement that made him look like an epileptic inchworm. It wasn't the safest means to get off the cushion either, as the kitsune discovered when he flopped off the edge and hit the floor with a loud thud. Tsunade had it easy as the teen just reached over and grabbed her hand to pull her off. I need to put some system in so people can get off it easier, Naruto muttered thoughtfully as he eyed his bed. So, why the wind bed thingy, the paint design, and the huge windows? Tsunade asked as she gestured around the room and pulled her jacket on at the same time. It's like being in a windy cirrus cloud, especially when you're on the bed. Exactly. I thought it would be fitting for a wind element, the kitsune said. At the fifth's questioning look, he continued, every living creature has a certain element that they react to, be it water, fire, earth, or whatever. Naruto's spirit was a powerful wind element. This room is dedicated to that part of him. His half of me finds this more comfortable than anything else in the world. So much of his life has been dictated by or is devoted to the Kyuubi that I wanted to have my private room to have nothing to with it. Some old farts who studied the human mind said that there's a kid in each of us. Well, I guess mine's a hyper little twerp running around non-stop with his arms out to the wind. I thought it was kind of fitting. Tsunade had no idea how to reply to that, so she just settled for an eloquent, oh. Naruto grinned and said, don't worry about it, Nei-chan. It's not like I'm dead or anything. It's just that part of me gets shunted aside for the Kyuubi a lot by almost everyone and everything in my life, myself included. I wanted the place where I rest and think in private to always be a reminder that that's not all I am. I see, the Hokage said quietly with a small smile. She changed her tone as she asked, so, what's next? The spare room, Naruto replied as he walked past her and down the hall. He entered the room he'd ignored earlier and motioned for Tsunade to follow. The spare room was just that, spare. There were assorted odds and ends stacked in there, either leftovers from the rest of the place or stuff that had yet to go into the proper rooms. The walls were the same exposed wood that was prevalent throughout most of the house. The wood here looked unfinished though, and not in an artistically deliberate way. Tsunade eyed a half-complete table which had several covered paintings resting on it. All in all, it was pretty disappointing compared to the other rooms, even if it did have a nice view of the stream and waterfall out its window. You wanted to show me this? The fifth dryly asked. Kind of. I'll probably wind up making this into a spare bedroom or something. The real thing I wanted to show you is up here, Naruto answered as he twisted a small metal handle built into the far wall. A soft clunk echoed overhead and drew Tsunade's attention upwards to the northeastern corner of the room. A collapsing metal ladder lowered itself section by section from a rectangular hole in the ceiling. It made almost no sound as it dropped, a testament to the kitsune's construction abilities. When the ladder was down all the way in, Naruto walked over and started climbing up it. When he reached the top, he spun a metal wheel built into the ceiling, pushed the circle of metal upwards, why he had a hatch in his room, the fifth didn't really want to know, and climbed through. Come on up. The view is great, Naruto called down after a minute. Tsunade followed and climbed up the surprisingly sturdy ladder. When she passed through the hatch, she was surprised to note that it didn't open straight onto the roof. She was in what seemed to be a large wooden chimney that continued upwards for what looked like 30 feet or so. She climbed up into it and rested her feet on either side of the hatch. In the dim light, a second ladder was barely visible. She grabbed it and quickly climbed upwards to the square of light above. See, nice, huh? Naruto asked as Tsunade stepped off the ladder and onto the square bench surrounding it. The Hokage's eyes widened a little when she saw that they were a little ways over the tree line surrounding the hollow. Naruto had a nice view of the surrounding forest, the village wall, and even the Hokage monument. Granted, the tower offered a much better view, but for a house this was a luxury, except for the whole 30-foot plus climb. They were standing in the odd bell tower-like structure she'd noticed when she first saw the house. They were in the large, square crow's nest at the top of the watchtower. There was about a 2-foot wide ledge surrounding the hole so someone could walk around the edges comfortably. The whole nest was walled in and there was a narrow bench running the inside of those same walls, allowing a lookout to sit in reasonable comfort. A small roof had been built over the whole thing, presumably to keep rain out of the ladder shaft and for aesthetic appearance. It is a really good view, Tsunade admitted as she leaned against the rail of the southern part of the crow's nest. As her eyes traced over the roof below them, she confirmed her earlier thoughts from the ground. The third floor was really just 3 odd structures and the ceiling of the second floor. There was the watchtower, that strange box with a pyramid on it just in front of her, and taking up most of the western side of the roof was the large dome. She gave a nod towards them and asked, "What are those 2 rooms? Are you going to give me the tour for them?" "Nah, I'm nowhere near done with those 2, Naruto said as he reclined next to the 5th and turned his face towards the breeze. It wasn't exactly evening yet, but it was getting late enough that the wind was getting cooler. In all honesty, I haven't even really started on them yet. It'll probably take me a month to finish them, once I actually sit down and start working on each one. I don't know for sure though. Now that the house is finished, I'll probably work on them at night after my training for the day is done." "I see. So are you going to tell me how you built a house in the middle of the woods in less than a week?" the Hokage asked as she idly watched the shifting expanse of green foliage around them. Naruto got comfortable before telling Tsunade all about how he'd met a strange gnome in his travels and lived with him for a couple months. How he'd also worked with a ninja construction crew and learned everything he'd ever need to know about building a house. He explained the details regarding the power plant, space, and entrance seals and their functions. He told her how a Cage Bunshin army easily became the perfect construction crew as they were exactly synchronized to each other, they never needed to take breaks, and they could work round the clock on a task. He also mentioned how he used a blood clone to replace himself and oversee the construction while he went off and trained. The Hokage interrupted at one point to ask how the watchtower was held up and Naruto explained how the house's entire frame was reinforced steel that everything else had been built over. He had figured it'd be a good idea to have an extremely strong house if he was going to be walking around with a gravity seal on all the time. He finally fell silent, leaving Tsunade to mull over what she'd learned. She got a thoughtful look on her face and asked, "And the furniture? Your weapons, tools, scrolls, the bathtub, how did you pack all that stuff here?" "Storage seal that I used on a bag I keep in my side pouch. It can compress and carry several thousand pounds of objects," Naruto calmly replied as he patted the leather holster strapped to his thigh. "Another demon seal?" the 5th questioned, looking at the side pouch suspiciously. "Nope, normal seals. Learned it from Ero Sennin, believe it or not," the kitsune answered with a bit of a grin. At Tsunade's surprised look, he said, "What? He knows more about seals than any human on this continent, including you and the snake freak. How do you think he carried around all those dirty books, telescopes, and scrolls?" "I guess that's why I've never been able to catch him with any evidence," Tsunade grumbled with a frown marring her pretty features. "Speaking of Ero Sennin, have you heard from him?" Naruto suddenly asked. "Yes, I have. He's picked up a lead on the Akatsuki that he can't ignore. It might expose some of the holes in his spy network, so he has to look into it. His letter said it won't take more than couple weeks and then he'll head straight back as fast as he can. He should be here before you absorb the next part of the Kyuubi's power," the Godime answered in a brisk tone. She gave the teen a curious look and asked, "By the way, how far along are you with your training?" Naruto paused and critically analyzed his progress over the last week. He'd improved, but not as much as he'd wanted to. That's not to say he was growing slowly, but it wasn't enough to keep up with his self-imposed schedule. Between all the distractions and reunions, he hadn't been able to train uninterrupted. Well, with the house done and Jiraiya out of town, he should be able to make his planned date if he worked his ass off. He could even double his training during the last week when his body was tough enough to handle the extra work. "I'm doing all right. Good, but not as much as I want. I'm going to have to work hard if I want to meet my deadline," he finally replied. He gave a helpless shrug and said, "What can I say? I've been a popular guy the last few days. Seems like everyone who's ever even glanced at me is coming out of the woodwork. Hell, I've run into a couple people I haven't even officially met before. I kind of expected that. Honestly, I'm surprised there haven't been any serious encounters yet. That'll probably change once word gets out you're back in town. We'll avoid letting it leak that you're truly the Kyuubi now, though if that actually changes people's opinions of you, then it just proves they've been nothing but cowardly hypocrites for deliberately using a child as their scapegoat this whole time." Tsunade's voice turned dark at the last part of her statement. She was very displeased with the way the villagers had acted since the Kyuubi attack. She was even more upset with the elder ninjas and the Sandaime for allowing such actions to take place. She was definitely going to do something about that. "Well, it doesn't matter too much now. I won't hide, but I'm not going to advertise my changes either. Besides, you and Iruka sensei are the only ones who know the whole story anyways, unless you told Ero Sennin," Naruto calmly answered as he held his hand up and slowly gathered a few faint wisps of blue chakra in his hand. He formed them into little pinpricks of light and allowed them to float away on the breeze. No, I didn't. You probably don't know this, but his spy network was breached by the Akatsuki. We aren't trusting any messages relating to you or the Kyuubi to ninjas or carrier eagles. I just told him to come back as fast as he can, the Hokage said while watching the willow wisps of light meander about in the air and slowly fade away. She gave the kitsune a sharp look and said, "You swore Yumino-san to secrecy, right? I don't doubt for a minute that news of your change will get out to the public eventually somehow, but I still don't want it being leaked by one of us." He won't say a word. His parents were killed by the Q, by me, Naruto said with a slightly downcast expression. It's not a topic he likes to discuss with anyone. Ever. The third was the only exception, and I think that's just because the old man was the Hokage. Iruka-sensei and I had a talk a couple days ago, and in 3 hours we talked more about the fox than we have in the 3 years since I found out about it. Tsunade gave him a long and penetrating look before nodding. She grew quiet for several moments, pondering over something in her head. After a while she spoke up. You know, blaming yourself for the Kyuubi's actions is absurd. So is blaming yourself for anything bad Naruto ever did. Or taking credit for any good either of them did. You're a new person. Whatever sins your two parents committed aren't reflected on you, at least as far as I'm concerned. I don't doubt for a moment that if you were the Kyuubi alone you would try to finish the job you started almost 15 years ago. I also don't doubt that if you were only Naruto, you'd want to protect this place with your life, regardless of the villagers' hatred or your friends' belief that you're nothing but an idiot with a lot of stamina. As both of them combined, you're starting in a very neutral position. The events that happened during the lives of Uzumaki Naruto and the Kyuubi no Kitsune are very important and should never be forgotten by you or anyone else. However, their pasts can't be allowed to control your future. You are who you are and you should make the decisions of your life as you see fit, not how Naruto or the Kyuubi would go about doing things. Take their memories, keep them and learn from them, but don't let them chain you down. And don't let the rest of the world hate you for something you aren't anymore. Life is too short to worry about the past. Naruto stared at Tsunade for over a full minute before he managed to say, "Have I ever told how smart you are? I mean really, do you have any idea how freaking intelligent that was? No wonder you're the Godime, Nei-chan." An uncharacteristic pinkish tinge appeared on the fifth's cheeks at the awe in the teen's voice. She had no idea where her little speech came from, but now that she'd said it she could see the truth in her words. Her blush faded as she considered the meaning behind her last sentence. "Yeah, I'm pretty smart, but I'm not smart enough to learn my own lesson," Tsunade muttered, mostly to herself. Two wonderful, pure and smiling faces floated up in her mind, bringing forth a plethora of emotions from her heart. Just as quickly though, two others' faces, these bloodstained and haunted, appeared in front of the first two. Try as she might, she couldn't quite banish the stained ones from her mind. They hung there in her thoughts, staring at her accusingly while blocking her view of the ones that brought her happiness. She frowned, losing herself in her thoughts. She must have been really out of it, because she nearly jumped out of her skin when a hand touched her shoulder. She turned, meeting the odd pair of twilight blue eyes staring at her. At Naruto's curious look, she shrugged off her laps and said, "Nothing. Forget about it. So, now that the tour's over, you gonna make a wind bed thingy for me or not?" Naruto snorted at the pleading tone and grinned. Time flies when you're having fun. Well, for the whole month of May, Naruto wasn't exactly having what he'd call fun. The 1st of June rolled around surprisingly fast, all things considered. Training had been rough. Word had finally gotten out about the demon brat returning to Konoha, so he took to sticking around the hollow to avoid any unpleasant confrontations. Tsunade would be very annoyed if he lost his temper and splattered some idiot's brains all over the ground. He only came to the inner village during the evening, either to eat dinner with Tsunade and Shizune or to visit Iruka. And to raid Ichiraku every other day, the old man had never been happier. Every day he got off his comfy wind cushion and went to the dojo to do his normal exercises. Then he went jogging through the dirt paths that wandered through the backwoods and orchards for a couple hours. With his warm-up finished, he got serious and ran top speed through the forests, using them as natural obstacle courses. Running, leaping, flipping, dodging through and over countless boulders and logs at high speeds with 3 gigaseconds of gravity pressing on him for several hours a day was almost as brutal as the Yaginkage's training. The results were what Naruto had hoped for. His body was harder, denser, and considerably stronger than it had been when he first started his exercises. Add in some old-fashioned water walking, which was very hard at 3 gigaseconds, to further hone his chakra control and he was good to go. He hoped. Naruto was currently pacing a bit in nervousness in his kitchen. He had taken off his bandages for the day, and was wearing only his shorts and his still-torn t-shirt. Seeing as his left arm was now mostly exposed, every time he managed to calm himself down he'd glance at the spiral-shaped key seal on his inner forearm and start to get nervous all over again. Despite having unlocked 3 parts of the Kyuubi's chakra already, the prospect of unlocking more scared the bleeding crap out of him. He had no real idea how strong he needed to be to handle the next unit of demon chakra. He was almost totally in the dark about how much strain his body could handle. The first unit he'd unlocked was easy for him to handle. His body had been more than strong enough for it. Likewise, the second unit went well as well. It had started to push it, but it had still been manageable. No, it wasn't the first 2 times that had been worried. It was the third time he unlocked a unit that had him scared now. It was only because Marushi was as good a trainer of shinobi as he was the Hyugakuji that Naruto was alive. Naruto had overestimated his body's strength when he unsealed the third portion of the Kyuubi's chakra. As a result, it started to burn him alive. He'd had no idea what to do as the chakra was burning out of control and seemingly without an end in sight. Marushi had been present, thanked Kami, and immediately took charge. The Hyugakuji had the Kitsune perform the strongest level of Kage Bunshin possible and to pour as much of the demon chakra into the jutsu as he could. The logic was that a user's chakra was divided evenly amongst shadow clones and the team could cut down how much demon chakra was in his body. When the smoke settled, even the grizzled old man couldn't hide his shock at the sight of over 4,000 Narutos standing about with dazed expressions on their faces. The Yajin Kage then gave Naruto a crash course in a jutsu that was basically the freezing version of Kaden, Gukaku. He then made the Kitsune perform it repeatedly until all of his chakra was exhausted. Naruto's tongue and lips had been frostbitten by the time he ran out of chakra, but he had lived. That had been the start of his training under the Hyugakuji. Marushi kept him exhausted and dead on his feet for weeks, not giving his body time to build up dangerously high levels of chakra. Naruto himself had little memory of that time, as he'd been a living zombie since he was only allowed to sleep for a couple hours at a time. In time, his chakra control and body grew powerful enough to handle the extra load, but those first few weeks were a waking nightmare. Still, he managed to impress the hell out of Marushi and piss off Sarara at the same time, so it worked out okay in the end. That didn't mean Naruto was eager to have a repeat performance. It had been 5 months since he unlocked the third unit of demon chakra. Between the Yajin Kage's training and his own workouts, the Kitsune's strength had grown tremendously. He was pretty sure he was ready for the next chakra infusion, but then again, he'd thought he was ready the last time too. Naruto stood up straight and forced himself to calm down. He wasn't a chicken shit by any means, and if he did overload himself, he'd ask Tsunade or Jiraiya to do the exact same thing for him that Marushi did. He'd work his ass off till he was strong enough to handle it and they could keep him going when he started to lag. His sharp ears picked up a dignified knock at his front door, which effectively distracted him from the last of his thoughts. The Kitsune walked through the house to the landing and took a moment to compose himself before opening it. Naruto U. Gyahh. Slam. Naruto held his hand over his pounding heart and leaned against his door. That had been the last thing he expected to see. He'd learned to recognize Tsunade's knock as she'd occasionally dropped by the house from time to time during the past month. He'd adapted the entrance seal to let her in, but that face had been 100% perverted old guy with attention issues. He'd slammed the door on Jiraiya's face pretty hard. Maybe he should see if he killed him. He resisted the urge to cross his fingers as he opened the door and stepped outside. Tsunade was standing next to a twitching pile of modern art Sanin with an annoyed look on her face. Iruka stood nearby, but his attention was focused solely on the size and design of the house. The schoolteacher's jaw had been hanging in the air ever since the Hokage casually mentioned that it took Naruto only 6 days to build. He gave a vague wave to the Kitsune as he walked up to them, but kept his attention riveted on the building. Is it dead? Naruto casually asked as he gave the pile of outlandish robes a firm kick. We can only hope, Tsunade dryly replied as she glared at the pathetic mass on the ground. There was a blur of movement as, in a split second, Jiraiya went from a catatonic mess to towering over Naruto and roaring, "What the hell was that for, brat? I saw your ugly face and panicked." The teen yelled back, "If I had a weaker heart, I could have been killed. That can be arranged, runt. Try it, geezer. Ungrateful little ass. Perverted old fart. Idiot. Loser. Twerp. Ugly." Tsunade sighed and walked over next to Iruka as the name-calling degenerated into a brawl when her old teammate tackled his student. She rolled her eyes as Naruto screamed at her to get the drooling old guy off him while Jiraiya yelled obscenities about the mutinous little bastard being the worst student he'd ever trained, completely ignoring the fact that he'd only trained a grand total of 4 people in his entire life. Did this happen often at the academy? She asked Iruka while plugging one ear at a sudden loud squalling in the background. Jiraiya stopped the god-awful noise just long enough to roar that biting was cheating before returning to the fight, and ignoring his own rule when the opportunity presented itself a couple seconds later. Did you say something, Hokage-sama? Iruka said in a distracted manner, still in awe of the weird house that Naruto built. The schoolteacher was apparently oblivious to the fight going on right next to him. Years of being around loudmouth wannabe ninjas had honed a formidable selective hearing ability in him. Tsunade let out another sigh and said, "Never mind." The fifth decided to take matters into her own hands, literally. 3 paces over and 2 hard yanks had both combatants off the ground and in midair. Naruto was short enough that he hung easily by the scruff of his t-shirt, but Jiraiya was a bit worse off as Tsunade had to yank him up by his pants to lift him off the ground. Damn it, Nei-chan. Kami, woman, you're cutting off the circulation to some very important parts. Both of you idiots shut up, Tsunade ordered before dropping them both unceremoniously on the ground. Now, we're here to make sure nothing goes wrong with the demon infusion, right? Jiraiya, you could at least pretend to have missed your student a little more in Naruto. No one's going to elect a Kage who mutinied against his teacher. Got it. The 2 shinobi grumbled something. Got it. The Godime growled, doing a very good imitation of a demon herself. Got it. Student and master immediately replied as cold shivers went up their spines. Alright, Naruto, where do you want to do this? Tsunade asked when she was convinced the 2 idiots weren't going to attack each other again. I guess near the pool would be okay, Naruto replied with a shrug. As he turned to walk towards the creek, the others could hear him mutter darkly, "Safest place, considering I'm about to torch myself." Tsunade grabbed the still-awed Iruka and hauled him after Jiraiya and Naruto. The kitsune stopped at the stone edge of the rocky pool in the northeast section of his property. A recent rainstorm had swelled the water reservoir higher than normal and had increased the strength of the waterfall enough that it was pounding down the face of the short cliff. A fine mist was rising from the pool and it gently spread across the teen's face. He motioned for the others to stay back a good 10 feet or so. Alright, this is going to get hot, so don't get too close. If it looks like I'm burning out of control, hit me with a jutsu to throw me into the pool, okay? Don't knock me out, that just makes things worse. I'll try to make as many Kage Bunshin as I can when I'm in the water and we'll deal with the rest afterwards, Naruto said as he stretched his arms a bit to work off some nervous energy. Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately caught on to the wisdom behind using the shadow clones to cut excessive chakra levels. Iruka, not knowing anything about Kage Bunshins beyond the obvious, resolved to follow the Hokage's lead. He really hoped this wasn't going to be as bad as Naruto was making it sound. He was about to see the Kyuubi's power in person for the first time since he was a kid, and it was going to be coming out of his closest friend. Understandably, the Chunin still wasn't sure what his exact feelings were on this whole mess. Now I'm going to scream and yell and holler like I'm being, well, burned alive, but don't do anything unless you actually see me being damaged. If my clothes and hair start burning off and my skin starts melting, then do something. Until then, just let me deal with it. Everyone understand? Naruto asked, his voice taking on a slightly authoritative tone. The gathered shinobi nodded, though the 2 Sannin didn't bother to hide their smirks at the kitsune's little leadership display. Naruto let out a deep breath and lifted his left arm in front of him. Here it goes. With a practiced gesture, he smoothly grew his thumbnail sharp and pricked the tip of his index finger open. He let a drop of blood gather, then carefully pressed the digit down on the red dot closest to the last blue dot on his seal. He wasn't sure if it was possible, but he definitely didn't want to unlock 2 units at a time. There was a sensation like an electric shock at the tip of his finger, letting him know the chakra was connected through the blood. One thing left to do. Unseal, Naruto commanded in a low voice. A bubbling hiss came from his arm as the small drops of blood began to boil. The black line that ran up his arm and connected to the master seal on his back turned red and glowed like fire. Naruto could actually feel the chakra as it moved up his skin and across his shoulder. It touched the heaven's gate, and for an instant a cool sensation spread across his back, the same feeling one gets when they've been burned but the pain hasn't hit yet. Then fire exploded out of his chest and engulfed him. It coiled and writhed all about his body like living red-orange serpents. He remained frozen with his hand on his arm as every muscle in his body went into spasms, then locked up tight. Naruto couldn't see much through the flames covering his face, though he could see the vague black outlines of his arms. The fire flowed all about him for several moments before it finally stabilized into an aura. He gritted his teeth. Here comes the rough part. Raw chakra emptied out of his back and into the fire aura. The flames channeled all that power instantly right back into him through his opening points. It felt like burning acid was flowing through his veins as the demonic chakra traveled a reverse path into his chakra coils. When the first burst of it hit his inner system, Naruto couldn't help but throw back his head and scream in agony. The chakra swelled in him, filling every part of his body to the bursting point. Every cell and tissue fiber was bathed in fire. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Iruka could only stare at the sight of a living bonfire in front of them. Naruto hadn't been kidding when he'd warned them to stay back. Everything within 5 feet of him was engulfed in the inferno of his aura. He himself was only a black-red silhouette that could barely be seen through the flames. His roaring screams echoed unnaturally throughout his hollow as a deeper, darker voice joined his. The chakra itself was powerful, but it didn't dominate the senses like they'd been half expecting. Naruto's chakra grew to its natural peak and continued to grow as more and more of the demon chakra entered him. Over the course of 3 agonizing minutes, his inner coils were put into overdrive as power was hammered through them. It was almost too much for him to handle. But his heavy conditioning and his bloodline pulled through for him. Each of those cells and tissue fibers that were being bombarded with chakra opened themselves up to it and drew the power in. The strained and battered demonic gates and inner coils adapted and shifted to channel the energy properly. Where a normal person or even someone with a bloodline limit would find their body crumpling from the strain, barely able to control its own power, Naruto found his welcoming the energy and growing from its presence. Almost as quickly as it started, the fire aura faded away as the last of the demon chakra coursed through it. Naruto's last screams of pain faded as well. By the time his aura gave one last burst and blew away on the wind in flaming wisps, he was back in control of himself. An uncomfortable silence reigned for several moments as the gathered ninja watched their friend remain frozen like a statue. The spell ended when Naruto let out a shuddering breath and let his arms flop to his sides. He glanced down just long enough to see the 4th dot ripple and turn blue-white, then looked up to his family. Not bad, huh? His air of coolness was unfortunately broken when he toppled forward and smacked into the ground face first. It wasn't a serious faint. Naruto didn't fully pass out, he just lost most of his senses for several minutes. Tsunade easily assessed his status and carried him inside. The next thing he was aware of was a glass of cold water being pushed under his face. Drink it all. I'm sure that little stunt dehydrated half the moisture out of you, came the 5th stern voice. The kitsune obeyed and he found the cold liquid refreshed him enough to return to his senses. He was sitting slouched over at his kitchen table with Tsunade standing in front of him and Iruka next to him holding him up. As the dizziness faded, the teen waved off the overprotective Chunin and leaned back in his chair. The schoolteacher refused to go far and chose to sit down next to his young friend. So, not bad, huh? Naruto asked, belatedly realizing he was panting as though he'd just been through a serious workout. He focused his senses inwards and noted that the extra chakra was perfectly stable in his system and his maximum demon chakra had been increased. He'd judged his body's prowess at just the right level. Hopefully the next time would be just as successful. Tsunade snorted and took a seat across from the half-demon. You scared the living hell out of us, you brat. What the hell did you mean when you said to watch if you were burning alive or not? We couldn't see anything through that fire aura of yours, she grumbled at him. Sorry about that. That light show was a bit higher than I remembered it being, Naruto said while sheepishly scratching the back of his head. You don't do that often, do you? Iruka asked in a worried voice. About once every 6 months. 4 or 5 if I've been training my ass off, the kitsune shrugged. If I'm absolutely die hard about it, maybe 3 though that's seriously pushing it. I wouldn't try that unless it was an emergency. At the rate you're going it'll be decades before you unlock all of the Kyuubi's chakra, Tsunade commented as she did the simple math in her head. Maybe. I think after the first 10 notches or so things might start to pick up. With the unlimiter, my body should adapt over time to the repeated stress and come to handle it easier. I'd say 10 or 15 years, but who knows for sure. Naruto replied. What's the unlimiter? Iruka asked with a blank look on his face. To his surprise, it was Tsunade rather than Naruto who answered him. The bloodline unlimiter is an old and near-perfect advanced bloodline, the 5th stated, her pretty features frowning in thought. I don't know a lot about it, but it's supposed to take off all the body's maximum limits for physical, mental, and chakra adaptations. Basically unlimited growth, hence the name. A person bearing the unlimiter will never stop growing in strength and knowledge till the day they die. One of the major benefits of having the bloodline is that the body and mind can handle almost any form of stress applied to it, even to the point of adapting to take advantage of it. Stress. But what would that? Oh, right. The Kyuubi, the schoolteacher answered himself. He looked to Naruto and asked, so, your body has adapted to the demon, heir, to you. I mean, you know what I mean. Yep. My healing factor, my unnatural stamina, my whisker marks, the fact that I didn't die when the demon was put in me or go insane, that was all the unlimiter's work, the kitsune said. He gave a sharp look towards Tsunade and commented, you seem to know a lot about the unlimiter. You must know my real family name then. Your real surname, Iruka said with a puzzled look. The unlimiter was a clan bloodline, similar to the Hyugas and their Byakugan, Naruto said in a firm voice. I know for a fact that no one else has or has ever borne the name Uzumaki in this village. Logically then, my name was given to me by Sandaime, either to protect me or my clan. I honestly don't care what reason he had. I want to know the name of the clan I belong to. The Kyuubi didn't know. The Iruka questioned. It knew about the unlimiter, but it never mentioned the actual name of the clan. I haven't absorbed any memories referring to my family. Every time I've tried to find some, I always get some oddball memory about something else. I have no idea whether or not the fox actually knew my clan name, the kitsune explained. To the Hokage, he asked, well, do you know it or not? Tsunade had remained silent through their entire exchange and remained quiet for several long moments, deliberating about what to say. Naruto would not be pleased when she told him this. I have my suspicions and I'm pretty sure I know the clan name, but I can't tell you right now, she finally said. Her face was firm, but tired looking. Why? Naruto asked after a long moment. His lack of an explosive reaction disconcerted Iruka, though Tsunade had come to expect such changes in his behavior. His voice, though, was laced with restrained fury and his incandescent eyes seemed to burn brighter. Because the records around the time of the Kyuubi are terrible and I'm not totally sure if I'm right or not. Because if word leaked out, you would have some very powerful enemies both abroad and here in Konoha. Because they're all dead anyways and they wouldn't want you endangered just over something as silly as a clan name. Because it could be a disaster if word got to the council. Because it would be your strongest trump card if played against the council at just the right time. Because I have no idea how you'd react if you knew the truth, Tsunade rattled off in a clinical tone. Her eyes were steely through most of her dialogue, but they softened as she spoke her next words. Because I care about you a great deal and I don't want to give you false hope just in case I'm wrong. I don't want you to be dealt a blow like that. Naruto held her eyes for several long moments before he relented. Tsunade had her reasons and she was the Hokage after all. He was still her subordinate, regardless of their personal relationship. If she was holding back information this important to him, then it was likely for the safety of Konoha overall, though he was damned if he could see how. Alright, I'll trust you on this, for now. I do want to know soon though, Nei-chan, the kitsune finally said, effectively ending the tense air that had settled on the table. Thank you for trusting me, Naruto. I promise you I'm not doing this because I want to, Tsunade replied. She hid a smile at the confused look on Iruka's face as he glanced back and forth between them. Undoubtedly he was confused by the out-of-character reaction from Naruto. Well, she had something to distract their thoughts. I have something that'll cheer you up though. I got the news a couple days ago and I've been saving it for tonight. Jiraiya and I also have a couple gifts to mark the occasion. Wait, where the hell is that pervert? Naruto said with a dawning look of horror as he realized his sensei hadn't been there for any of the conversation. If Jiraiya had been absent this whole time, that'd mean. Hey, did someone say my name? The toad hermit in question said as he strode into the kitchen from the hall. He gave Naruto a glance and said, nice bachelor pad you got here. Your girly mag collection is a bit low though. I don't have any porno crap in my house. Naruto yelled at his old teacher. You do now, hee, Jiraiya replied with a depraved grin. Whoa, settle, Tsunade yelled as she grabbed onto Naruto as he dove across the table at his teacher. She shoved the kitsune back into his chair and said, you are in no condition to fight and you, towards her old teammate, had better clean any of your smut out of this house before we leave. Iruka just shook his head and rubbed his temples as the arguing escalated around him. Why, oh why, did he choose to befriend Naruto all those years ago? Granted, the kitsune was fun to be around, but he had also been a never-ending source of migraines for the schoolteacher. As if he didn't have enough to deal with while trying to get Konohamaru to pass his genin exams. Several minutes and lots of shouting later, Tsunade managed to restore order in the kitchen, though Jiraiya and Naruto kept exchanging glares. Alright, as everyone knows I have a bit of good news for you Naruto, the fifth said to the kitsune. She paused, then gave him a warm smile as she said, or should I say, genin. Naruto blinked for a couple seconds, as a slowly growing grin appeared on his face. He said, so you managed to get me reinstated, huh? Yep, something I'm a bit proud of. It wasn't easy to talk them down from executing you to granting you a position in our forces, but I managed, Tsunade replied with a smug look. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she gave Naruto a once-over. You aren't going on active duty looking like that are you? The kitsune glanced down at his ragged clothes and gave a sheepish shrug. I haven't gotten around to getting a new outfit yet. I wore coveralls the whole time I was in Glacier Country, so I didn't really notice how bad they were getting, Naruto said as he picked at a tear in his sleeve. What happened to the outfit you always wear? Iruka asked curiously. That outfit didn't exactly survive Wind Country, the blonde teen answered with a dark expression. At the Chunin's look he flatly said, Gaara burned my jacket. Said it was hurting his eyes. I didn't speak to him for 3 days afterwards. I think the only reason he didn't burn my pants as well was because he had no desire to see me in my underwear. Not that burning them would have made a difference, seeing as how I tore them to shreds running from the Akatsuki. Well, lucky for you that's part of our gifts, Tsunade interjected. She pulled out a rectangular box from seemingly nowhere and slid it across the table to the kitsune. Welcome back to Konoha, Naruto. Naruto curiously looked from the box to the faces of the gathered shinobi. Not even Iruka gave any indication that they knew what was inside, but all of them seemed eager for him to open it. He reached out and pulled the gift towards himself, realizing it was made out some thick oak tag as he did so. There wasn't any wrapping or tape on it, so he just lifted the lid right off. Some sort of odd bundle lay covered in tissue paper, which he quickly brushed away. His eyes narrowed in confusion until he lifted the object out. It was a long sleeve, semi-casual shirt, an orange long sleeve, semi-casual shirt. Orange. Naruto nearly broke out giggling at the coolness of the color. It wasn't a dark color, nor was it extremely gaudy like his old jumpsuit was. In fact, it was a similar color to the light orange spiral in his landing, though this didn't have a chrome sheen to it. Still, it looked awesome. When he turned it around, he blinked at the sight of a black spiral that took up the entire back. It looked good, but he was still surprised at the sight. Without thinking, he tore his black t-shirt off and pulled on his new one right in front of his guests, who watched him in amusement. Damn, it felt good too. Like water made into cloth. What's this made out of? He asked as he fiddled with the buttons. Silk, Tsunade replied casually, though she wasn't trying very hard to hide her smile. At Naruto's shocked look, she explained, believe it or not, silk can stop arrows and thrown weapons to some degree. The material binds up around it as it enters the body and makes pulling out the arrowhead or blade much easier. I'm considering that an investment to keep you alive, so you better not get yourself killed on any missions, got it? Naruto nodded as he shifted the collar around. Tsunade must have gotten this design on purpose. The long sleeves would hide the seal marks on his arms and the buttons in the front would make getting to his gravity and spirit bind seals much easier. He reached into the box and pulled out the next article of clothing. Shizune had to rail at the tailor for an hour to get him to put those designs in right, so you'd better thank her the next time you see her, the fifth stated, though there was no real command in her voice. The kitsune nodded in agreement and briefly ducked into the living room to put it on. When he came back, Naruto was wearing a pair of black pants that seemed to be made out of a lightweight denim of some sort. They felt pretty comfortable and they didn't hinder his movement at all. The designs Tsunade spoke of were two identical spirals that rested on the outside of his hips just underneath his pockets. While he was sure it hadn't been dyed in, each spiral was the same color of orange as his shirt. He didn't see or feel any patches or sewn-on grafts or anything like that, so he assumed some sort of tailoring jutsu had been used on it. The pants looked great with the spirals and it made his whole outfit look cool, with its inverted color scheme. You still have something else in there, Iruka said as he gestured to the box. He gave a stage whisper as he said, I had this one made. Naruto lifted the last article of clothing out and let out a whistle. He held up the vest and said, damn, this a nice piece of gear. The vest was very nice. It was the same black as his pants, though it seemed even darker with the strange material it was made of. The outside was plain and smooth, but on the inside were all sorts of hidden pockets. The front was flexible to some degree, but the upper back was pretty stiff. Naruto squeezed both parts and rubbed it between his fingers. Body armor? He asked Iruka as he felt the hidden plates. The schoolteacher nodded. Yep, Hokage-sama isn't the only one who wants you to stay alive. The man who made that said it's some sort of material based on some stuff dug out of the ruined cities. It's nowhere near as good as the original armors, but it'll stop or deflect light blows and weapons. Just don't depend on it to block any high-powered jutsu, okay? The dark-haired Chunin said, reverting into a similar tone he used when lecturing his students. Naruto nodded and spun the vest around to look at the back. He almost dropped it in shock at what he saw. A spiral. A red spiral. A red, 9-line spiral. The symbol of Kyuubi. He looked over and met Iruka's eyes. The Chunin stared at him with an unreadable, yet intense expression for several long moments before giving the teen a nod. Naruto understood what he meant. Branding an object that would be used to protect Naruto's life with the demon symbol was Iruka's way of saying he accepted who and what Naruto had become. Undoubtedly he wasn't pleased, but he still accepted it. Considering how close the man was to the memory of his parents, this must have been a very hard gesture for him to make. The human part of Naruto wanted to cry while the demon part respected the mental sacrifice the Chunin must have made to give him this gift. Naruto nodded in return, his eyes giving a message of relief and happiness. The mood broke when Jiraiya coughed uncomfortably. Sappy shit had never gone down well with the Toad Hermit. Put on your vest and stop making goo-goo eyes at each other. It's time for my present. The Sannin declared in his usual loud tone. Naruto shrugged his vest on and slid the zipper up, before asking, what could you possibly have that I'd need, Arrow Sennin? Unless, of course, you have my frog wallet and all my cash in it. Jiraiya shrugged a little nervously at the mention of the frog wallet before changing the subject by declaring, behold. I present you with the symbol of the leaf. The kitsune's hand blurred as he caught the object tossed to him. He glanced at it for a moment before letting it dangle by its cloth in front of him. A forehead protector. More accurately, his forehead protector. It was the same one Iruka had given him the night he had stolen the forbidden scroll almost 3 years ago. The black cloth was in some serious need of repair or perhaps even a total replacement. He had put some heavy wear and tear on it even before he left to train with the Arrow Sennin. A year and a half traveling and training had turned the material into a ragged mess. Here and there though, he could see the tears and nicks that had been on it when he first received it. Uruka hadn't gone on many missions, but he had still managed to wear it down. Sorry about the cloth. I ran out of cash on my way back and I couldn't get it replaced, Jiraiya said in an apologetic tone. You mean my cash? Naruto casually replied as he stared at the dinged and lightly scratched metal. He gave his former sensei a look and said, forget about it, Arrow Sennin. It's fine the way it is. Thank you, all of you, for the presents. The gathered shinobi made sounds of nonchalant acceptance, though it was obvious they were pleased, as the kitsune tucked the small piece of armor into his pocket. He looked up at his ex-sensei and said, actually, if you want to give me something else, would you mind letting me borrow the toad contract for a minute? The back door is right there, if you need to summon the frog that's holding it. Jiraiya gave him a confused look before he shrugged and stepped out the back. While he was busy calling up the frog, Naruto was pulling his vest off and unbuttoning the top half of his shirt. He peeled it back and swiped a bloody finger along the flesh-burned seal. A muffled boom echoed outside as the toad hermit completed his summon. Here you go, brat. What's it for? Jiraiya said, tossing the large scroll to Naruto as he came back inside. Thanks, the kitsune said as he opened it and spread it out on his table. He located his name and cut open his finger again. As he traced his name, he explained, I lost the ability to summon the toads after the fusion. I'm kind of like a totally new person, so any contracts Naruto or Kyuubi signed have to be done over again. Most cases it's simply a matter of resigning them like this. He paused twice as he traced his name to reopen his cut. When Naruto finished, he swiped the flesh-burned seal again and cleaned all the blood off him before doing his shirt up. I never thought of that. Makes sense though. Blood contracts aren't automatically passed from parent to child, so why would you be any different? Jiraiya said mostly to himself. Tsunade had repeated what she'd learned from Naruto when he'd gotten back to town. Honestly, he didn't see what the big deal was. It wasn't like the stubborn brat would let the demon side take over, so there wasn't any real problem in his book. In fact, he now had bragging rights as the sensei to someone who was likely going to be the strongest person on the continent within a couple years. Beat that, Orochi-chan, the white-haired man thought smugly. In his head a chibi version of himself taunted his old rival saying, my student's stronger than you ours, nya Naya. Here you go, Naruto said as he rolled the scroll up and passed it back to the Sannin. Fortunately, blood dried quick on contract scrolls. There were a couple of times this last year when I would have killed to have been able to summon Gamabunta. I managed to get another summoning contract, but not much beats the boss toad when it comes to fighting. Another one. What animal? Tsunade asked curiously. Naruto shrugged and cut his finger open again. He smeared it along the inside of his first two fingers and pressed them into the middle of his table. Kuchio's no jutsu, the kitsune calmly said. There was a puff of smoke and a large black bird appeared. It caught a couple times and eyed Naruto. He waved his hand and said, it's nothing. I was just showing you off. You can go if you want. The raven gave a polite bow and disappeared in a cloud of ninja smoke. Ravens. Jiraiya muttered thoughtfully. Carrion birds in general, Naruto corrected. Ravens, crows, buzzards, vultures, and one big-ass bird from a land across the eastern ocean that's called a condor. The size of the birds isn't enhanced by the summoning, so they're not fighters by any means. Still, they make good spies and messengers. The Hidden Ice has almost all of their hunter nins sign a minor contract so they can use the crows and ravens to carry messages around while they're deep in other countries. Yajin Cage and a couple of the higher-ups used the full summoning contract and he had me sign it while I trained under him. Well, I can see why you'd use them. They're not as flashy or as well known as carrier eagles and, Tsunade started to say before trailing off and wrinkling her nose in disgust. Yeah, even if you suspect them of carrying a message, who'd want to catch a bird that smells like rotten meat? Naruto replied. He wiped his hand off with a dish towel and sat down at the table. So, you mentioned a team a while back. Who's on it? Tsunade let a small smirk creep up on her face. Actually, I think you might be familiar with them. Well, did Hokage-sama say who it was? Ino asked with a slightly tense voice. She rhythmically tapped her kunai against the side of the wooden post she sat on, slowly working a notch into it. No, she didn't. She did say we'd know him though, Kakashi replied as he idly flipped through a worn copy of Ika Ika. He'd already read it 25 times over the last 6 months and was desperate to find out what would happen next. Unfortunately, Jiraiya-sama had taken the disruption of his spy network as a personal insult and had been too busy the past year purging and rebuilding it to spend any time on his dirty novels. The latest volume would likely be delayed for months or maybe even a full year. For that reason alone, Kakashi seriously considered hunting down every last Akatsuki member. Or at the very least mailing them some sort of bomb jutsu. Hitaki. Ino's voice interrupted his thoughts. Yes, Ino-chan. This guy apparently knows you, right? Yes. So he probably knows about your tardy habits, right? Yeah. And your point. So, do you think he doesn't know you've been personally threatened by the Hokage to show up on time to your appointments and is probably expecting you to show up 3 or 4 hours after you say you will? Kakashi stared at his student for several long moments as his brain came to the logical conclusion. We're going to be here for a while. Ino snorted and hopped off her pole. She stretched a little and said, I'm going to go do some tree walking. I'll be back in an hour or two. Kakashi sighed and said, and I'll probably just wait around here while you go and have fun. Ino laughed and walked off, leaving her sensei to his semi-boredom. Unfortunately for her, she was back sitting next to him less than an hour later. Training got boring surprisingly quickly when one was used to live combat in real missions. At least that's how it was for her. The adrenaline edge just wasn't the same when working out by herself. Sparring with Kakashi was fine, but not doing some dull exercises over and over again. If this new guy would just show up, maybe she could get some excitement by beating the crap out of him. Ino was just about to entertain herself by poking her sensei till he reacted, when she sensed a foreign mind entering the training field. A foreign, but familiar mind. Hey Hitaki, here he comes, the genin said as she stood up and stretched. Beside her, the Junin put away his dirty novel and stood as well. Well, who is he? I've been wondering about. Oh, I see, Kakashi said, his eye widening as their new teammate came into view on the path as it exited the trees. So the rumors were true. He had come back. Tsunade-sama has a sense of humor. Naruto cracked his neck a little as he wandered into the memorial training grounds. He'd slept like a rock the night before, managing almost 7 hours before he had to get up. Unlocking a new unit of demon chakra increased his maximum reserves, but it drained him of almost all his current chakra, both normal and demon. He was feeling refreshed today though and much more energized than usual. Hopefully there weren't going to be any odd side effects as he unlocked more power in the years to come. He really didn't want to grow something weird like horns or fur. As he moved through a clump of trees, the kitsune spotted both of his new and old teammates standing by the wooden posts near the memorial slab. He grimaced a little at the thought of working on Team 7 again. Tsunade sure as hell had a sense of humor. He shifted his forehead protector to a more comfortable spot from where it was hanging around his neck and walked across the field to meet them. He noticed that Sakura wasn't here, though why she wasn't working as part of Team 7 he had no idea. Maybe she was continuing her training under Tsunade or something. Ino's presence wasn't much of a surprise as she'd already mentioned she was training under Kakashi. It was a bit odd that she was part of his team and not Asuma's. He must have missed a lot in the 2.5 years he'd been gone. Great. He was on a team with 2 people who could anticipate his every move. How fun. Naruto almost paused in his walk as a thought occurred to him. It seemed he had an opportunity to practice that one jutsu again. He deliberately forced himself to not think any further along those lines, just in case Ino was already reading his thoughts. He'd have to come up with a way of countering that. An idea had occurred to him a couple weeks ago during a meditation session, but he hadn't come across an opportunity to try it yet. Looks like he might get one today. You're back. I heard the rumors, but I didn't think it would be you were the one who Tsunade-sama put on our team, Kakashi said as Naruto came up near them. The Junin didn't seem that surprised to see that the kitsune was back, which seemed a little odd. Then again, it usually took something big to throw Kakashi for a loop. Of course, Team 7 is still your team even if you left, so I should have expected it. How've you been? Naruto just shrugged and simply said, alive. You got reinstated as a leaf nin? Ino asked in a distracted tone as she looked the other teen up and down. That new outfit of his looked good on him. He looked like a stylish embodiment of Halloween with all the orange and black colors. She briefly wondered where he got it and if they had a purple, feminine version of that vest. Yep, Tsunade-ne-chan must have threatened to flay them alive if they didn't let me back in, the confirmed genin replied. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised either that she put me back on Team 7. Where's our other member? It's just us. Sakura hasn't shown too much interest in rejoining our team ever since I took on Ino. I haven't bothered to take on anyone else since we work well as partners, Kakashi calmly stated. He seemed to think something over for a minute before he slowly walked over to the middle of the clearing and faced Naruto. Actually, that brings up a good point. I guess the Hokage's okay can be considered equal to passing the academy exam. That still leaves one thing though. And that is? Naruto asked, his eyes narrowing. He wouldn't. That blasted copy nin couldn't possibly. Well, I really should test you to be fair, shouldn't I? I did it with the first Team 7 and I did it with Ino when I took her on, the copy ninja stated as he gave the kitsune an assessing eye. He reached into his side pouch and pulled 2 bells out, then tied them to his waist. I'll be fair though, considering you don't have two other nins to back you up. Grab at least one of these bells by, oh, let's say sunset and you'll be an official member of our team again. I don't fucking believe this, Naruto muttered to himself, though only Ino was close enough to hear. She winced a little in sympathy. It was a pretty stupid test. Her face didn't reveal her thoughts though, as she was too interested in seeing what the other genin could do. She hopped up onto one of the posts to watch intently. The two male shinobi stared at each other for several long moments. Naruto suddenly broke into action as he smoothly grabbed a kunai from his holster. He raised it up and prepared to throw it, only to have a strong hand grab his and force the point of the blade to the back of his head. Wait, I didn't say go yet, Kakashi calmly said as he restrained the kitsune. As he couldn't see the teen's eyes, he didn't notice the dark look flash through them. Ino did however, but her yelled warning wasn't anywhere near fast enough as Naruto's eye twitched. An explosion of ninja smoke erupted around Kakashi. He started to jump away, only to freeze as he felt the point of a blade on his throat. Or, to be more accurate, 6 blades. 6 Narutos stood in a circle around him, each holding a kunai to a different, though equally vital spot on the Junin's neck. The two in front of him were each using a single hand to hold their blades while their empty hands firmly gripped the copy nin's wrist, preventing him from continuing his attack on the kitsune. What grabbed the man's attention though, was not only did the clones appear in perfect positions but Naruto hadn't made so much as a half seal to create them. You've improved, Kakashi said as he glanced at the unyielding faces of the cage bunchins. He released his hold on Naruto's hand and concentrated his chakra. In a flash, he body switched with a clone and did a smooth back flip away, cracked the heads of 2 clones with his feet as he moved. Not enough though. Perhaps, Naruto replied with an indifferent shrug. He put his kunai away while the clones exploded into smoke. He walked out into the center of the field and faced his former sensei. Are you ready now, Hatake-san? Yes, you can attack at any time, Kakashi replied with a narrowed eye. Naruto's attitude was very different from what he'd expected. The Junin slid into a loose stance, though it wasn't a serious form as he didn't expect the teen to know any highly advanced taijutsu. Jiraiya was more of a ninjutsu type of sensei. To his total surprise, rather than diving for cover or even attacking head-on, Naruto simply crossed his arms and watched him with neutral eyes. Where have I seen that before? It looks identical to Gaara, Kakashi thought to himself, his visible eye widening. Naruto's stance was exactly like Gaara's. That probably meant he had an absolute defense of some sort. Or at least, he thought he had one. For almost 2 minutes they stared at each other, neither moving in the slightest. The copy ninja kept expecting Naruto to explode and attack at any second as the tension mounted. It soon became obvious that the kitsune wasn't going to attack first. Alright, if you won't attack, I will, the Junin said and disappeared into a blur of movement. As he didn't have the Sharingan open, he didn't risk attacking from the front. Instead, he dashed off to one side and came in at Naruto's right flank. As he didn't want to kill the teen, he held back some and went into a moderately powered roundhouse kick. He blinked when he felt it impact a totally different part of the body than the kitsune's upper back like he'd intended. A clone stood next to Naruto, holding its arms up in a crisscross pattern. Kakashi's foot rested in the crook of the X. Naruto himself hadn't moved or even looked at the Junin during the attack. So cage bunchins are your defense. Not a bad idea, but there are many flaws with that plan, Kakashi said as he twisted his body and slammed the clone in the face with his other foot. Or that's what he tried. Another clone had appeared and had cupped his hands to catch the Junin's foot, totally blocking and protecting the first cage bunchin. I suppose so, Hatake-san, Naruto replied in his neutral tone. He gave a slight smirk at Ino who was paling at the thoughts she was reading from his mind. Kakashi couldn't see the exchange and again back flipped away from the clones. They made no move to follow him and disappeared immediately. The copy nin frowned at the lack of effort. You're going to wear out a lot sooner than I will making shadow clones as a shield. Get serious or you'll never pass, the Junin ordered, finally becoming annoyed with the kitsune's attitude. Alright, Naruto replied with a shrug. He gave a sharp look at Ino who was just about to warn her sensei. She hesitated, then remained silent. This was between Naruto and Kakashi and it wasn't her place to interfere if neither of them were actually seriously injuring each other. The Junin in question began to nod in satisfaction at Naruto's response, only to widen his eyes and dive forward to avoid a blow to his head. He rolled into a crouch and turned to face the clone, then jumped over a leg sweep as another cage bunchin appeared next to him. He grabbed a couple shuriken and whipped them through the air into the heads of each clone. As he landed on the ground, he backflipped again to avoid yet another clone as it appeared in front of him. To Kakashi's surprise, while he was upside down in his flip, he saw a new clone appear standing in his path and rearing its fist back. The blow to his abdomen hurt worse than it should, as his momentum propelled him onto the fist. The Junin didn't allow himself to slow down and used his now reversed momentum to roll away from the clone. He came up in a low defensive stance, ready for the next attack. Kakashi twitched when he noticed that Naruto still hadn't moved from his original position. He was creating cage bunshin without making hand seals and controlling them with a master's level of finesse. He was instantly making disposable, moving shields that could attack as quickly as they defend. How was the copy nin going to combat such a tactic? The Junin had no time to plan a counter strategy as the air exploded around him. He leapt straight up to avoid the grasping hands and swinging kicks that were coming his way. His jump carried him straight up almost 20 feet. He was preparing some hand seals when a cracking sound next to him drew the silver-haired man's attention. The clone had been in mid-move when it appeared and its haymaker came out of the ninja smoke too fast for Kakashi to dodge. A loud "wud" echoed through the training grounds as the cage bunshin belted the Junin across the face. The copy nin briefly wondered when the hell Naruto had learned to hit so damn hard, before refocusing on the situation. Said situation being the mob of over 100 clones waiting for him on the ground. Several hand seals and some full-powered chakra later and a water blast shaped like a dragon ripped downwards to rip apart bunshin and ground alike. Ino raised her arm to cover her face as muddy water rained across the training field and briefly blotted out the sun. Her worry over the situation grew when she noticed that Naruto hadn't twitched in the slightest, even when the dirty water spattered across his face and into his eyes. He was acting like a damn machine. Kakashi carefully landed on the surface of the brown pool that had been formed in the wide crater left behind from his attack. He panted slightly as he gathered his chakra for his next move. That had been a weaker version of the water dragon attack he and Zabuza had used on each other. As there was no large source of water around to supply it with, he'd been forced to extract what he needed from the natural vapor in the air. That was a lot harder than it sounded, leaving his move considerably weaker than it should have been and considerably more expensive in chakra consumption. Fortunately, it was more than enough to take out a group of shadow clones. And speaking of clones, Kakashi made a hand seal and said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." A loud series of echoing pops echoed as over 200 shadow clones appeared in a line on each side of him. There, that should even the playing field a bit. The Junin lightly cracked his knuckles and got ready to attack. His clones tensed as well, ready to follow their creator. A louder crack resounded through the grounds. Kakashi's clones had barely registered the sound when they were all struck in the exact same spot between their shoulders. The Junin stared as his line of cage bunshins disappeared, revealing a larger line of Naruto's right behind each one. A couple of them gave him a cheeky wink before the whole row exploded into smoke, leaving him standing alone on the muddy water. Shit. It would seem Naruto had mastered cage bunshin far beyond anyone else, including Kakashi himself. Granted, it was merely another jutsu to the Junin, and Naruto always had an unnatural talent for the maneuver, but this was still an extremely high level of skill being displayed. The Kitsune didn't seem the least bit winded either, whereas the silver-haired man was starting to breath harder from running around and using high-level jutsu. Naruto held the definite advantage in a war of attrition, and the rate he was going, he'd win without lifting a hand to attack. The copy ninja narrowed his eyes and dashed forward, moving as fast as he could in a random zigzag pattern. A clone appeared at almost every step, doing its best to trip him up. Kakashi dodged each one, though he took a couple glancing blows here and there. Now that he knew what to expect, he was handling the situation better. If he could engage Naruto directly, the teen would lose his concentration and be forced to fight one-on-one. At less than 10 feet from his target, the copy nin fainted like he was about to leap and immediately cancelled the action into a spinning roundhouse kick that went right under the clones that had appeared in midair to counter his first attack. The force of the blow would have knocked Naruto flying, had it connected. Kakashi was again surprised when a clone materialized in midair and caught his foot, as another clone appeared behind it facing away and bracing the first's back with its shoulders. Two more appeared behind the second, each with their hands pushing on its chest and shoulders to further reinforce their position. The momentum behind Kakashi's attack was completely absorbed by such an efficient block. Kakashi's sharp mind immediately realized that Naruto had deliberately held back with the other clones, allowing the Junin to get close enough to bait him into a trap. The first clone didn't release the Junin's foot, preventing him from recovering from his attack. Kakashi hit the ground in an undignified flop and immediately raised himself up on his hands to shove himself back upwards. His jaw dropped behind his mask as hands ripped up out of the ground around him to grab onto his arms and legs. There was a weighty impact on the copy nin's back, then another and another. Kakashi lost count somewhere around 15 as clones appeared from all directions and dogpiled onto him. He was totally immobilized at the bottom of a dark pile, with 5 or 6 hands sticking out of the earth to grab onto each arm and leg. This was not good. If Naruto had learned some sort of clone bomb jutsu, he was totally screwed. Kakashi grimaced and forced chakra down into his right hand. Naruto didn't blink or change expression when the clones in the dog pile exploded with several flashing motions of electrical chakra. Kakashi took the opportunity to get out of the breach and used his left hand to stabilize the Chidori completely. He backed way a couple dozen feet, while making quick work of the cage bunshins surrounding him. When he saw a real opening this time, he broke through the line to rush at the kitsune. Any clone that appeared was instantly cut down with his lightning jutsu. The Junin had no intention of actually using the Chidori on Naruto, but he was definitely going to keep it active to cut through any bunchins. A clone appeared directly in front of him and Kakashi held his arm straight out to impale it, lines of crackling energy trailing off it as he ran. A second clone materialized and the copy nin instantly knew he'd made a mistake. The second clone had appeared doing a handstand on his outstretched arm, gripping his wrist just behind the destructive chakra of the Chidori. The cage bunchin swung its body downwards and maintained its grip the whole way. Its momentum forced Kakashi's arm to twist with it or risk a break. The Junin stumbled in his run and the clone completed its movement and braced its feet against the ground while doing on-rolling throw. Kakashi's body was lifted clear off the ground and his own momentum combined with the clone's strength hurled him through the air dozens of feet in a scene that was oddly reminiscent of the hospital rooftop fight he'd interrupted years ago. The ground exploded underneath him as clone after clone tore up through the earth into the air to nail him with blow after blow. Even as he was fending them off with his right hand, the copy nin was reaching up with his left to raise his forehead protector up. As he neared the ground, he held his chakra-enhanced hand out to destroy the stream of clones appearing in front of him. The Junin's Chidori-enhanced arm plowed into the ground and tore a deep, long furrow through the earth. The soil gave way like tissue paper under the jutsu's power and it took several seconds for enough friction to build up to bring him to a halt. Kakashi allowed the Chidori to crackle out of existence as he whirled around and took a fighting stance, the Sharingan fully exposed and focused on Naruto. The genin showed his first real sign of emotion by raising his eyebrow at the sight of the active bloodline limit. I don't think that's necessary, Hataki-san, Naruto calmly said. He relaxed his arms to his sides. I'll admit you're too much for me without the Sharingan, Naruto, but I seriously doubt you can beat me with it open, Kakashi replied in a tense voice. He didn't relax from his stance, nor did he take his spinning red eye off the teen. But I'm not supposed to beat you, remember? I was only supposed to grab the bells, right? Naruto said with a slightly amused half-smile. He raised his hand and displayed the dangling bells hanging from it. I think somebody forgot his own test. He's got you there, Hataki, Ino chimed in from the sidelines. She was swinging between awe and fury at the prowess her fellow genin had displayed. Awe at how skilled he'd become and fury because this confirmed her suspicions that he'd been holding back during their fight a month ago. The fact that clones were a major weak point for her skills only rubbed salt in the wound. He could have beaten her easily if he'd thought to use this strange jutsu on her. Kakashi flinched at the sight of the bells and glanced at his beltline to make sure they were gone. Well, shit, he really had forgotten all about the test during the fight. He looked back to the blonde teen and asked, when did you grab them? During the dog pile. When you first teleported behind me. The second clone on your right took them when you couldn't move your head because of the kunais, Naruto replied. He tossed the bells through the air and they landed ground in front of Kakashi. It took me 2 minutes to get them when you thought it might take me 6 or 7 hours. I assume I pass then. Yes, you pass, the copy ninja said as he relaxed out of his stance and slid his protector back down over his eye. He couldn't believe he had missed the teen pilfering the bells, especially so early in the match when it had still felt like a real test and not the full fight it had devolved into. I see, Hataki-san, Naruto said in a suddenly cold voice. His incandescent eyes seemed to burn with an inner fury. We need to talk. Kakashi raised a silver eyebrow at the comment. He had learned at least one thing from the many volumes of Ika Ika Paradise he had read over the years. Nothing good ever followed that sentence. All right, I guess we can, Kakashi began, but was cut off by Naruto. Not yet. I'd rather discuss this privately, the kitsune sharply replied with a subtle glance towards Ino that the Junin immediately picked up on. Okay, the copy ninja said with a nod. He looked towards his student and said, Ino-chan, take the rest of the day off and meet back here regular time tomorrow. Ino immediately hopped off the wooden post, though she hesitated to leave. Her pretty features wrinkled in a worried frown as she gave her sensei a questioning look. Don't worry about it, Yamanaka-san, Naruto spoke up, not having to turn and look at the girl to understand her reluctance. Neither of us will be fighting again today, at least not physically. The blonde girl narrowed her eyes at the kitsune for a long moment. Naruto may hold her interest but Kakashi had become a close friend over the past year. The other genin had proved that he could fight the copy nin to a standstill, at the very least. The fight would be far too close to call if they actually got serious. And Kakashi couldn't bounce back from grievous injuries the way Naruto could. Ino couldn't beat the other teen alone, but her and Kakashi's tag teaming would be lethal even to him. She was not going to lose her sensei, even if the boy had some sort of grudge against the man. As her eyes flickered to Kakashi, the Junin gave her a reassuring nod. Though she didn't show it, Ino felt a surge of relief. Kakashi knew his own limits well and didn't have an ego when it came to admitting there were some things he couldn't do. If he was signaling that he didn't need help, then he didn't need any. Alright, I'll see you two tomorrow morning. Stay out of trouble. Both of you, Ino said in a firm voice. At the muttered replies, she turned and slowly walked down the path and out of sight through the trees. A long minute of silence passed between former student and teacher, neither seeming eager to begin the conversation. The sky was bright again now that the spray from the water dragon jutsu had finally settled out of the air. The only sound was the occasional rustling of the trees at the edge of the clearing and the light trickling of the muddy water from the crater draining into some of the holes Naruto's clones left behind. It was a nice day out all things considered, though the sky could be purple for all the attention the two shinobi were giving their surroundings. So, that clone technique, did you develop it yourself or did your teacher give it to you? Kakashi finally asked. I created it. Took me 9 months to design and master it, Naruto replied in a neutral tone. His unnerving blue eyes narrowed as he asked, and by teacher I assume you mean the Kyuubi. It had a hand in it, in a sense, but not as much as you'd think. And none of my teachers have ever given me a technique. They showed it to me and I had to work my ass off to perfect each one. I even had to work to control the toad summons. I suppose that's true, Kakashi slowly said after a second's consideration. That was a strong character point about Naruto. The Junin decided to change the subject when he said, still, your use of the cage bunshin is incredible. Using no seals, creating them in varying positions, and the switching between defense and attack were the work of a genius. You're far better than I gave you credit for, Naruto. Genius. Don't insult me, Naruto said with a small sneer. At the copy ninja's surprised look he elaborated, like I'd want to be associated with that brand of ninja. Genius shinobi are overrated. They fail just as many times and make just as many mistakes as normal ninja. Maybe even more so considering how often they overestimate themselves and underestimate their opponents. You know, in the time period between when we became genin and he defected, I won considerably more battles than Sasuke. Being a genius proves nothing. The mind is a tool, same as every other part of a warrior. Just because it's honed more in some people than others doesn't mean it's put to better use. Look at Lee. He made the #1 rookie of his year, the great prodigy Hyuga Neji, look like a pussy during the Chunin exams. Genius. Don't make me laugh. Behind his mask, Kakashi's jaw dropped. Well, it seemed Naruto had grown up some. This was completely unlike the loud-mouthed fool he had known during the days of the original Team 7. When the hell had he become so damn perceptive? I see the Kyuubi taught you more than jutsu, the copy ninja said in a strange voice. Naruto gave the man such a dark look of fury that Kakashi actually blanched a little. He had never seen the teen's face twisted by a look of rage before and it wasn't something he ever wanted to see again. Strange how he had used to think less of Naruto for being a goofy, grinning idiot during the original Team 7, but now that he saw the furious, sharp-witted young man that he'd become, the copy nin found himself wishing the old Naruto would come back. So that's how you see me. My one redeeming attribute was a fucking demon bound inside my soul. Naruto literally growled. His pupils elongated for a moment before he restrained his darker urges enough to sarcastically shout, Uzumaki Naruto. Idiot extraordinaire. He's a waste of time, but don't worry. He's taking care of that nasty little fox problem we've been having lately. He's a pretty pathetic ninja, but at least he can point that demon in the right direction. Don't bother teaching him anything important. Just make sure he stays alive long enough to let that fox out on our enemies. Is that about right, Hitaki? The baleful way Naruto enunciated Kakashi's surname was completely unlike the teasing, affectionate manner Ino used. The Junin hastily replied, that's not it at all, Naruto. Then what is it? The Kitsune immediately retorted. His began a slow pace from side to side, never once taking his eyes off his former sensei. If I recall correctly, I asked you to train me after the Chunin preliminaries. You said no, and went off to train the prodigy instead. Come to think of it, you never really taught me anything of use except tree walking and 1,000 years of pain. Sasuke though, he got that, an entire taijutsu style you stole from someone else, dedicated one-on-one training, and your personal assassination technique. It's rather obvious how you thought of me compared to him. Naruto, that was to prepare him for Gaara. Kakashi protested. You saw how powerful that bastard was when he decimated Lee. Not even Sasuke could beat him without enough training. You just don't fucking get it, do you? And they call you a genius, Naruto replied in a derisive voice. At the Junin's obvious confusion, he spelled it out, I didn't care that you trained Sasuke. What bothered me was that you didn't take me along with you and give me the same or at least equivalent training. Naruto. I should have, but I couldn't. I wouldn't have had the time to get Sasuke ready for Gaara and train you at the same time, Kakashi replied, trying to explain his reasons. And we all saw how effective your training was. I forget. Who was the one that beat Gaara? Naruto replied in a sarcastic voice. Sasuke landed several critical blows, the copy ninja began. Sasuke didn't even win him. Not a single one of his attacks left any lasting damage. Sasuke was beaten before Gaara transformed both arms, the half-demon snapped. Who beat Gaara? You did, Kakashi admitted in a defeated tone. The half-demon gave a small, vicious smile at the admittance. So, even ignoring the fact that your training wasn't enough anyways, you still didn't take me with you. Hatake, did you really spend every minute of every day looking over Sasuke's shoulder and watching his every move? Of course not. All Sasuke would have to do is record you with the Sharingan and then practice the new jutsu, be it the Chidori or Lee's Taijutsu. That would have left you plenty of time to show me some new tricks, Naruto coldly stated. You had to have known that, yet you still chose to foist me off onto someone else, although perhaps I should thank you. Because of your favoritism, I stumbled across Jiraiya and I've grown far more under him than anyone ever could under you. Kakashi gritted his teeth. The Kitsune's words stung with truth, though he was twisting actual events to some degree in his favor, or was he? From Naruto's point of view, this outlook was probably perfectly justified. Naruto, I'll admit I made some mistakes regarding you and Sasuke, but as you yourself said, it turned out for the best. For what it's worth, I'm sorry, the Junin stated in a controlled voice. To his surprise, the blonde teen threw his head back and roared in laughter. The copy nin was pretty sure the Kitsune wasn't laughing with him. You, sorry, Naruto said incredulously. Saying you're sorry at this point is like throwing a single bucket of water on a building that's already burned down. Kakashi's eye twitched. Good analogy, damn it. Besides, the Kitsune continued, you're not even apologizing for the right reasons. And how would you know that? The copy ninja replied, a hint of anger coming into his voice. Naruto fixed Kakashi with a dead serious stare and calmly said, Hatake, you aren't sorry you ignored me in favor of Sasuke, you're sorry you wasted your time on a traitor. Tell me honestly, would you ever once think of apologizing to me if Sasuke had stayed in the village and remained your loyal student? Would you even notice me or Sakura if you still had your precious Uchiha prodigy as your star pupil? Would you spend any time training the demon-possessed freak or the perfect chakra control wimp if you still had the Sharingan endowed genius to focus on? Would you bother to train Ino if you still had the tragic little Uchiha to show off to everyone? It's convenient that you changed your tune only after Sasuke defected. Kakashi just stared at Naruto. He opened his mouth to speak, realized he couldn't think of a thing to say, and closed it again. What the hell could he say? No, you're wrong. Naruto was dead right. He had just picked apart the reason for his actions over the last 2.5 years, from brooding in guilt to taking Ino on as his apprentice. He hadn't been apologizing for ignoring Naruto in favor of Sasuke. He had been sorry for himself that he had wasted all that valuable time on a ninja that turned traitor. It was disturbing that this teen could be so perceptive towards his intentions. Unlike Ino, Naruto didn't have a bloodline limit to peek into the Junin's head. If this was the result of training under Jiraiya, and possibly the Kyuubi, then no wonder Naruto hadn't hesitated or looked back when the Sannin offered to take him away from Konoha. The teen was a powerful ninja and very intelligent, regardless of his aversion to the label, genius. Staring at him, Kakashi could only grimace when he realized that not only did he not have a thing to do with Naruto's growth, but it was his neglect that had spawned it. Tsunade was right. He'd repeated Sandame's mistake and invested in the wrong ninja. And that was what he was sorry for. Not that he favored Sasuke over Naruto, but that he trained a traitor rather than the ninja who remained loyal. Well, I never tried to show him off, Kakashi weakly said, trying humor to lighten the situation. What do you call showing up late for the Chunin finals with a dramatic teleport in the middle of the fucking arena in front of 1,000 people from all over the entire continent? Naruto replied in an icy voice that carried the force of a full yell. The copy ninja hit a wince. The genin was not pulling any punches, was he? Though he had been incredibly proud at the time, looking back even he found himself annoying. How Guy and the genins had tolerated his bragging and attitude, he had no idea. As I was saying, you deliberately ignored me because you felt I wasn't worth the effort to train. Then you got pissed off when I exceeded your star pupil, Naruto said as he ticked off a point on his fingers. His pacing had relaxed into a lazy prowl rather than the barely repressed violence he'd been radiating minutes ago. The teen gave Kakashi a sharp look and said, or did you think Jiraiya wouldn't tell me that you criticized him for teaching me the Rasengan? Kakashi's eye widened in shock. No wonder he was pissed off. He hastened to reassure his former student as he said, Naruto, it's not that. I just felt you weren't ready for that jutsu yet and that the temptation to miss us. Shut up. The rumbling, brassy voice that came from the blonde's mouth was not Naruto's. It was dark. It was old. 1. Considering the Yondaime never felt you should learn the Rasengan, you have no place to preach about its use, Naruto spoke in a normal voice while holding up a single finger. His tone was neutral, but there was the hint of a cold fury unlike anything Kakashi had ever experienced before. The teen raised another finger and said, And 2. Considering Sasuke tried to murder me in cold blood with the Chidori, your ability to judge who should be trusted with high-class jutsu is flawed to the point of being retarded and ignorant. It was not and never will be your place to decide what skills I should and should not be entrusted with. You gave that right up when you gave me to another teacher. Now that we've established that you're a hideous judge of character, I can get to the point. You got upset when I learned a better jutsu than Sasuke. You did the same thing with Guy and Lee. You were so sure Sasuke was such a powerful shinobi, then, out of nowhere, another teacher comes along and reveals a far stronger student. I don't know if you were using Sasuke to measure yourself up to Guy and Jiraiya or what the hell your problem was, and, honestly, I don't care. Naruto lightly flexed his right hand and slowly popped his knuckles as he briefly paused. Though he hated what he was hearing, Kakashi couldn't think of anything to say to fill in the conversation gap. If you knew both the Rasengan and the Chidori, which would you have taught to Sasuke? The Kitsune asked. The Chidori, Kakashi answered firmly. It was the similarities between Sasuke and himself that had inspired him to teach the boy that move. And after I learned the Rasengan? Naruto asked, seemingly accepting the statement. I would have taught it to him, the copy ninja grudgingly answered. Yet you didn't teach me the Chidori, or at least you didn't try very hard, the teen said almost casually. It was the truth, but by now Kakashi was getting used to these low blows to his pride. Well, they felt like low blows. In all honesty, this was pretty justified. Here's my final question, Hatake, Naruto said as he stopped his pace and crossed his arms over his chest. If at some point, you had been able to copy the Rasengan from me and teach it to Sasuke, would you have? That's not fair and you know it. Kakashi yelled at the teen, finally losing his cool. It was bad enough that other elite ninjas gave him dark looks when he sometimes copied techniques. He didn't need some kid blatantly accusing him of jutsu theft too. Is it? Naruto said in a cold, silky voice that stopped the copy nin's protest in his tracks. Answer the question, Hatake. Even though it was the fourth prize technique, even though it was entrusted to me by a Sannin, if you had the ability to stay, I'm sorry, copy the Rasengan when Sasuke couldn't and give it to him, would you do it? Knowing that I didn't have a bloodline limit, that I wasn't a genius, that skills and jutsu came hard to me and that I had to work my ass off for them, that it was the most prized thing I had to my name, would you take the Rasengan and give it to Sasuke? What makes you think I would do such a thing? Kakashi replied, evading the question. He knew the answer, he just didn't want to say it out loud. When put into a perspective like this, it made him ill to think of someone doing such a thing. Was this how the others saw it? Naruto narrowed his eyes and said one word. Lee. The Junin flinched, but covered it up almost immediately and said, Sasuke had already copied Lee Kun's taijutsu. All he needed was a month to train to get his body adapted to it. I already told you and the others that at the Chunin finals. You did say that and that excuse is the same thing now as it was then. Bullshit, Naruto snapped. He narrowed his strange eyes at the Junin and said, your arrogance is disgusting, Hatake. Do you really think everyone else is so stupid? Shikamaru and Guy probably figured it out the minute you shot your mouth off. Why Guy didn't take your fucking head off, I have no idea. I suppose that speaks volumes of his character. If you had the audacity to do that to my student, I would have killed you. And just what do you think I did? Kakashi asked with a feeling of dread. Sasuke copied a move from Lee. 1. As in singular. 1, not 2, not 3, not a dozen, he copied one move, not an entire fucking fighting style. The Kitsune roared. Kakashi slid into a light stance as he felt killing intent radiating from the blonde. The teen gritted his teeth and forced his rage back down. Now was not the time to get violent. The Junin relaxed when he sensed the other shinobi regaining control of himself. I was there, Hatake. Naruto started again. His voice was tense and angry, but at least it was restrained now. Not only did Sasuke only copy a single move, he wasn't even able to copy the entire thing. Why else would he create the Shishi Renden? Lee wasn't able to complete his attack on Sasuke, so he wasn't able to copy the entire thing. Exactly how do you figure that copying an incomplete move could be taken as an entire taijutsu style? Is every non-genius person you meet that stupid in your eyes? It's a wonder people even talk to you, if that's how you think about them. Kakashi didn't answer, a deep feeling of dread welling up in him. There's only one logical explanation for Sasuke having Lee's taijutsu. You, Naruto continued and casually pointed a finger at the copy nin. The Junin broke eye contact when he realized the genin had figured it out. Sasuke didn't copy all of Lee's taijutsu, but you did. You uncovered the Sharingan when Lee was opening the gates and left it open the whole time he was kicking Gaara around. Guy didn't say anything about you leaving your Sharingan open, probably because he thought you'd never do something so dishonorable, so at the time I didn't think anything of it. But it now makes sense. You copied Lee's taijutsu and then let Sasuke copy it from you. You totally ripped off someone else's student to advance your own. That's why I think you would have taken the Rasengan from me and given it to Sasuke, had it been within your power. Hell, if you could, you'd probably copy it right now and give it to your new star pupil. You knew that taijutsu was all Lee had. That was it. Even I had more talent in ninjutsu and genjutsu than him. That kid had nothing and he was desperate to prove himself to anyone who'd bother to pay him a second's attention. Lee worked his ass off to master taijutsu, hell to find anything he was good at, period. He had nothing. He finally found something precious that was his alone, and you stole it from him. You took the only thing of value from someone who had nothing else and gave it to someone who had everything. Did Sasuke even appreciate what you had done? Of course not. In his mind he probably felt it was his God-given right to take it and that it should have belonged to him in the first place. You said once that Sasuke was the same type as you. I agree. The two of you are garbage. Worthless, human garbage. There was a reason Yondaime never trusted his technique to you. Kakashi wanted to get furious. He wanted to get angry and cut this brat down to size. The sheer audacity of a genin seriously berating a Junin was unheard of. He was shocked that Naruto of all people would say such things to him. The boy had whined and complained before about Sasuke getting more attention, but it had just been hot air for the most part. These words cut, and no matter how hard he tried, the copy ninja couldn't get angry. Naruto was right. He'd acted despicably when it came to the pedestal he'd placed Sasuke on. It wasn't the same awe the rest of the village held him in, but he had held the Uchiha in extremely high regard. Far more so than Naruto, whom, though he had acknowledged as strong, had always been inferior in his eyes compared to Sasuke. That last statement really hurt. He always had wondered why his sensei never taught him so much as the first level of the Rasengan. He tried to convince himself at first that there were any number of reasons why the fourth never had time to teach him that jutsu, be it distraction by Hokage duties, to dealing with Obito's death, or by being occupied with the wars. Over time though, Kakashi had come to realize that the Yondaime hadn't forgotten to teach him Rasengan, he simply never intended for him to learn it. Period. The Junin had asked his sensei only once to teach him the move. The blonde man had given him a hard, penetrating look for several moments and replied with a simple, no. Kakashi had never worked up the courage to ask him again. He'd never even managed to ask why the Hokage had refused. The question had bothered him off and on for years. Naruto's view probably wasn't the truth, but it did raise some upsetting thoughts. Why did the Yondaime refuse to teach him the Rasengan? What do you want from me, Naruto? I can't change the past, the Junin finally said in a resigned tone. The only thing I can do is apologize. Fuck you and fuck your apology, the teen casually replied as he resumed his lazy pacing. Again, you're only sorry about how things turned out. Had Sasuke remained loyal, I would still be shafted in his favor. And it kills me, it really does. Even though he hasn't done anything of value for the Leaf, you'd still pick him over me. Well, to be brutally honest, Naruto, Sasuke was a more valuable ninja than you, Kakashi pointed out. He immediately regretted his words when the kitsune gave him a stare with blood-red eyes. Shit, he wasn't going to like this. He had a response for that point too. Let's review what happened between Academy graduation day and the day he defected. I beat Mizuki. Haku beat Sasuke. I beat Haku. We both lost to Orochimaru and I won't count me killing one of his snake summons. Sasuke beat a sound nin, whatever his name was. Sasuke then beat some other nobody in the preliminaries. I beat Kiba. I beat Neji, which you never even bothered to comment on, by the way. Gaara beat Sasuke. I beat Gaara's full power. Itachi dominated Sasuke. I beat Kabuto. And finally, Sasuke managed to beat me. Let's tally that all up. I beat a Chunin level traitor when I wasn't even a genin, a renegade hunter nin, a powerful genin, an ingenious prodigy, a fucking demon vessel, and a traitor as strong as you. That's a total of 6 wins, 3 of which were against powerful enemies of the Leaf, and 2 losses. Sasuke beat 2 no-names and the dead last. 3 wins, none of which meant shit, and 4 losses. Exactly how do you figure he was a more valuable ninja than me? His grades. Naruto's voice would make a glacier seem warm by comparison. Kakashi resisted the urge to make a grimace, regardless that the kitsune wouldn't see it. Yet another good point. When one looked at the big picture, Sasuke held less value for the Leaf than Naruto did. Funny how no one, including himself, had noticed that until after the Uchiha defected. Just on paper, the Junin muttered, echoing his words from a month ago. He stared at the ground for several long moments. Naruto had apparently run out of things to berate him for, thankfully. Despite his harsh attitude, the teen was telling the truth. Kakashi had done all those things and he'd been a stuck-up prick about it too. Granted, he was a subtle prick, but that didn't change his smug attitude or the barbs he'd made towards the others at the time. He could only be grateful everyone blew it off. Otherwise, nobody would likely so much as hold a conversation with him. Bah, and you wonder why I don't want to be associated with geniuses. The whole lot of you are. You were right. Pardon? Naruto asked while raising a blonde eyebrow. You were right, Kakashi said louder. He lifted his head and met the genin's eyes with his own level stare. I don't have any excuses. I made colossal fuck-ups regarding you and Sasuke. Yes, you beat Gaara when Sasuke didn't and couldn't. Yes, I would have taught him the Rasengan, just so my prize student could stay ahead of everyone else. Yes, I stole Lee Kun's taijutsu and I told everyone else that Sasuke had already taken it. Yes, I would have stolen the Rasengan from you and given it to him. Yes, you were the more valuable ninja. I admit all that, Naruto, and I won't try to get out of it. And whether or not you accept it, I'm still apologizing for my actions. Naruto paused in his pace and gave the copy nin a sidelong glance. It's about time you got your head out of your ass, Hatake, but you're still dumping water on a long-gone building, he said. Though his words were harsh, there was far less venom in his voice. You can apologize as much as you want, but you're not going to rebuild the building no matter how many buckets you upend on it. So what happens now? Kakashi asked, honestly curious at what the teen would say. Tsunade Ne-chan placed me on this team and as her subordinate I don't have any choice in the matter. That doesn't mean I won't make your life a living hell if I feel like it. I don't care about rules or chain of command or punishment and I've already proven we're about even in a fight, so don't think I'll hold back when it comes to torturing you. And believe me, Hatake, nobody knows hell like I do, Naruto said as he resumed his light pacing. He casually continued, using my example from earlier, as long as the building remains destroyed, you and I have no relationship, working or otherwise. Normally, I'd be perfectly content to leave it like that considering the bullshit I had to put up with from you. However, I've thought about this a lot the past year and I decided that there's at least one reason why I should give fixing things between us a shot. To that end, I'll offer you a deal. What reason are you talking about? The Junin asked curiously. Whatever it was, it had to be big if it was more important than all the stuff Naruto had verbally flayed him over. You care about me, the Kitsune calmly replied. You may have favored Sasuke over me, but you still watched out for me sometimes. You bandaged my injuries, you occasionally stopped by to make sure I was eating alright, and you've saved my life a couple of times. Despite your attitude in other areas, that shows to me that you aren't a total ass and a waste of time like most of the other geniuses I know. I see. What's the bargain? Kakashi asked. He knew damn well that Naruto of all people could make life miserable for him if he wanted to and he'd gladly take the route that avoided a scenario like that. Lee. I want Rock Lee. On this team. Permanently, Naruto said in a perfectly serious tone. Not given the shocked copy ninja a chance to respond, he continued, I'll give you a few days to win Guy over, but after that I'll make your life such a nightmare you'll wish my clones had beaten your skull in and finished you off. I'll continue to torment you with every trick my prankster and demonic nature can come up with until you get Lee on this team. When you do that, I'll consider it a first step towards rebuilding something between us and we'll quit the torture. Until then, you're worth little more than dirt to me. Why Lee? Why him and not Neji or one of the other ninjas from your year? Kakashi asked, though his mind was more focused on the titanic, and likely impossible, task of getting Maida Guy to surrender his prized student to his eternal rival. I have my reasons and they aren't your concern. He's a valuable fighter and worth his weight in platinum, so there shouldn't be any problems on your part from a Junin sensei's perspective, Naruto calmly replied. His face was impassive and gave no hint to his motives. Why should I be the one to get Lee? The Junin asked, trying a different approach that might get the teen to reveal something. You owe Lee 10 times what you owe me, the Kitsune replied in a steady voice. If I got shafted by your favoritism, then Lee was totally gangbanged. I'll bet you never said a word of apology to him or Guy for your actions. Of course not. That would mean taking responsibility for your actions by admitting you had done something wrong and nobody thinks a genius is capable of royally fucking up, least of all the genius himself. You owe Lee and you need to pay him back for what you've done. Getting him on the same team as me will be a major start. With you. What are you talking about? Kakashi questioned. Despite his brilliant mind, he had no idea what the genin meant. That's none of your business, Hatake. Now, do we have a deal? Naruto casually replied. Do you have any idea how hard it'll be to convince Guy to transfer Lee to my team permanently? Kakashi demanded. Just the idea of bringing the subject up with his rival was unsettling. Yes, I do, Naruto answered with a wicked grin that would have made the Kyuubi proud. The copy ninja felt a slight shiver go up his spine at the sight. Consider it divine retribution. Actions speak louder than words and doing this will be worth more than 100,000 apologies in my eyes. Anyone can shoot their mouth off till they're hoarse, but I wonder if you'll do more than that. Perhaps you'll go through with it, perhaps not. Depending on which way you choose to go, your true character will be revealed and I can decide whether you're worth any effort or not. And if Guy flat out refuses? The Junin asked with a bit of dread. Then you didn't try hard enough. Nothing is impossible if you're willing to make the right sacrifices and work hard enough for it. Maybe this'll be a lesson for a genius like you. Experience what it's like to actually work for something and maybe you won't look down on others so much, the Kitsune answered in a light tone. His voice turned serious as he asked, "One last time, do we have a deal?" "I'll do the best I can, though I can't make any promises," Kakashi answered after several moments of thought. Who knows? Maybe Guy would be merciful. Yeah, right. You have 3 days starting now. I'll leave you alone until then, but after that it's open season until Lee officially and permanently joins Team 7. Hee, I can't wait, Naruto said, though the last sentence was mostly to himself. A little cold sweat appeared on Kakashi's brow at the positively evil and borderline insane look on the Genin's face at the prospect of tormenting him. The Kitsune began to think aloud to himself, I wonder what prank will create the most incentive to win Guy over. Maybe the one I used on the Earth Daimyo. No, he went nuts afterwards. No good. What about? Nah, the rashes would never go away, perhaps that one. It'll all wash off. Eventually, maybe. If we have a monsoon, hee. Decisions. Kakashi wasn't sure whether to shiver or sweat drop at the teen's muttering. He settled for saying, well, I'll need to focus all my energy on convincing Guy, so team training is cancelled for the next 3 days. I'll let Ino know we're off for tomorrow on my way to Guy and Lee's place. I guess it wouldn't hurt to meet here at the end of the 3 days. Hopefully I'll have some good news. Naruto glanced up and shrugged. If I've learned anything from Team 7, it's not to rely on you to pull through for me. It's always a toss-up where you're concerned, so I'm not getting my hopes up, the Genin replied in a light tone. Without so much as a later, he wandered off down the path, retracing Ino's earlier route. He was still wondering aloud at his potential pranks as he disappeared through the trees. Kakashi watched him go, then let out a loud sigh when the teen was out of earshot. That had been an unpleasant experience. He knew Naruto was likely to hold a grudge, but this was far worse than he'd expected. Well, what did you expect to happen after the shit you pulled? He'd just come back, give a fox grin and act like nothing had ever happened. Maybe he would have been nice enough to bring you a new, unreleased edition of Ika Ika, the Junin sarcastically thought to himself. Right, like that would ever happen in the real world. The copy ninja stretched his back and winced a little at some of the bruises that had formed from the clones' attacks during the test. Naruto had improved so much he was barely recognizable from a fighting point of view. Even with the Sharingan, Kakashi wasn't entirely sure he could beat the teen. Many of his techniques couldn't be copied and his unnaturally high stamina would have only increased in the 2.5 years he'd been gone. Worse, he was totally unpredictable in his strategies and attacks. Before, he made enough foolish mistakes that his chaotic nature wasn't a threat, but now there was no telling what his next move would be except that it would be dangerous. That made him a far more deadly opponent than Sasuke or Ino ever could be. Shikamaru would undoubtedly back him on that. The hardest opponent to beat in a strategy game was the one who seemed to make no sense in their movements, yet had a method to their madness. So why are you making such an effort to appease him? The Junin asked himself. Well, for one, he was stuck with the Kitsune. If Tsunade wouldn't listen to Naruto of all people, then it was doubtful she'd listen to Kakashi if he made a transfer request. She'd probably smirk at him and reply that it was his just desserts. Naruto held no fear of authority, never had really. He would deliberately fail a mission, pull a prank on a higher-ranking ninja, or pick a fight with anyone and not care what kind of punishment he received. If he said he'd make Kakashi's life hell, then he meant it. No amount of ordering, threatening, or violence would change that. And the Junin had never been much of a prankster, so he doubted he could keep up with the teen in that regard. No, it would be best to get Lee on his team as soon as possible. There'd be less problems that way. And he was curious. This wasn't the Naruto he had known. This Naruto had been seasoned under the tutelage of a Sannin and the greatest of the Yoma, so much so that he was almost as good as Kakashi himself. With the Rasengan on his side, a fight between them would be far too close to call. He was everything a teacher could want in a student. Sharp-witted, creative, and possessing power in spades. He was both familiar and new, making him an interesting combination. Kakashi knew he'd regret it if he didn't take the opportunity to get to know this young man, pride be damned. Well, there was that, and the fact that what the Kitsune had said was true. Out of the blue he had royally screwed over Lee. The kid had never been anything but polite and friendly towards him, if a little weird at times, and Kakashi had repaid that respect with an appallingly dishonorable act of theft. No wonder Naruto was disgusted with him. Well, he could stand around here wasting time, or he could get off his ass and try to fix things. He didn't have much experience when it came to groveling, but hopefully he was smart enough to wing it convincingly. He could only pray, though, that guy wouldn't just rip his head off immediately for daring to even suggest taking Lee from him. 3 days passed quickly for Naruto. As there were no team meetings, he'd mostly spent the time catching up with Jiraiya, usually while lounging about in his kitchen or on the deck. Though he was understandably reluctant to do so, the Kitsune had allowed the old pervert to crash on one of the couches in his living room while he was in town. The Sennin hadn't been kidding when he said he was totally out of cash. Working on rebuilding his spy network had cost him almost everything. Jiraiya had been well behaved so far, but Naruto was just waiting for the moment when he stumbled across a stash of pornos hidden somewhere in his house. Still, the hermit was a sharp-witted person to have a conversation with, and it was good to have someone to bounce jutsu ideas off of. Naruto had been curious about the failure in the spy network and what the Sannin had done to rebuild it. The Toad Hermit hadn't told him much, mostly because he himself hadn't found much info of use. But Jiraiya wasn't a Sennin for nothing, and it was only a matter of time before he rebuilt his network. It would be a pain in the ass, but he would pull it off. Naruto hadn't been able to offer any real assistance, but he'd made his sensei promise to call on him if he needed him to try and find an old jutsu in the Kyuubi's memories, or if he simply needed backup for a fight. Hell, it'd likely be so much fun, he wouldn't hold any favors against the pervert. The rest of the time they spent exchanging stories from the past year, and with Naruto explaining in detail all the changes the fusion had wrought on him. Jiraiya was especially interested in the terror effect, as Orochimaru had mastered a similar ability using raw killing intent. Like Tsunade, he ordered the teen to use it on him and reacted to it much the same as his old teammate had. The Toad Hermit was more stubborn about it though, and had Naruto use it on him off and on for several days till he was sure he had a solid defense against the ability, which was not an easy task by any means. Jiraiya figured that if he could shrug off the brutal effects of the Kyuubi's terror, then Orochimaru's killing intent wouldn't faze him in the least. The Arrow Sennin was also interested in Naruto's extreme level of regeneration. The Kitsune had demonstrated it with a steak knife, and Jiraiya watched every torn piece of flesh mend like a hawk. He had obviously seen Naruto's healing factor firsthand in the time they'd traveled together, but never at such a rapid speed. The half-demon had barely finished his grimace of pain by the time his skin was almost healed. The Sannin was already redesigning his whole line of thought when it came to Naruto's fighting style. Though the teen didn't truly need him as a full-time trainer anymore, like the Yondaime, he would still run his abilities and new jutsu by Jiraiya to have a trusted and more experienced opinion on them. Besides, the old pervert made a hell of a training partner, though they were so similar it was often hard to fight each other to more than a draw. Naruto told Jiraiya every detail about the training exercises he had undergone with Shimeyaki Marushi, the Hyugakage. The Sannin was a bit annoyed at someone else training his prized pupil, but he ignored it in favor of his curiosity. Unlike Tsunade, the one-legged mountain climbing exercise greatly interested him, and he was tempted to take a brief training trip to the nearest mountains to have Naruto demonstrate it to him. The Kitsune had dryly replied, "Over your dead body," so that idea kind of fell out. Still, that and the other training exercises were duly recorded in the Toad Hermit's sharp mind for later use. Between the talks and sparring with his old sensei, Naruto had been pleasantly distracted enough that the arrival of the third day came as a bit of a surprise. He decided to go a little early to the training field, just to have a little peace and quiet before the day started. He left Jiraiya behind at his house after numerous death threats and extracting an oath on the Sannin's mother's grave that nothing pornographic would go on while he was gone, and made his way to the meeting place. Ino found him there an hour later in the oddest position she'd ever seen, and this was from someone who used to deal with choji overeating and passing out in bizarre places on an almost daily basis. When the blonde girl walked down the dusty path into the middle of the training field, she immediately sensed Naruto's presence. When she looked towards the spot his thoughts were radiating from, all she could see was a strange black, orange, and cream-colored object stuck to the side of a tree. As she walked closer, part of the object rustled and shifted a bit, making black ripples in the air around it. It looked like some sort of optical illusion and was beginning to strain her eyes when the early morning sun rose over the canopy of the eastern trees. As the bright light slowly crawled down the face of the tree trunk and reached the object, the black distortion suddenly became three-dimensional and recognizable objects resting on an equally recognizable person. A crow turned from its perch on Naruto's back to give Ino a beady-eyed stare and a derisive caw. Several other ravens and crows made similar noises at her. The genin had the feeling she was the butt of a nasty joke the birds were exchanging back and forth. As weird as the birds were, it was Naruto who truly got her attention. The other genin was sitting in a squat on the side of the tree trunk, casually writing on a piece of paper he had pressed to the bark between his legs. The kitsune was seemingly perfectly relaxed, with resting in a position that defied the laws of physics. Apparently tree climbing wasn't the slightest challenge for him if he could stick at a 90-degree angle on the trunk with a bunch of weird birds roosting on him. Uzumaki, what are yo? All done. Tengu-kun. Naruto suddenly called out into the trees around him. As he folded the paper up, Ino's vision caught a black distortion moving away from the branches of a nearby pine. As it crossed the barrier between shadow and sunlight, it shifted into the largest raven the blonde girl had ever seen. Of course, she hardly made a habit of staring at weird black birds, but she was sure that any bird with a wingspan as wide as she was tall counted as pretty damn big. Naruto finished folding the paper and performed a series of hand seals over it. It glowed a greenish color for a second as the kitsune said, "Tobias Tinkerlot," then shifted to a forbidding-looking red-orange color. Several odd designs that Ino couldn't make out appeared on the paper, and it took on the appearance of an envelope with a large loop of string hanging from one end. Take this to Tinker Boss in the Hidden Night, will you, Tengu-kun? Naruto asked as he stood up, still sticking to the tree, and held the letter out. The large raven swooped by and smoothly snatched the envelope by the string loop with its black talons. As you wish, Naruto-sama, the bird replied just before it flew out of earshot. It rose up over the forest canopy and quickly disappeared over the trees. Naruto watched it for a moment and muttered to himself, maybe I should check up on Gaara too. Uzumaki. Ino yelled up at him. The kitsune glanced down at her and raised an eyebrow. Do you always make a habit of addressing strangers so informally? Naruto asked with an amused smirk. He of all people certainly didn't care about etiquette, but it was still an odd tendency. Of course. You'd be surprised how much it embarrasses your parents when you're young and addressing their friends like that. I guess the habit stuck, Ino replied with a smug half-smile. Huh, wouldn't know, the kitsune said with a casual shrug. The blonde girl on the ground took a second to make the connection and almost winced when she did. Naruto was one of the Kyuubi orphans and one that had never even been adopted by a foster family. She wasn't very surprised now that she knew he was the Kyuubi vessel. Only someone who was insane or had a heart of gold would willingly take a possessed child into their home. It seemed Konoha was sorely lacking in the Good Samaritan department. Sorry, Ino apologized after a moment. The kitsune waved her apology off, not caring in the slightest about a little slip of the tongue. When it became obvious her comment hadn't even slightly annoyed the genin, the blonde girl continued, besides, you're not really a stranger, Uzumaki, you're just strange. Naruto gave a short bark of laughter and replied, can't argue that one. The kitsune looked up and eyed the sun's position for a moment, then craned his neck back to mutter something to a crow resting on his shoulder. The bird nodded and took off. A few seconds later, the rest of the birds on Naruto and several dozen in the branches of the trees near him all took flight following the first. The large murder swarmed in the air for a minute, then took off towards the village. They looked like a ominous black cloud spindling its way through the air above Konoha. Ino watched the murder go, then looked up and asked, what was that about? Naruto gave her a wicked grin and said, what? Can't you just peek into my thoughts and figure it out for yourself? The earthbound genin huffed a little and said, I try to be polite and stay out of people's thoughts most of the time. Unless you're screaming in your head or focusing on me really hard, I won't pick up what you're thinking. Ah, an honorable spy, I see, the arboreal genin replied with a teasing smile. At Ino's glare he raised his hands in an appeasing manner. Hey. No need to get mad. I appreciate the sentiment. Jerk. The blonde girl muttered. Are you going to tell what's up with the crows or not? Nothing big. Just a little surprise for a mutual acquaintance of ours, Naruto answered with a not-so-innocent grin. In fact, he looked like the cat that ate the canary, or more accurately, the fox that had broken into the chicken coop. We have lots of mutual acquaintances, which one are you talking about? Ino asked with a suspicious look. Not Teelien, Naruto answered in a sing-song tone while crossing his eyes and sticking his tongue out at the pretty genin. Since he was still standing horizontally off the side of a tree, he looked like some bizarre blonde monkey fox. Ino didn't bother to answer. She narrowed her eyes in concentration as she stared up at the other genin. Her eyes lighted from their normal blue-gray to a haunting teal color as she focused on the kitsune's mind. Nah, too late, Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs, scaring the living crap out of Ino. Her face bunched up in a cute, though frightening, frown as she glared in confusion at her fellow shinobi. The kitsune elaborated for her when he noticed she wasn't catching on. I'm not thinking about it anymore. You can't pry it out of me, ha ha. Stop acting like a damn kid and quit goofing off, the psychic girl ordered as her eyes shifted back to normal. Her annoyance was mostly because Naruto was right. She couldn't figure out who he was referring to. He had literally forced himself to forget the subject he'd just been thinking and cloaked what was left with a chaotic mishmash of half-formed ideas. The amount of willpower such a trick must require to pull off was very high, especially considering the other genin almost certainly had no psychic training whatsoever. Fine, ruin my good mood, Naruto replied in a normal, if slightly teasing, tone as he went into a squat again. Will you get down from there? You're giving me a crick in the neck, Ino complained, rubbing her thin neck for emphasis. I dunno, is it safe? You're not going to stick me with a Chidori again, are you? The kitsune asked in a semi-serious tone. An embarrassed flush colored Ino's cheeks an interesting shade of crimson. He just had to bring that up again, didn't he? That fight had not ended in her proudest moment. No, I won't use the Chidori, you ass. The female genin yelled. She was not going to live that down for a long time. Naruto made a noncommittal, and kicked off the tree trunk. He landed in a smooth crouch about 10 feet from the other shinobi. A shift in the wind brought Ino's light scent towards him. Unlike Hana's, her smell didn't bother him in the slightest. She smelled like synthetic potting soil, Different wildflowers, some sort of light perfume, and a hint of clean female. It was a very pleasant odor and one that he hadn't been able to enjoy the last time they'd had a conversation. Her scent was surprisingly relaxing and he felt his guard lowering naturally. Well, I guess I don't have to watch my back around you, the kitsune said in a light tone. He stood and walked off towards a shady patch of ground between some trees. Where are you going? Ino called after him. It's going to get hot soon, right? I want to relax while we wait for Hitaki. The other genin yelled back. The blonde girl shrugged and followed after without much hesitation. She found Naruto sitting cross-legged facing a low tree stump that had a piece of paper laid out across it. Feeling like she was joining the kitsune at a table, Ino sat down on the opposite side of the stump and watched him curiously as he scribbled out a couple lines of kanji. He leaned back and let the ink dry for a moment, then folded the paper up into an envelope and performed the same set of seals that he'd used on his previous letter. Gaara of the desert, Naruto clearly stated when the paper glowed green. Up close, Ino could see the fibrous surface shift into the ominous red-orange color. Strange black ink designs wound their way like ivy across the surface of the envelope and a blot of blood-red wax bubbled up in the center to seal it closed. As she watched, the wax shifted and took on the imprint of a simple spiral, looking as though Naruto had pressed a stamp into its surface. One of the ink tendrils turned white and separated from the surface of the paper to form a loop of string. What did you just do to that? Ino asked, pointing at the letter while making sure to keep her hand a safe distance from it. Tagami Bakuden no Jutsu. Little trick I picked up a while back, Naruto casually replied as he used his thumbnail to slice open his finger. He smeared the trickle along the inside of his first two fingers and pressed it to the stump. Kuchio's no Jutsu. With a puff of ninja smoke, a small raven appeared. It ruffled its feathers for a moment, then looked to the kitsune for orders. Take this to Gaara of the desert, please. And be careful, I don't want anyone to see you or to know he's receiving messages from out of the country, the genin ordered in a low tone. The small bird bowed, then bent to put its head through the string loop. It took off into the air at a considerably slower pace than any of the other birds Ino had seen that day. Ino gave a satisfied nod, both to Naruto's answer and to the caution he was taking in contacting Gaara. The person he mailed earlier was probably in a highly protected area, otherwise he wouldn't have used such a large bird. That. Wait, did you just say letter bomb no jutsu? Ino yelled in disbelief. Almost instantly another thought hit her and she roared, did you just say Gaara of the desert? Naruto stared at the other genin for several moments before saying, you know, Ino-san, caffeine isn't the answer to life's problems. Eating healthy, getting plenty of sleep, and the occasional visit to a therapist will do much more for you than overdosing on any stimulant. I'm not high on caffeine and I'm not crazy. Ino shrieked, causing the kitsune's ears to temporarily deafen themselves in protest. The blonde girl reached across the stump and jabbed her finger into the teen's chest as she said, you're the one chatting with a psychopath and mailing bombs to people. Relax, Ino-san, I'm not bombing anybody. Well, if they're smart enough to not open a letter that's addressed to someone else, then I won't be bombing anyone, the other genin replied with a lighthearted shrug. His face then became annoyed and he said, hey, Gaara's my friend. Don't go around calling him a psychopath, he's not that bad when you get to air, he's kind of nice when, well he is pretty damn crazy, but he's calmed down some in the last few years. Besides, he's still my best friend, so don't talk bad about him. You're friends with that lunatic? Ino asked in disbelief, making no secret that she thought he was the one who should be seeing a shrink. Yeah, I am. He's a very good friend of mine and besides, I'm not exactly a shining example of sanity myself, so I can't really hold it against him that he's nuts, Naruto replied with a slightly sheepish shrug. His expression became distant and dark as he said, I doubt a single person exists who could survive the living nightmare that was his life and come out better than him. What are you talking about? Isn't he? Oh, right. He's a demon vessel, the blonde girl said in a far more subdued tone. She gave the other genin an appraising look and said, but you handled your burden far better than he did and while I agree you might be a little unstable, you aren't a murdering madman. So you know about the Kyuubi. Somehow I'm not surprised, Naruto said in a neutral voice. He rested his elbows on the stump and laced his fingers together, making a spot for his chin to rest on. He eyed the ground for a moment, then glanced up at Ino. My life has been hell. There is no other way to say it. It's been a subtle hell, but still a hell. However, I'm the product of necessity. Yondaime had no other choice but to sacrifice a human child to trap the Kyuubi. Gaara on the other hand. Once upon a time, Gaara's father got it into his head that he wanted a ninja super weapon. So he goes and finds an ancient jutsu along with the spirit of an insane priest turned demon, then uses both on Gaara to possess him, while he was still in his mother's womb. Ino's jaw dropped in horror. She slowly whispered, Kami. Naruto gave her a dark, but understanding look. If Orochimaru hadn't already killed the Cage, he himself probably would have, regardless of the treaty between the sand and leaf. There were some crimes that simply couldn't be left unanswered for. It gets worse, believe it or not, the kitsune said in a voice so low it resembled a growl. There's a reason why seals performed on infants are done the day they're born and not sooner. Gaara's body survived, but it was altered on a base level, though as far as I can tell not in a bad way, thanked Kami. His mind, however, did not survive entirely. Worse, the demon he's possessed with is infamous for destroying its host's minds bit by bit whenever they sleep. Gaara can't sleep without unleashing Shukaku and having a hunk of his mind devoured. He goes for years without sleeping. Humans need sleep, Ino-san, it's simply not negotiable. Without sleep, the mind decays rapidly. Gaara was going to lose his mind eventually either way. The Cage, knowing this, took action and proved once and for all that he's the uncontested champion of the Worst Parent of the Millennium award. He spoiled Gaara from the day he was born, while not providing any real human contact for him aside from the brother of his mother. Like me, every villager hated Gaara and was terrified of him. Unlike me, he had no laws to protect him and his powers weren't properly contained. Long story short, one day he flips out and kills a guy. Guess what the Cage does? He panics and tries to scrap his little pet project. From the time Gaara was 6 till his own death, the Cage sent a constant stream of assassins after him. Know who the first one was? His uncle. Up until that point, Gaara believed him to be the only person to ever love him. Not only did the guy try to kill him, but then he fills his mind with all sorts of shit about him being a monster and how his mother died cursing his name and everyone in the village. All that horror on a 6-year-old child's mind, which was already suffering potential madness. Still wonder why he's insane. Ino stared open-jawed at Naruto for almost 2 minutes, trying to get her thoughts focused enough to reply. She finally broke her fish impersonation and choked out, "That's the sickest thing I've ever heard." "Yeah, it is," Naruto nodded, sharing the opinion. "Believe me, I thought I had it bad, but when I met Gaara I realized it could have been much worse. Much worse. Frankly, I'm impressed that he has any sanity at all left. I probably would have broke years ago." "I wouldn't sell yourself or your life short, Uzumaki," Ino quietly said after a long pause. When she met his eyes, Naruto was surprised at the intensity in the blue-gray orbs. "Gaara may have had it worse, but that's only from your point of view. To any normal person, there's no real difference. Your lives from the day you two were born have been nightmares. Hell, my worst dream hasn't come close to a single day from either your life or Gaara's. Kami-sama, Uzumaki, you were never even smiled at. You never had a single friend till after you became a genin. Do you realize that there isn't a single person on this planet that has the slightest idea of what it's like to be completely and totally hated from the day of you were born? No one can understand what it's like to be hated for no reason by everyone and to have no memory of kindness. Do not ever think that what you went through the first 12 years of your life can be excused or belittled in any way. For God's sake, how can you not be insane? How can you not be an enraged madman? Why the hell haven't you let the Kyuubi out and finished this village off? How can you?" Naruto's large and warm hand gently cut off Ino's tirade by covering her mouth. The small smile he gave her was the most beautiful and heartbreaking sight she had ever seen in her life. It was shy. It was appreciative. It was warm. It was sad. It was just him. Unguarded and happy that someone cared about him. Ino swore to herself that she'd never forget that expression as long as she lived. "It's all right, Ino-san," Naruto quietly said as he leaned back and removed his hand from her face. "No, it's not," she firmly replied. It's not," he conceded with a nod. He gave a sheepish little smile and tapped the side of his head as he said, "I may be a little crazy and Gaara may be very crazy, but don't worry about it. I'm a survivor. I've never given up once in my life and I won't start now. Gaara's a survivor too, in his way. We'll be fine in the end." "It's still not right," Ino said in a stubborn voice. Her face tingled slightly where Naruto's hand had been. "I never said it was. I said we'd be fine, or at least as fine as we can ever get," the kitsune said with a light shrug. "I can either accept my life and keep going or I can let it get to me and be a depressed, miserable, boring mess the rest of my life." "How can you handle it?" the blonde girl asked in a small, quiet tone. "That's where being a little unhinged comes in handy," Naruto replied with an amused smile. "Being a little crazy can make a horribly overwhelming position a little better. Or at least endurable. You're a lot stronger than I could ever be in your position," Ino said, briefly meeting the other teen's twilight eyes before eyeing the ground. "Now why worry about something silly like that?" the genin asked in a lightly chiding tone. "Don't feel guilty that you don't have a burden as heavy as me and don't contrast yourself to me either. You're you and I'm me and nothing will change that. Asking yourself, what if, or comparing yourself to me is pointless. You know, I think Shikamaru said that once to me or Choji," Ino replied with a small smile. "A wise man," Naruto sagely intoned, nodding his head in a superior manner. The blonde girl gave an unladylike snort and whopped him on the shoulder. "Quit acting high and mighty, Uzumaki. It doesn't become you. She rolled her eyes in amusement at the kitsune's wounded expression as he grabbed his upper arm in mock pain. You wound me, foul she-devil. I suffer so horribly in my life and this is your sympathy. Naruto loudly declared before collapsing across the stump as though dead. A little crazy, huh? Ino dryly asked as she raised an eyebrow. When the other genin didn't twitch, she poked his fuzzy head and said, get up, unless you want me to turn you into a fox skin rug. Wench, Naruto calmly retorted as he sat up. Besides, it's not like I have a monopoly on being weird in the head. We're all trained by killers to become killers since early childhood and none of us question the institution. Exactly how that's considered sane, I have no idea. Though if the higher-ups are nuts, then that explains why they never think we're nuts. I guess they only think it's a real problem when someone goes postal and kills an entire clan. Ino shrugged, then nodded. He made a good point, though it wasn't something she wanted to consider for too long. After that, they sat quietly for a while in the peaceful and empty training grounds. The morning sun was rising higher in the sky and its rays broke through the slowly waving canopy overhead in some places. The kitsune leaned back a little on his hands and enjoyed the fresh, cool breeze blowing through the trees and across the shady grass they were relaxing in. Well, Naruto was pretty relaxed. His fellow genin, on the other hand, had her pretty face scrunched up in thought. Got something on your mind? The half-demon asked as his eyes idly traced a falling leaf as it fluttered through the air. Ino frowned in thought for several moments before answering, tell me about Gaara. The real Gaara. The one who's your friend, not the murdering monster. What makes you think there is a real Gaara? Naruto asked as he refocused his unnerving eyes on her. There was a bit of curiosity in their incandescent depths though, which kept the psychic from withdrawing her question. You. No matter how similar he is to you, if Gaara was nothing more than a raging lunatic you wouldn't associate with him at all. That can only mean there's something beyond that psychopathic exterior. Something that's worth being his friend in your eyes, the blonde girl replied. Very true, Naruto slowly answered. He ran his hand through his fuzzy hair for a moment, then asked, all right, what do you want to know? Anything, really. He's like a dark reflection of you and I'm curious about where you end and he begins, Ino said. At the kitsune's smirk she hastened to add, you're my new teammate, dumbass. We should learn more about each other if we're going to work together. Don't read so much into it. Naruto said after a moment, not letting his teasing smile drop until the other genin's face was bright red. Whether from embarrassment or fury he didn't really know, but he did know it was fun to mess with her like this. Sensing violence in the air, he held up his hands in a placating manner and said, all right, truce. I'll talk. The psychic girl relaxed back and let her hand drift away from her holster. She gestured to the other genin that she was listening and leaned back on her hands, giving him her undivided attention. Gaara's, well the real Gaara anyways, deceptive. I don't mean in a manipulative way, it's just how he is to other people, Naruto said after a moment's thought. He continued, believe it or not, he's the most loyal person in the world to the few people he cares about. He'd do damn near anything for his siblings and me. He doesn't give a crap about anyone else though, so it's not a wise idea to get in his way. I think he has a degree of respect for Lee, though I'm not sure seeing as how fuzzy brows came up rarely in conversation between us. So he'd die for you or his brother and sister? Ino asked in mild disbelief. The idea of that raging killer having feelings like that was simply unreal. No, Naruto replied immediately. At the other genin's surprised look he smirked a little and said, Gaara simply wouldn't let any of us die, including himself. No matter what the cost, he'd keep us all alive. And if by some miracle one of us did die on his watch, he'd walk through hell to get our souls back from the death god himself. I almost feel sorry for the freaks down there if they're ever stupid enough to get in his way. And by the bizarre chance one of us got into heaven, he'd storm the gates to return us to earth. He's stubborn like that. Ino stared at him for a very long moment before stating, I don't know whether you're joking or not and I never want to. Naruto's smirk widened into a grin at the comment. Ignoring it for the time being, he continued, on a personal level, Gaara is surprisingly shy. He may seem like a confident, uber-killing machine, but when it comes to dealing with people he has no idea how to act. Usually he's quiet during conversations of 3 or more people, even if it's just me and his siblings. One-on-one he talks more, but he's still quiet. He hasn't learned how to give proper facial expressions either, so to someone who doesn't know him well it feels like you're talking to a statue. But when you get used to him and draw him out of his shell a little, you'd be surprised at how interesting he becomes. Gaara's brilliant. I'm not sure if he's genius level or not, but he's pretty damn smart. Way smarter than me, at any rate. He's also perceptive as hell, though he occasionally misses things a normal person would get right away. He doesn't talk often, but when he does it's sharp and to the point. He can turn an entire conversation on end with a single comment or end a debate in 3 or 4 words. Sometimes it's a bit disturbing how well he can speak when he wants to. He could be a leader exceeding a Sannin if he put the effort into it. He has power, brains, and is violently protective of the few people who make him happy. It's a wonder he hasn't been asked to become Kazekage yet. It'll be a while before I get to his level, though I can say for a fact that there's no better rival on this continent for me. Glad it's become friendly, or I'd probably be a pile of rotting mush somewhere in the desert right now. Ino stared at him quizzically after he finished speaking. Naruto noticed the scrutiny and shifted uncomfortably. What? He asked when the girl didn't show any signs of looking away. Nothing. It's just. Ino began, then trailed off. After a second she continued, you're very different from the person you were before you left with Jiraiya. How so? Naruto asked, puzzled. He shrugged it off and said, I thought we were talking about Gaara anyways. Well, now I'm talking about you, Ino stated as she leaned a little over the stump and fixed him with an intent gaze. You're different. Before you were always yelling about how great you were and how many awesome skills you had and how you'd beat everybody. Now, you're powerful, very powerful, and you're skilled and smart. But you're not bragging about it. Actually, you haven't said much to me about yourself. Then you go and calmly admit that there's someone stronger, smarter, and who would probably make a better Kage than you, and you aren't upset about it in the least. You're, well, laid back isn't the right word, and mature sure as hell isn't. Thank you, Naruto deadpanned. You're welcome, Ino chirped with smug grin. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully as she tried to come up with a word to describe the Kitsune's new attitude. Deciding to take a direct approach, she reached across the stump and laid the fingers of both hands across the sides of the other genin's face. What are you doing? Naruto asked in puzzlement. He nearly jumped at the first subtle brush on his mind. Shush up. I'm just getting a picture of your mind, Ino replied as her eyes turned teal and began to faintly glow. Okay. You might wanna ask next time, seeing as how most people probably think it's rude to just jump into someone else's head, the Kitsune replied in a dry tone. He didn't attempt to remove the girl's hands though. Her fingers were long and thin, but soft and pleasantly cool. They felt surprisingly comfortable on his face. As the presence in his mind wasn't setting off any instinctive alarms, he allowed the psychic girl to proceed. Ino closed her eyes in concentration as she carefully sifted through Naruto's thoughts and surface memories. While she could read another person's mind from a distance, she only got a full and clear picture from close range and physical contact. As such, her first impression of the Kitsune's mind was that it was both more organized and far messier than she had ever thought. Naruto's mind was hectic, there was no doubt about that. His thoughts were constantly racing here and there, bouncing between different ideas and briefly touching on a memory, then zipping off somewhere else. It was the same short attention span she had felt when she'd fought him a month ago. At the time, she had taken it as an insult, but now that she could see how his thoughts worked up close, she realized it was just the way he was wired. It seemed that he hadn't lost his hyper nature after all. There was a second side to his mind, and that's what surprised her with its organization. While the teen's surface thoughts raced, his deeper level thinking lurked, for lack of a better word. It was ready to move at an instant's notice, to apply focus on any given thought or memory within a second. This must have been what had given her such an icy shock with its intensity when she'd activated the Chidori and again when he fought Kakashi several days ago. Despite its constant readiness, Ino couldn't call this part of Naruto's mind poised or tense. It was far too, well, relaxed wasn't the right word, but there was a distinct lack of tension that she would normally associate with being ever ready. It was simply aware. It was always watching, but never reacting unless the situation warranted its involvement. That's it. That's the word she was looking for. Calm. You're calm now, Ino spoke out loud. She opened her eyes briefly to meet Naruto's ironically calm gaze. You're always ready, but you're not tense in the slightest. It's almost zen-like. Like one of those movies where the old monk preaches about inner harmony being key to becoming a true martial artist. Zen, huh, the Kitsune replied with a raised eyebrow. I wouldn't say that. I just take life as it comes and change it when I need to. No need to complicate things too much. Was all Ino replied, still convinced there was more to it than that. She closed her eyes again and refocused on the Kitsune's mind. The psychic girl almost jerked when she tripped across a pothole in Naruto's brain. Well, that was interesting. There were splits in the teen's mind, in both the hyper and calm sections. In fact, tracing along them revealed a long series of tiny gaps in the mind of the genin that seemed almost like a stitched wound of some sort. It ran all throughout the boy's mind, dividing it almost exactly in half. No wonder the idiot was unhinged. His mind was split in two and only partially held together. The more she probed, the more Ino began to realize that Naruto's mind was not what she'd originally assumed it to be by any means. While it was overall unified and healthy, each gap revealed what seemed to be two radically different thought patterns that clashed with each other. It was like Naruto had split personalities that were in conflict, or his mind was a mixture of two that was still incomplete. As ludicrous as it sounded, the latter seemed to be the truth of the matter. It seemed as though two minds had merged into one, but hadn't been able to completely compromise in some places. Overall, they worked together fine, but there shouldn't be a together. A mind should only be one uniform structure, not two trying to work as one. Without even pausing to consider what she was doing, Ino concentrated on one gap in particular and encouraged it to mend together totally. It took only a few moments to end the conflict and smooth over the hole, but to the psychic girl it seemed to take 20 minutes. She nodded to herself when it was done and started to move on to another split when Naruto's sudden gasp caused her eyes to open. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked as his eyes opened wide. It was like a tickling spider was carefully changing the web that was his mind. "It doesn't hurt, does it?" Ino asked in concern, though she didn't totally halt her self-appointed task. "And no, it doesn't hurt," the kitsune said with an uncharacteristic stutter. He shuddered a little as the girl repaired another conflict. It was tingly, like that weird feeling when he was really cold and got into a hot bath, only inside his head. It wasn't a bad feeling. But it was very strange. "Do you want me to stop?" The psychic genin asked as she mended another gap. Almost immediately she found and healed another, causing Naruto's reply to halt in its tracks. His voice caught, then he quickly formed a new reply. It's alright. Alright, it's alright," Naruto managed to get out as one nudge sent a tingling shock through his brain. It was a weird feeling, to say the least, but in a way it was kind of nice. Ino had healed half a dozen splits already and now she was going back and reorganizing his thought patterns into what they should naturally be. In fact, she was even doing it to the normal sections of his brain as well. It was kind of nice, having his chaotic thoughts organized and tucked away in their proper place. It made thinking easier and more efficient, even if the process felt strange while it was going on. With every conflict the psychic girl mended, a mental ache he hadn't even been aware of was relieved. It was like getting rid of a deep headache that had been going on for so long he'd unconsciously forgotten about it. "Good. Now relax and let me work," Ino ordered, though her voice was light. The sun slowly rose in the sky as the two genin sat still in the shady grove. It was close to 3 hours later when Ino finally healed the last tear and completed reorganizing Naruto's mind overall. When the last little thought fragment was put in its natural place, she nodded in satisfaction and finally opened her eyes. They had already returned to their natural gray color, as the long use of her bloodline even on such a subtle level had drained almost all of her chakra reserves. As it was, she was barely able to get her hands underneath her as she sagged backwards away from Naruto. The blonde girl shifted so her legs were stretched out across the grass next to the stump, relieving the cramping that had built up from sitting in one position for too long. Naruto simply stared at her, a little awed by what she'd just done. His mind felt whole, smooth and efficient. It felt like a painful fog that he hadn't even noticed had been lifted from his thoughts. It was so much easier to think now, to consider and plan. It seemed Naruto's mind and the Kyuubi's hadn't fused as thoroughly as he'd originally thought. Amazing that this slip of a girl had gone in and not only completed the merging, but had done it perfectly and repaired any damage the strain had caused on his mind. It felt incredible. Ino had even gone so far as to sort the overload he'd been putting up with for the past few days. It would probably be a couple weeks before he had to meditate again. Hell, maybe he'd just ask Ino to mop up his mind again. No, it wouldn't do to become over-dependent on her psychic support. It was doubtful he'd need it really. His mind was finally whole now, so it would be able to handle the mental stress the lack of full REM sleep and memory flashbacks imposed on him. Still, it would be nice if she'd clean his head every few months or so. The kitsune didn't see any problem with that. "So," Ino said, breaking Naruto's line of thought. She idly reached up to wipe a small line of sweat of her temple. "So," Naruto slowly replied. He paused a second, trying to figure out anything to say. "You cut your hair." Ino reached a hand up and ran it through her neck-length, pale blonde locks. She shrugged a little self-consciously and said, "It's actually a little longer than usual. I haven't had the chance to get it cut recently." Hatake made a pretty good point a while back, and I agree with him, that long hair is a pretty big disadvantage in a fight. "You, think it looks okay?" Naruto watched the unbound strands of lemonade blonde hair gently wave about in the breeze and let a small smile come to his face. "It looks nice," he said after a moment. Normally such a simple response from a man would have had Ino raving, but the smile on the kitsune's face said far more than words. "Your eyes have changed. They're different now," the female genin said after a couple moments of watching her comrade. "You think they look okay?" Naruto asked in a lightly teasing tone, his smile growing amused. Ino stared at his incandescent, twilight blue orbs for several moments, observing the shifts in color and their unnerving intensity. "They look nice," she said after a moment, an amused but genuine smile growing to match the other genins. For several minutes they relaxed in companionable silence, broken only by the birds in the trees and the wind blowing through the canopy. Naruto let his mind wander for a bit and stared off into the distance for a while. The air was beginning to get hot, making him savor their shade all the more. So, are you going to tell me why you have memories thousands of years old, or are you going to let me think you've been possessed by that damn fox? Ino suddenly spoke up, almost causing Naruto to jump. He stared at her for a moment, then shook his head at his own stupidity. I should have guessed, the half-demon ruefully shrugged. He asked curiously, how much did you see? Not that much. Your memories were actually pretty organized for the most part, so I didn't go into them deeply, Ino answered. A slightly disturbed expression appeared on her face as she said, I did see a few things though. Civilizations that don't exist. Animals that can't be real. Places that I've never seen even in my dreams. One of them I saw a canyon that was so big it seemed like a part of the earth had been knocked clean off into space. It went from horizon to horizon and the cliffs were so rugged and beautiful. I know there's no place remotely like that on the continent, and you couldn't have gone far on foot in a year. These memories aren't yours and I want to know what's going on. Naruto got a faraway look in his eyes and a strange little smile on his face as he called up the memory in question. Of the many memories he'd absorbed from the Kyuubi so far, it was his favorite, or at least a close second or third. The Grand Canyon, the most spectacular marvel of the desert southwest and the reason Arizona was on the map, the Kitsune said with a nostalgic grin. At Ino's totally confused look he explained, it's a massive rock formation in the middle of a rugged desert in a land far across the Eastern Ocean. The dominant civilization called the country America, though I have no idea what it was renamed after the cataclysm. A very old and very close friend of mine claims that entire desert land is his home. He first showed me the canyon 100,000 years before the first humans came to that land. One of the few things the invaders did well was give it a proper name. Grand Canyon seems so simple, yet perfect, don't you think? Certainly better than Coyote's original name for it, the biggest pissing hole on Earth. Arizona. Coyote. Ino slowly repeated. She stared at Naruto for a long moment, then said, if I hadn't seen it myself, I'd lock you in a mental ward. Like they could keep me contained, the other genin replied with a dismissive wave. So why do you have 100,000-year-old memories of the world's largest urinal? The psychic girl sarcastically asked. Naruto thought about it hard for a moment, then replied, this is going to take a while to explain. Extremely weird stories always do, Ino responded and settled back into a comfortable position to listen. Tsunade strode through the halls of the lower sections of the Hokage Tower, forcing ninjas and aides to dive out of the way lest they get bowled over. Her face was expressionless, though her swift, powerful strides hinted that she wasn't pleased with something. As she moved past an open doorway, Shizune stepped out and hurried to keep up with her mentor. Do you have any idea why they called an emergency council? The young medic asked in a low voice as she leaned down towards Tsunade's ear. No, but it had better not be what I think it is, the Hokage growled back. You don't think it's about Naruto-kun, do you? Shizune asked in a surprised voice. Her mentor took that tone only when someone was threatening or insulting her little brother. They allowed him to become a genin on active duty again, didn't they? Why would they stir up trouble now? They let him back on, but don't think for a minute that it's what they wanted to do, Tsunade answered as they turned a corner and passed through an Anbu checkpoint without slowing down. What do you think they'll do? The younger medic asked. This is a full council meeting. Most of the clan heads will be here too, so whatever it is will be big, the fifth said. Her eyes darkened as she muttered, or at least in their pompous minds it'll be big. Shizune fell silent as they approached the massive double doors leading to the main council room. The guards bowed and opened them immediately, allowing both ninjas to pass through. The inner room was large, being almost 200 feet wide and 100 long. There were 4 rows of built-in chairs forming a horizontal arc around the center of the room, where a podium stood. Behind it by about 10 feet was a large chair, that somewhat resembled a judge's bench, elevated above the rest of the seats. It was to this seat that Tsunade strode towards, with Shizune following right behind as the Hokage walked down the stairs and past the council members. Tsunade took her seat in the Hokage's chair and looked out over the gathered council and clan lords. The 12 council members were all present in their wrinkled and or gray glory. The fifth carefully took note of their faces, getting a feel for their mood. Most of them held reserved looks, though a few seemed smug, which immediately put her on guard. Tsunade-sama, look at Mitokado-sama, Shizune muttered in an extremely low tone from her position next to and slightly behind the Hokage. I see him, Tsunade replied as she let her eyes casually wander over to the old council member. Mitokado Homura stood out from the other council members in that he didn't appear to be neutral or pleased. He looked downright pissed. Tsunade felt her guard rise further. Of the 12 council members, 3 supported Naruto's return to Konoha. Homura was one of them. Trained alongside Sarutobi, he had kept his wits about him despite his many years. Like Tsunade, he knew that Naruto would play an enormous factor in the future of Konoha, for good or ill. Needless to say, he thought good was the better option and didn't want to alienate the demon vessel. He considered it simple logic. The councilman had been a major supporter of Arashi's rise to the title of Yondaime as opposed to Orochimaru or one of the heads of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. He wasn't taken in by flashy bloodlines, noble ancestry, or prodigal genius. Homura wanted only a few simple things for the man they'd entrust their lives with: genuine loyalty, a stable mind, and solid results. Arashi was the only one who met that all of the criteria, therefore he was the one Homura backed for the title of fourth. While the old councilman didn't control the voices of his colleagues, as a senior member and Sandame's teammate he carried a large amount of influence over the other members. Both Arashi and Sarutobi had mentioned in their journals that many of their unpopular decisions wouldn't have been fully ratified had Homura not backed them up. Tsunade had been greatly relieved that he had decided to support her on the Naruto issue. That made her uphill battle a little leveler. With Naruto's general unpopularity, she needed all the allies she could get. Homura had only asked her if she honestly believed the Kyuubi was fully under control and had accepted her affirmative answer without further question. With the leaf in such dire straits, the shrewd man wanted the demon's power on their side, even if it meant he earned the other council members' displeasure. The other two council members who supported Naruto's reinstatement were wearing looks of displeasure as well. If they were pissed and the others were pleased, that could only mean the majority had concocted some scheme to get rid of the kitsune somehow. Like Tsunade would let them get away with it, and right to her face no less. Alright, this meeting of the Fire Council will come to order. Spokesman, state the reason why this emergency has been called, the fifth ordered, looking towards the gathered committee. We have come to order this day as we have received intelligence that an outlying farming community has been overrun by missing nins, possible sound nins. They're estimated to be over 20 members strong, with several chunin and at least 2 junin present, one of the smug council members said as he stood. Regrettable, but your point is what exactly? Dispatch hunter nin squads to take care of it, Tsunade replied in a dry tone. Unfortunately, Hokage-sama, the Anbu commander has reported that all his squads are currently indisposed for the next several days, the man replied. He was unable to keep a slightly pleased tone out of his voice. Out of the corner of her vision, the fifth saw Homura rolling his eyes through his glasses. The Sanin's sharp mind immediately caught onto the council's gimmick. It seemed they had convinced the commander to go in on it as well. She was going to have words with that man later. Even ignoring her personal feelings on the matter, it was inexcusable for someone in a high-ranking military position to allow himself to be coerced by a committee. I see. I'll arrange for a few standard teams to be dispatched to take care of the problem. If that is all, Tsunade said, clearly hinting that the matter was closed. As she knew he would, the spokesman immediately held up his hand to continue. If I may, Hokage-sama, the man said. His wrinkled lips kept twitching as he restrained himself from smiling in glee. We are so shorthanded right now that the council feels that we shouldn't move an unnecessary number of our nins away from Konoha. Therefore, we wish to have a single team go to deal with this issue. I see. It would have to be an exceptional team to deal with such a large enemy force. I believe Guy's team is available at the moment. I know his students are more than capable of handling the average missing nin, Tsunade replied, deliberately baiting the man into thinking she didn't see what his ploy was. She knew exactly what team he wanted to be sent. Actually, we feel Team 7 has the best skills to deal with this situation, the councilman said, finally allowing a satisfied smile to come to his face. There it was, out in the open. Tsunade was silent for almost a full minute, staring at the man with icy eyes and a neutral face that gave nothing away as to what she was thinking. The man felt his smile and sense of victory slowly slip away as the fifth remained still as a statue. Even her student was expressionless. Neither gave a single reaction to the announcement. He was about to speak when Tsunade slowly stood up straight. Don't think for even an instant that I don't know what your little game is, the godime coldly said. The spokesman started to sputter in protest, but instantly fell silent when Tsunade fixed him with a glare that seemed to suck the air from his lungs. Your petty feelings of vengeance have finally come to this, sending an innocent teenager and his equally innocent team into overwhelming odds to destroy something that has already been safely sealed. Immediately a loud clamor erupted in the room. Innocent. A voice roared out from the upper sections, temporarily drowning out the others. You do not have the right to speak here, Hiyashi-san, Tsunade calmly said as she fixed her stare on the Hyuga clan head. This is a matter of the council and myself to decide. Do not interrupt again. But Hokage-sama, that's not a child, it's the Kyuubi. It's the strongest demon on this world. We should take the opportunity to destroy it completely. The pale man yelled, ignoring Chomaru's attempts to get him to calm down. More than a few voices yelled out their agreement. A loud crack that stung the ears echoed sharply throughout the room. Everyone in the room jumped and fell dead silent at the sight of the utterly shattered table in front of Tsunade. The Sanin slowly pulled her hand back from her casual display of strength and stepped around the wreckage. Hyuga Hiyashi, you've just broken the third's biggest law. Since you obviously have strong feelings on this matter, I'll ignore this incident this one time. However, the fifth said in an emotionless voice. Her eyes narrowed and Hiyashi felt the hairs on his neck prickle as he found himself the focus of a very deadly killing intent. If you ever break the rule laid down by my sensei and friend again, not only will I strip you of all authority outside of your clan, I will personally demonstrate what kind of agony the inventor of 1,000 years of pain can inflict upon you. Everyone flinched. She invented that hellish technique. Escort him out of the tower, Tsunade ordered to the guards. To the Hyuga head, she said, as punishment for this incident, you are banned from all council meetings for the next 2 months. I suggest you use that time to think about your morals, Hiyashi-kun. The clan lord paled, then turned red with fury. His hand twitched, chakra automatically flowing into his fingertips. It was very hard not to wipe the look off that arrogant woman's face. She acted like she was better than him, better than the Hyu. An icy wave of killing intent so powerful it felt like a bucket of freezing water slammed into Hiyashi's senses. The pale man choked back a gasp of shock and stared wide-eyed at the Hokage. The goading look in her eyes was all the proof he needed of the aura's source. Of course she thought she was better than him. She was better than him. Tsunade was a Sannin, for Kami's sake. Was he insane? Assuming the Anbu didn't nail him from all angles before he reached her, the fifth was more than capable of taking him out with ease. This wasn't at all like dealing with Sarutobi. Tsunade bit back. As the guards led the clan lord away, Tsunade refocused her attention on the council and remaining clan leaders. Several flinched at the furious look in her eyes. That goes for each and every one of you. I don't care how powerful you think you are, if any of you break Sandame's law I will strip you of all rank at the very least. I may even be inclined to have the case cage open up Wind Prison again, she ordered in a voice full of venom. Many more of audience flinched at that comment. Not a soul on the continent wanted a thing to do with the Wind Country's shinobi prison. The only shinobi prison in history that had never had a single prisoner escape. Now then, as for this latest game the Fire Council has cooked up, I will only say that all you have done here is begun to unravel your own power, the fifth stated in a cold voice as she walked towards the podium. Not a single council member said a word as she met the gazes of each and every one of them. By attempting to place a 15-year-old genin in a situation that he can't survive solely for vengeance, you have proven yourselves unfit to make unbiased judgments. Most of the council jumped to their feet and began yelling at the Hokage, though the three on the end made no reaction. Quiet, Tsunade roared, easily drowning out all their voices and silencing every dissenting person. Not even the most angry council member could meet the look of fury in her eyes. Do you realize that not only are you trying to kill a valuable and innocent teenager, you are also sacrificing 2 loyal and extremely skilled ninjas along with him? Yamanaka Ino is being hailed as the next prodigy of her generation and everyone knows who Hatake Kakashi is and his priceless value to the leaf. In a time of war, you would be willing to destroy 3 of our strongest shinobi for the sake of a 15-year-old grudge. You are not fit to be in power. I can't remove you for now, but I promise you will not be in office for more than a year, one way or the other. Tsunade slowly cracked her neck from side to side before she spoke again. It was a habit she'd picked up from Naruto and she had to admit it was handy as body language. It certainly kept each shocked man and woman on the council further off balance. That said, the mission will go ahead, though there will be a strict condition, the fifth casually continued. She held back a smirk at the confused faces. The spokesman cautiously stood up. Hokage-sama, his tone was definitely more respectful now and more than a little hesitant. You are willing to allow the mission to continue? I am, Tsunade calmly replied, crossing her arms over her ample chest. The man glanced at some of his colleagues, then back up at her. He hesitantly asked, then what is your condition? That if Team 7 passes this little test, no further attempts like this will be made on Uzumaki Naruto or anyone who associates with him. Furthermore, Naruto himself will not answer to any of you, only to myself and his immediate commander chosen by me. His activities will remain confidential and you will not make any attempts to discover their true nature. All of his records will be sealed, again only accessible by me or someone I directly authorize, Tsunade stated in a level tone. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw one of Naruto's supporters mutter something into Homura's ear. He nodded to the woman's comment and they both inclined their heads at the Hokage in approval. Tsunade refocused her attention on the council majority, who were muttering energetically amongst themselves, obviously weighing the possibility of losing control over the demon vessel against the chance that he might be killed off for good. After a couple minutes of low debate, the spokesman finally nodded at them and stood again to face the fifth. We accept your conditions, Hokage-sama. Should the Uzumaki survive this mission, the Fire Council will relinquish all authority over him and leave him in your hands, the councilman said. I'll have my conditions in writing signed by you before Team 7 goes anywhere, Tsunade calmly replied. Hokage-sama, if we may, why are you agreeing to this at all? The man spoke up. The rest of the council watched the Hokage, curious about her answer. Tsunade finally allowed a slow, pleased smirk to grow on her face. Well, this was a nicely reversed trap. All it needed now was for Naruto and Kakashi to pull through on their end and it would be perfectly sprung. Because, to put it simply, none of you know a damn thing about Uzumaki Naruto and you've just proven it, she said, allowing her grin to grow at the shocked looks appearing on some of the smarter council members' faces. The Sannin restrained her smirk a little as she inclined her head and said, "Gentlemen and women, this meeting is adjourned." As the Hokage and her student left the room, somehow the Fire Council felt like they'd been played for suckers by the legendary herself. "That's a hell of a story," Ino quietly said as she advanced 3 squads of Anbu over a ridge. She spared her opponent a quick glance and said, "How many memories have you absorbed?" "About 1,000 individual ones automatically. I've searched out about 200 more on my own," Naruto replied as he calmly withdrew a line of Chunins back from a small plane. He allowed himself a bit of a smile when he saw the other genin falling for his trap. He casually hid several hunter nins behind the trees lining the field and waited. Considering a human mind alone would have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of memories, that's not very much overall. I've barely scratched the surface of the Kyuubi. "What kind of stuff do you search for?" the psychic girl asked as she charged several teams of Junins and Chunins after Naruto's retreating Chunins. Though this was interesting, she was more interested in the Kitsune's answers. Anything that had to do with the mind fascinated her, for obvious reasons. Anything really. New jutsu, strange places I've never been, scientific knowledge, something fun to re-experience, that kind of stuff, Naruto replied with a shrug. He smiled to himself and suddenly sprang his ambush. Ino let out a wail of dismay as Junins using earth-type jutsu erupted from the ground in the middle of her small army, scattering the ranks. She retreated them to the forest line only to be cut off by hunter nins. Then the retreating Chunins suddenly reversed directions and became reinforcements for the main attack force. Her soldiers were gone in seconds. "Shit. That's the 5th time you've beaten me," Ino cursed as she waved her hand over the scroll spread across the stump. The 3D terrain map rippled and reset while changing to a new scenario. "Ero Sennin had me doing these things for hours every day for over a year, so I'm pretty damn used to them by now. I think we only have 2 more scenarios on this scroll though. I'll have to get his lazy butt up to make me some more," the Kitsune said as he quickly took stock of his forces. He and Jiraiya had modified the Sannin situation puzzle scrolls into a 2-player strategy game. Cage versus Cage was tricky to get used to as the player had to be quick thinking and was limited by a fog of war simulation. Still, it was surprisingly accurate and was great fun while helping with tactics and strategies. It wasn't as thought-provoking as Jiraiya's puzzles, but Naruto worked on those as well to prevent himself from getting lax. "You still kicked my ass," the psychic girl groaned as she quickly set up several supply lines to her main camp. Then again, she was also fighting against a demon lord, from what her comrade had told her. It was to be expected that he'd be better at directing armies than she would be. The Kyuubi hadn't gotten to be top dog on luck alone. Her interest was a demon lord. Oh Kami, now she could never go to that counselor her mother had been wanting her to see for months. That would be a very bad idea. Besides, being half demon was kind of like a character flaw. Yes, that was it. Everybody had to have a flaw that made them more human. Less human, whatever. She'd already known about the Kyuubi and accepted that, so this wasn't too huge of a change to get used to. Seriously, if she could have a crush on a pink-haired wimp with an overlarge forehead or a broody, cold-hearted brat riding a vengeance kick, what was wrong with seeing a hyperactive ramen fiend fused with a primordial demon lord as a potential comrade, friend, boyfriend? Right. Ah hell, Shikamaru was right. Her head was a total piece of work that would give sane people nightmares to even peek inside. To be fair though, he had said that right after she'd finished verbally castrating him, so the Nara genius wasn't being very objective at the time. For several minutes, the Genins played their game in silence, intermittently broken by Ino's outraged yells and Naruto's amused chuckles. When the blonde girl finally admitted defeat after 5 minutes, she pushed the scroll back at the other Genin with a huff of disgust. It rolled itself up as it fell in his lap and the illusion disappeared in a few swirls of light. UHG. Defeat again, Ino grumbled as she leaned back on her hands. She pouted for a moment, then asked the Kitsune, "Are there any bad side effects of absorbing the foxes? Whatever, the memories?" Naruto carefully tucked the scroll into his side pouch, then looked up to answer. "You saw some of it when you were in my head. I can't sleep much, so I can't digest the knowledge properly and it overloads my brain. My brain is built to handle the stress for the most part, but while I won't go insane, I still get headaches and it makes me irritable overall," the half-demon replied. "When I deliberately search for memories, it screws up my chakra usage for a few hours. Not to mention when I come out of it, I'm nearly crippled by the pain in my head." "You mean like a seizure or a stroke?" Ino asked, sudden worry spread across her face. "No, at least, I don't think so. It wouldn't really matter if it was," Naruto answered with a dismissive shrug. "As long as it doesn't kill me instantly, I'll survive almost anything." I found out the hard way that I can heal brain and nerve damage as well as muscle and skin. It drains more chakra, but it can be done. No, the pain comes from the mental stress of maintaining the demon seal to safely search the Kyuubi's memories. Think of it like deep sea diving. There are so many memories that it puts a huge amount of pressure on my mind, so I have to apply equal pressure back to keep from crushed. The mind seal levels the playing field mostly, but it still strains my willpower horribly. So you're a deranged mess afterwards? The psychic girl dryly asked. More like enfeebled with agony, but yeah, I'm a total mess when I pull out of the memory reservoir. I avoid it usually, unless there's something specific I need that the fox might have known, the other genin calmly answered. Interesting to know, Ino muttered to herself thoughtfully. Maybe when she practiced her bloodline, he might be willing to. Well, something for another day. Hitaki is pretty late today, isn't he? Naruto said out of the blue. Ino glanced up at the sky, shaking her head to get her hair out of her eyes, and looked at the sun's position through the canopy. It was noon or very close to it. You're right, he is. That's odd. He's usually not late anymore, and even at his worst he was never this bad, the pretty genin said as she looked back at the kitsune. What do you think is keeping him? Naruto's face slowly grew a smirk so wicked it wouldn't be out of place on his demonic predecessor. I have no idea, Ino-san. None whatsoever, he said in a monotone with an expression so innocent he had to be guilty. Ino stared at him for a minute, then suspiciously said, this wouldn't have anything to do with those crows earlier, would it? Of course not, Naruto replied, his wicked face saying otherwise. Exactly what did you two talk about the other day? The other genin asked. Redistribution of available resources, the kitsune promptly answered. When Ino narrowed her eyes and focused on his thoughts, Naruto stuck his tongue out at her and said, too late. I'm not thinking about it anymore. Ass. The psychic girl yelled and chucked a pinecone at his head. Relax, Ino-san, you'll find out eventually, Naruto calmly said. Whenever Hitaki gets around to. Poof. Yo. See, there he is right now. Ino blinked. What were the odds her sensei would show up right now as they were talking about him? You're late, the pretty genin calmly said to her teacher, who was comfortably crouched on a low branch of a nearby tree. Yeah, about that, it seems someone. Kakashi leveled a glare at Naruto, who returned it with a neutral look, summoned an enormous murder of crows, fed them a huge amount of rotten meat, and had them swarm over my house for 4 hours. Wait, if they just ate. Ew, Ino said, catching on quickly and wrinkling her nose in disgust. Kakashi nodded, though he didn't break off his glare at Naruto, and said, there's a layer of bird poop covering my entire house and lawn. Nobody was able to get a hold of me in time and it hardened in the sun. So now there's a layer of petrified bird poop covering my house and lawn. The stench is so horrible they can smell it up near the Hokage Tower. I had to beg Guy to take me in for a few days while some genin teams clean everything off. Well, sucks to be you, Naruto casually said, still not showing the slightest trace of guilt. He narrowed his eyes in return and said, speaking of Guy, did you come through on our deal or not? Yes, actually. While you were arranging for a 1/4 ton of feces to be dumped on my home, I managed to barter Guy into transferring Lee onto Team 7. I was on my way to tell you the good news when I saw the huge swarm over my street, Kakashi said in an annoyed tone. Naruto appeared to think it over for a moment, then shrugged sheepishly. Oops. Wow, are you vengeful or what? Ino said a couple hours later as she walked alongside Naruto. She shifted her backpack slightly and grumbled a little at the dust being kicked up from the road. Comes with the title, Demon, Kakashi dryly said. He was walking a few paces ahead of the two genins as they traveled towards northeastern Fire Country. Consider it a final act of retribution, Hitaki-san, Naruto calmly replied. You're smart enough to learn from past mistakes. I doubt I'll see the need or feel the urge to reprimand you again. That's what you're calling pranks these days? Ino asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto only grinned at her in response. Focusing on Kakashi again, he asked, when did you say Guy was going to let Lee join officially? In couple of days or whenever we get back from this mission, whichever comes first, the copy nin replied over his shoulder. I don't think Lee is taking the separation very well. I doubt Guy is either, for that matter, Ino muttered. She really wasn't sure of her opinion on Lee joining Team 7. Pro. He had power out the ass. Good sparring partner. Good backup on missions. Con. Youth power. Enough said. Well, it's not like they won't see each other anymore, considering they live together. And besides, Lee will still have personal training sessions with Guy every day we don't have team practice or aren't on a mission, Kakashi casually said. They live together. Why? Ino asked curiously. Her sensei didn't answer in words. He merely gave a look towards Naruto. The male genin caught on quickly enough. Me. Lee was one of the children orphaned the day I attacked Konoha, the kitsune replied in a carefully neutral tone. I'll bet he lived in an orphanage for a while, Then Guy probably took him in when he caught his eye. Yes, from what Guy told me that's how it happened, Kakashi said. He glanced back at Naruto and stared at him for a moment, then said, I wouldn't feel too bad, Naruto. Lee and Guy couldn't be happier living together, regardless of the dark circumstances that pushed them at each other. Yeah, the half-demon quietly said. This wouldn't do. By his honor system, he owed Lee a massive debt and the Kyuubi always paid his debts, if nothing else though not always in the way others felt, fair. Fortunately he had some idea of how to repay it, to a certain degree. He doubted the weird boy would hesitate to accept his offer. A thought occurred to him and he quickly asked, Hey Hataki-san, exactly what did you offer Guy that got him to accept? Kakashi grimaced as he answered, For the next 2 years I have to train with him whenever he wants, I can't ignore him when he's raving about youth power, I have to duel with him at least once a week, and I have to be his fashion model whenever he goes to that crackpot tailor of his. Both the Genin's eyes bugged out of their skulls an instant before they exploded in laughter. The copy nin was not amused at all and made his displeasure known by whirling around and whacking his subordinates on their heads. Even when squawking indignantly, both blondes took note of the embarrassed flush on their Junin's cheeks before he could turn around and hide it. Things were quiet for a couple minutes, barring the exception of a couple sniggers from the Genins. Growing bored with tormenting her sensei, Ino glanced over at her new teammate and asked, Why did you demand Lee for our team anyways? I have my personal reasons, but the one that makes the most sense is simple. He's the strongest of our crowd, Naruto answered, his eyes drifting over the lush green trees that lined the dirt road they were walking on. The strongest. But you almost kicked Hataki's ass. And I'm no pushover either, the psychic girl immediately exploded. You also forgot Neji. He's become quite powerful these last couple years, Kakashi commented, looking back at Naruto curiously. Neji will never exceed Lee, the Kitsune answered in a calm, confident voice. At both of his teammates' surprised looks, he smiled a little and explained, I don't have to be here to know that, you know. Lee was already far more powerful than Neji when I left Konoha and his drive to get stronger only grew after Sasuke's defection. He's probably low Junin level by now at the very least. I'd wager he could be a junior Anbu if he felt the urge and had the patience. But Neji seemed powerful in the exams, Ino said, slightly confused. And Gaara crippled Lee pretty thoroughly. Neji beat the shit out of a wallflower and lost to the dead last. How is that impressive? Naruto said in a sharp voice, though the other genin could sense his ire wasn't directed at her or Kakashi. He can stab specific pressure points with his bloodline and can make a brief shield of chakra. Whoop-de-freaking-do. He wouldn't be able to land a single blow on Lee to make any use of his family taijutsu and Lee could bash right through the Kaden once he started opening the gates. And while Gaara may have crippled Lee, he would have killed Neji. Be wary of falling for the glamour of a prodigy, my friend. They rarely live up to the image they project. Ino stared at Naruto for a long moment, then laughed out loud. I had a very similar conversation with Hataki there a month or so ago, she said to answer the half-demon's confused expression. You two are a lot alike in many ways. I'll take that as a compliment, Naruto and Kakashi said at the same time. They glanced at each other, gave identical shrugs, and casually walked on in similar relaxed strides. Ino paused and stared at them with something akin to horror. She'd only been joking, really. That was just creepy. Anyways, I guess you make a pretty good point, the pretty genin said, shaking off the weirdness. And Lee, for all his oddity, is a lot easier to get along with than Neji. Very true, both of her teammates said in stereo. They didn't even bother to look at each other this time. Ino forced herself not to shiver. She smiled a little as a more pleasant thought distracted her. So I'm your friend, huh? The psychic genin said with a sly grin as she looked over at her new teammate. Naruto gave her an appraising look followed by a strange little smile. He said in a light tone, I suppose you are. You only suppose. You don't know for sure. Ino asked with an amused smirk. The Kitsune stuck his tongue out at her. Settle down, children, Kakashi ordered. We should pick up the pace. I want to get at least another 20 miles before we make camp. Where is this place again? Ino asked as they sped up to bounding leaps down the road. I'll give you guys the full rundown, her sensei replied. He took on the authoritative commander's tone that both genins knew well. From the intelligence gathered, approximately 28 hours ago, a missing nin force attacked one of our outlying farming villages that's close to the Sound border. We know what happened because one of the children managed to escape undetected and wandered into the path of one of our patrols. The girl was hysterical, as her entire family and most of the villagers were massacred right in front of her. It took a while, but our nins were able to calm her down enough to get some info out of her. From what she saw, many of the ninjas had scratched headbands and at least 2 had forehead protectors inscribed with a musical note. Orochimaru, Naruto hissed. His eyes turned a malevolent red for several seconds. Yes, unless they're traitors and are stupid enough to try to carve their own country between the leaf and the Sound, Kakashi replied, his eyebrow raising when he glanced back and saw the changes in his subordinates' irises. When they returned to normal, the copy ninja continued, I don't think they're traitors though. Only a damn fool would openly oppose two powerful military nations like this. It's probably a strike under Orochimaru's orders. Most likely part of his psychological campaign against the Leaf. Bah, only a weakling attacks civilians. A truly powerful individual would ignore them, unless it was a ploy to get to something else, Naruto growled back. True, but Orochimaru gets off on tormenting people in general, and I hear he has a special hatred for the Leaf. It'd be just like him to order his goons to attack defenseless farmers just because he felt like it, Ino said, her eyes widening a little at the dark thoughts she was picking up from her teammate, mostly about what he'd ever do if he could get his hands on the snake Sennin for more than 5 minutes. Demon indeed. We have a plan, Naruto asked as he forced his vengeful thoughts down. We'll be within 5 miles when we stop for the night. We'll rest up. Then in the morning we'll scout them out and probably strike about noon, Kakashi answered. His exposed eye traced the passing trees in a deceptively casual manner. Any tactics you guys prefer that I should know about? The kitsune curiously asked. Well, both of us can anticipate our opponent's moves in different ways, and Ino-chan here can use some extremely powerful genjutsu to immobilize or confuse opponents. Usually she's my backup, breaking up numbers or delaying enemies to give me an advantage, the copy nin replied after thinking it over for a second. So where do you want me, Hataki-san? Naruto questioned. Kakashi turned around in the middle of a jump and began keeping pace backwards while giving the genin one of his eye smiles. So you're going to listen to my orders, huh? The Junin lightly teased. I said you were an ass who played favorites, Naruto dryly replied and not even blinking at his commander's acrobatic display. I never said you weren't a competent leader. I'm touched, Kakashi said, beaming like his head was a light bulb. Idiot, Ino and Naruto said at the same time. This time it was the copy nin who blinked at the odd stereo effect. Anyways, tell me a bit about your new skills and abilities. I'll figure out a position to put you in from that, the Junin ordered. It was a good excuse to satisfy his curiosity about Naruto's arsenal, as well as serving a practical purpose. I've learned probably 20 or so new practical ninjutsu while I was training with Arrow Sennin. From the fusion, I've gained a couple tricks the fox had, as well as enhancing my healing to insane levels, the half-demon began, scrunching up his nose in thought. I've also learned several archaic or otherwise unknown jutsu that are very handy. I've finally learned an actual taijutsu style. Let's see. I also know a hell of a lot about a variety of seals, including a set only 5 beings in existence know. That's pretty much it, as far as I can remember anyways. A taijutsu style, huh? Good, very good. That was a major weak point for you before you left, Kakashi muttered thoughtfully, scratching his masked chin while leaping backwards. Hataki-san, if you steal my fighting style, you and I will be enemies till one of us is dead, Naruto suddenly said in a dead serious voice. Wah, Naruto, I wouldn't, I swear. I won't betray your trust like that, Kakashi immediately protested, holding his hands up. It's not just that, the kitsune said, shaking his head. The man who taught it to me made me swear on my eternal honor that I would never teach it to anyone, and I would kill anyone who managed to steal or copy even a portion of it. The only exception would be one of my children, if I ever have any. I'd be honor-bound to either kill you, use some sort of memory jutsu to destroy the knowledge from your brain, or die trying either. Both Kakashi and Ino stared at Naruto in shock. Not just that he was honor-bound like that, but that he was taking it so seriously. But why is honor such a big deal to you, Naruto? Ino asked after a moment. Not Naruto, the kitsune in question replied. The Kyuubi, Kakashi said, realization appearing in his eye. Some of the old legends speak of the great demons. Some say that a lord will trick, con, and lie to any mortal they please, but if they truly give their word of honor they won't ever break it. Very close, Naruto answered, looking to his backwards jumping commander. It's not a matter of won't, it's can't. If I swear on my honor as a demon lord, I cannot break my oath no matter how hard I try. The absolute best I can do is to bend it, as much as the wording will allow me to. I swore, word for word, that I would defend the secrets of the Impact Ruin style with everything I have, up to my life if necessary. I can bend the rules by, say, using a memory-destroying jutsu or having Ino take it out of someone's head, but it's not an option of whether I can ignore it or not, even if it's accidental. I see, Kakashi said thoughtfully. He gave Naruto an eye smile and a thumbs up with one hand. Don't worry about it then, Naruto. I swear I won't deliberately steal it from you. If I do so by accident, then we can see if Ino-chan can remove it. Good, the kitsune said in obvious relief. I really don't want to kill you. Or be killed by you. Same here, the Junin said with an amused smile under his mask. Turning a little serious, he said, okay, so you have a very unique setup for your skills and abilities. Unfortunately, I haven't seen most of them in live combat, so I don't really know where to put you. You're smart enough to know your own strengths. Where do you think you should go? Naruto frowned and let his eyes drift off to the sides of the road and the trees beyond while he thought. After several moments, he firmly answered, the tank. Right in the middle, in the heaviest combat. Kakashi's eye widened at the suggestion. He asked, what's your logic? I know you're far more durable than most ninjas twice your age, but even with that in the clone defense you're just asking to get killed. Two major reasons, the half-demon said. He held up a finger and said, 1, like you said, I'm durable. I can take lots of punishment and heal up my injuries almost as fast our enemies can inflict them. Ino-san here can vouch for that. It's true, the psychic girl said when her sensei looked to her. I nailed him with a chidori right into his stomach. He healed all of the damage in less than half a minute. Impressive, but still, Kakashi muttered, not wanting his comrade to get killed right after he got back. Or at any point in time, for that matter. He suddenly raised an eyebrow and looked sharply at Ino. What do you mean you nailed him with a chidori? The psychic girl intelligently replied, wearing an, oh shit, expression on her face. I mean, Sasuke nailed him with a chidori once and he healed up from it fine. It stands to reason that his healing rate would have only increased since then. Her sensei sarcastically said, crossing his arms over her chest. He decided to let it go for now, but there would be words exchanged with his student later. He would not create another Uchiha Sasuke. Trust me, Hatake-san, Naruto broke, trying to be serious while fighting the urge to laugh at Ino's expense. His distraction tactic worked and Kakashi turned his attention back to him as the kitsune continued, I've been on many missions before and this is the role I play best. I'll live if I get run through the gut with a katana. You two won't. Without a medic nin, our team can't risk major damage. It makes sense to have the guy who can soak lethal amounts of damage to be in the front line so the attention is on him and not the people who lack freaky demonic regeneration. Alright, you have a point, but I'm still not convinced, the copy ninja grudgingly admitted. What's your other reason? Most of my jutsu and abilities are short to medium range. Ino can attack from a distance easily. I'm sure you have more ranged attacks than I do and more experience using them. I won't be able to do as much from the back lines anyways, unless I mob the place with clones, which I can do from any position, the genin stated. Kakashi frowned under his mask as he considered the kitsune's logic. It was pretty sound, all things considered. They would need someone to directly attack anyways, and while the Junin himself usually filled that role, it would be smarter to use a ninja who could bounce back from huge damage as opposed to one who can't. Still, it wouldn't feel right. Not just sending a genin and a comrade into an almost certainly lethal position, but the copy nin was used to fighting up front. It was his preferred position as well and he didn't like sitting on the sidelines if he could avoid it. Alright, you'll be up front, but I'll be right next to you, Kakashi said in a tone that broke no argument. I'm an elite Junin for Kami's sake and that's my position of choice. Besides, most of my skills are short to mid-range as well. I can attack from long range of course, but I'm most efficient up front. Are you sure we'll be able to fight well beside each other? We've never done it before, Naruto calmly pointed out. He wasn't protesting. It was just a good idea to point out potential flaws in a plan. We'll be fine. I have plenty of experience and you've always been adaptable, so I have no fear of us compensating during a fight, the Junin replied without hesitation. Naruto nodded in agreement to his commander's assessment. A wicked grin grew on his face as he said, assuming we have anyone to fight once our enemies realize they're up against copy ninja Kakashi and the Kyuubi no Kitsune. We'll put the fear of Kami in them, the Junin replied with an amused tone. Tsunade ne-chan. I'm not sure who I'd be more afraid of, the Kitsune said in return. Ino simply rolled her eyes and muttered, men. Ah, come on Ino-chan. We're not that bad are we? Yes, the psychic girl deadpanned. Kakashi grasped his chest and pretended to be struck by a mortal blow as Naruto started adding silly twirls and spins to his jumps. You wound me, my own student. Join us, Ino-san. You know you want to, muhahaha. That's a nice diabolical laugh you have there, Naruto. Why thank you, Hatake-san. I do try my best. Would you be willing to share the secret to your success? Well, being an evil spawn of hell helps. Ino barely resisted the urge to tear her hair out as her sensei and new teammate began to laugh maniacally together. Idiots. Why was she always surrounded by idiots? Ino got comfortable on her sleeping bag as she watched the small fire burn cheerfully. The sun had sunk past the horizon and the last traces of light were disappearing from the sky. Little pinpricks of light could be seen over the dark and shadowy forms of the large pine trees they were camped under. The firelight reflected off the dry pine needles that spread across the ground like a prickly carpet. The psychic girl was idly playing with one of the brown needles as she watched Kakashi and Naruto set up their sleeping mats. By circumstance or design, They'd each set up their spots to bed down for the night in a near-perfect triangle around the fire, with roughly the same distance between them. Well, ninjas can be excused for their paranoia. So is there anything else we need to know about this mission? Naruto asked Kakashi. Just that we anticipate heavy resistance. There wasn't any hint of the normal cannon fodder the sound uses, so these will be fully trained shinobi. Many chunins, and I'll bet my money on at least 2 or 3 junins to keep them in line, the copy nin answered as he sat down on his bag. What's the rank? Ino spoke up with an eager tone. Still a rank, Ino-chan, Kakashi replied, his eye twinkling in amusement. He laughed when the genin let out an unladylike curse. At Naruto's confused look, he explained, ever since she tangled with you a month ago, she's been itching to get at least one S-rank mission to her name. I think you've created a monster, Naruto. Ino blushed a little and muttered, oh, shut up Hatake. Ino-san, be grateful you haven't had to deal with one yet, Naruto said in a serious tone. Seeing that he had the girl's attention, he continued, S-ranks are monsters and that's likely what you'd be fighting. You've already heard of Orochimaru, but have you heard of Akatsuki? Both the snake freak and most of the cloak freaks are S-rank missing nins. Believe me, not all of them will fall prey to your bloodline. You need more experience and a hell of a lot more training before you even accompany a team on an S rank. Ino grimaced at the implication that she was still weak, missing the kitsune's point. Looking over at Naruto, she said, but you said yourself that you've done 11 so far. I was working with a team, Ino-san, and a very good one at that. I'm also not a normal human being. Despite your bloodline limit, you are, the half-demon calmly answered. Even I wouldn't take an S rank by myself, and even for most A ranks I'd request backup. Hell, if Nei-chan ever gave me one I'd probably go through the entire Rookie 9 and their Junin senseis asking for someone to come with me before I set out by myself. Even Junins can be held to take down and an S-rank missing nin is simply a nightmare to fight. The psychic girl's face fell. She rested her chin on her knees and stared into the fire quietly. Sensing the reason for his comrade's silence, Naruto spoke up again, I'm not saying you're weak, Ino-san. I'm saying you're just not ready yet. But you will be strong enough someday and it's better to grow patiently than getting killed because you mistakenly got in over your head. I know Hatake-san and I both wouldn't want that to happen. He's right, Ino-chan, Kakashi quietly said. My sensei didn't let me take my first S-rank mission until I was a Junin for 2 years. Thank the Kami Arashi sensei knew my limits better than I did. I still almost got killed the first time I went up against an S-rank missing nin. Had I gone on a mission of that level any sooner, I would have definitely died. And you were what? Almost 17 or so? Naruto asked the Junin. Almost 18, actually, the copy ninja replied. To his student, he said, see, I've been hailed as a genius for my whole life and even I didn't take one until I was 3 years older than you. Our point is, don't try to go too far too fast, the kitsune added. There's no shame in waiting until you're strong enough to meet a challenge. There'll always be powerful assholes in the world, Ino-san. You'll get your chance to kill as many as you want soon enough. You'll probably get your fill of them pretty quickly too. Kami knows I have, Kakashi grumbled. There's nothing quite like the stress of constantly fighting people who can kill you in half a second to wear on your nerves. What I'd give for a chance to take a vacation for a while. A month or 2 in one of the southern islands would be wonderful. Not likely to happen while Orochimaru is alive, Naruto growled. The Sannin's name left his mouth in a dark hiss. He shook off his dark mood and perked up a bit. Hey, that'd be a great idea. As soon as the war is over and everything settles down some, Team 7 should get some time off to go to the southern lands. We could swing by Wave Country on the way and say hi to Tanzuna-san and Tsunami-chan. Sorry, Uzumaki, but political ties with Wave Country are pretty bad right now. And I heard the southern islands are limiting all access to shinobi from now on, Ino finally spoke up. A little bit of spark came back to her eyes as she told her teammate about the political news. Shit, well, screw the southern islands, Naruto declared. He grinned and said, I got a better place to go to anyways. And they don't give a rat's ass who comes and goes through their village. Where? Kakashi asked, curious about what the heck the genin was talking about. Let's just say there's no better place in the world for a good night's sleep, the kitsune replied with a bit of a fox grin. I'm not gonna say any more and ruin the surprise. Okay, the Junin said. Who knew where the damn brat had gotten off to while he'd been gone? Anyways, we better get some sleep. It'll be a huge fight in the morning. Who wants first watch? One of you two. I'm going go do some scouting, Naruto said as he looked up through the branches and saw that every trace of the sun was gone. Naruto, stealth has never been your forte and I don't want our cover blown just yet. It'd be better. Kakashi was interrupted when the kitsune held a placating hand up. Relax, Hatake-san, he said as he walked to the edge of the small camp. He gave the copy nin a confident grin and said, they won't see, hear, or even smell me. Kakashi frowned under his mask, not liking what the genin was about to do. His instincts, though, said to trust the other shinobi's skill. And they did need some fresh surveillance by a professional ninja rather than the day-old, panicked descriptions of a small child. Alright, but don't take any hostile action. I want them as unprepared tomorrow as they're going to get. Scout them out, then get back here, the copy ninja ordered. Naruto grinned at the reply, then said, I'll be back in a few hours. With that, he was gone like he'd melted into the shadows. Doesn't take no for an answer, does he? Ino dryly asked, shifting on her sleeping bag to look at her teacher. You have absolutely no idea, Ino-chan. None at all, Kakashi replied in a weary tone. He glanced up and said, I'll take the first watch. I won't rest well until he's back anyways. You get some rest and take over for us both when he gets back. Used to switching off in the middle of the night from all the out-of-country missions they'd been on in the last year, Ino didn't argue and stretched out on top of her bag. In minutes she was asleep and Kakashi was alone with his thoughts, staring into the fire. It wasn't a very smart thing to do. Staring into the fire, that is. His vision was already naturally limited by only being able to use one eye, so frying it by staring into bright, cheery flames would serve no purpose other than effectively blinding him. If someone snuck up on him, he wouldn't be able to see them in the darkness. He should be facing away from the fire or sitting up in a tree or any number of things, but he found that he really didn't feel like it right now. When Naruto had taken him aside earlier that day and said that he'd earned enough trust in his eyes to reveal a secret about him and the Kyuubi, Kakashi hadn't reacted. Then the teen had spoken. And spoken. And spoken some more. The Kyuubi had become Naruto. Naruto had become the Kyuubi. Their salvation and their oppressor had become one and the same. The fourth's legacy had become Konoha's bane. Naruto had become his sensei's murderer. The kitsune had understood Kakashi's utter shock and said as much. It was to be expected, he continued to say. So far everyone he'd told had been wonderfully accepting, even Iruka. The mention of the Chunin had snapped the Junin out of his inner thoughts and he'd shrugged it off with one of his cool phrases. Naruto hadn't bought it in the least. Of course he hadn't. He wasn't just Naruto anymore. This wasn't a brash, wild 15-year-old he was dealing with anymore. His subordinate, he couldn't be considered the kitsune's teacher from any stretch of the imagination, was also an eon-old demonic force that at one time had been hell-bent on killing every human in Konoha. A very smart, eon-old demonic force. Naruto had seen the discomfort his revelation had brought upon his former teacher and had graciously backed off, saying that he'd let the Junin come to terms with it on his own. Kakashi was both grateful and irate at the move. It was thoughtful of Naruto to offer such a gesture, but the copy nin had a bad history of dealing with things on his own. Still, the kitsune had been right about one thing. Kakashi couldn't talk to him about it. The topic had to end for the time being. That left the Junin with one viable option. Ino. Of course, trying to find a good time to talk to her today had been damn near impossible with their mission and new schedule. Kakashi had managed to get her alone for about 15 minutes when they'd all split up to grab their gear from their respective homes before meeting up again. The copy nin had cornered his student and asked if she knew the truth about Naruto and the Kyuubi. When she'd affirmed it, he'd asked her how she was handling it. She'd surprised him by laughing out loud and saying it didn't bother her much. If any human on the planet was stubborn enough to match and level out a demon's personality, it was Uzumaki. I make mules look compromising by comparison, Naruto. In other words, she wasn't worried about it. Kakashi wasn't honestly worried either, seeing as how the kitsune had 100 opportunities to try and kill him throughout the course of the day. And his overall aura wasn't malevolent, except whenever Orochimaru or the Akatsuki came up in conversation. No, it wasn't safety that was bothering him, it was how he should feel about the situation. This was both his friend and the murderer of the fourth, as well as a third of Konoha's military at the time. Was it fair that the boy he liked and respected should feel the resentment of the demon? If Kakashi held this fusion against him, was he any better than the cowardly villagers that had made an innocent child's life hell from the time he could walk? He didn't know. He wasn't sure how to feel about this. It was easy to accept Naruto when he was just the prison. Now that he'd become the inmate, how was he to react? Kakashi tossed a small log on the fire and leaned back against the tree he'd set his bedroll under. He quietly stared at the stars between the branches as he tried very hard not to think. He didn't want to think about this situation. He didn't want the memories it brought up. Memories of a blonde-haired man with a kind smile. A man who'd become something like a second father to the Junin, especially after his own father committed suicide. A man he'd failed. He'd failed to gain his respect as an equal, he'd failed to save him when the Kyuubi attacked, and most of all, he'd failed to die alongside him. Kakashi tried very hard not to think. A warm hand on his shoulder nearly made the Junin jump out of his skin. As it was, he was halfway to a kunai before he realized who was leaning over him. You all right, Hatake-san? Naruto quietly asked. Out of the corner of his eye, Kakashi noted that Ino was still sleeping soundly. The fire had burned down into glowing embers. How long had he been out for? I was gone almost 3 hours. Considering how low the fire is, I'd say you fell asleep just after I left, the kitsune said as he leaned back and moved to rekindle the fire. I see, Kakashi slowly responded. He wasn't aware he'd asked that out loud. For that matter, he wasn't aware he'd fallen asleep. He must have been trying not to think a bit too hard. He shook himself awake and got up to move next to the reignited fire. What did you find out? Kakashi only half listened to Naruto's report, instead focusing more on the kitsune's aura and his mannerisms. As an elite Junin, the copy ninja was always aware of his surroundings, even when he slept. Had it been an enemy nin who'd gotten so close to him, he would have sensed the malevolent intentions with ease. Naruto hadn't been the slightest bit hostile. In fact, watching the kitsune making hand gestures and simple drawings in a patch of cleared earth, Kakashi realized that despite the verbal castration he'd been on the receiving end of a few days ago, the half-demon wasn't the least bit angry with him. While he was a far cry from the warm and friendly attitude he used to have, Naruto wasn't displaying any bad feelings towards him either. He was distant and respectful, as though he trusted him as a commander, but not as a friend just yet. This wasn't the attitude of a mass-murdering demon. Oh, the Kyuubi was there all right. Kakashi could tell just from the larger words, the greater patience, and the sharper mindset that there was definitely a foreign side to Naruto's personality that could only be the demon. But it didn't have control. It seemed a fairly equal mixture of the two minds, though Naruto's seemed more dominant. Likely as not, the Kyuubi side would be dominant during a stressful situation, like combat or when the half-demon was exceptionally pissed off. But whether or not the demon was in power, one thing was certain to the Junin. It didn't want him dead. In fact, it seemed very much to want him alive and well. Perhaps it was Naruto reorganizing the fox's priorities. Perhaps the Kyuubi had grown to like Kakashi, for some unknown reason. Or maybe the demon wanted redemption, as laughable as that sounded. But the point is that though this creature was the same one that had murdered his sensei, it was now his ally come hell or high water. Hataki-san, is something wrong? Naruto asked, curiously looking up from a rough sketch of the village he'd drawn in the dirt. It was subtle, but there was a definite hint of concern in his eyes as he watched his commander. And somehow, Kakashi didn't worry about it at all anymore. Dawn saw the sky slowly graying over a spread-out farming community. Sleepy wisps of fog hung in the air in the low areas of the village, having not yet been burned away by the sun. The buildings were dark and quiet. Not even their weather-beaten, gray planks made a single groan. Normally there would be at least a few people out and about, even if it was just an early rising farmer going out to feed the chickens or something. Not this village. It was still as death, and though it was peaceful, the wind stunk of it. Something had died recently. Make that a lot of somethings. The very air held an ominous odor of rotting meat. It made the tranquil silence of this small village chilling. At least, that's how it seemed to its observers. Resting in a tree just on the outskirts of the community were 3 shadowy figures. They silently watched the village for several minutes, trying to spot their targets. From what I saw, the leader and the central bunch of this group have taken up residence in the community hall, Naruto muttered in a low voice as he leaned down from his perch towards his commander. What villages are they from? Kakashi whispered back, his eye never leaving the silent buildings. Have no clue for most of them. The leader is a sound nin, I know that much. At least 4 others are sound as well. I saw 2 rain nins and 1 stone nin. Don't know about the rest. They're ninja, but they're not wearing headbands, the kitsune replied. How many? The Junin asked. His eye twitched slightly as he finally saw a shinobi leave one of the large farmhouses. 20, give or take 2. I'm guessing 21. 5 4-man teams and the leader, Naruto answered quietly. Ino? Kakashi asked, his eye tracking the slowly moving ninja as he walked into the center of the community. Hang on, the psychic girl replied. Her eyes glowed teal as she concentrated on the mind spread across the village. After a few seconds, she answered, 24 living people are in the village. At least 16 are ninja and 2 are definitely civilian. I can't get a reading on the others. They may be asleep or unconscious. I see. So this is going to be a rescue mission as well. That makes it a bit tricky, the copy ninja muttered. The village's layout was pretty simple. The main street was a large dirt road that ran right through the community from east to west. On the north was the community hall and 2 medium-sized buildings that lacked enough unique characteristics to identify their purposes. Beyond that were open crop fields that stretched off into the distance, with occasional clusters of trees and farmhouses breaking up the landscape. On the south side of the road was a large barn that had several crop machines inside. There was also a small trading post that was the closest building to the Leaf Nin's position. The rotting smell seemed to be coming from the barn. At the western edge of the community, which was the far side from their hiding spot, was a large, still windmill. It was impressively tall, and Kakashi imagined that the farmers took in a great deal of grain to need a mill that large. The mill was probably 1,000 feet from them, making this central part of the community about 1,300 feet long. Closer towards them, in roughly the center of the village, was a large well. This was the destination of the missing nin the Junin was tracking. The man drew up some water and took a long draught from the bucket. He let it drop back in the well with a messy splash, then turned to wander down the road in the direction of the leaf nins. Well, they didn't poison the water, Ino muttered as she watched the missing nin slowly approach. He had dark blue hair and the faintest limp in his right leg. He seemed powerful and skilled despite the poorly healed injury. The female genin admitted that he would probably be handsome, were it not for the smug look on his face as his eyes roamed confidently across the subdued village. Means they probably used force on the civilians. Filth, Naruto growled in a low tone. Well, few missing nins retain their honor, Naruto. There are some rare and notable exceptions, but most missing nins leave their villages for breaking some serious laws, like murder or total abuse of power. I doubt there are any pleasant ones on this continent, Kakashi calmly replied. He watched the man on the ground get within 200 feet of their position. He'd seen enough of the situation. They'd move in now, while the criminals were unprepared. The Junin turned to Naruto and nodded at the missing nin. Take him out, quietly. Naruto didn't answer in words. Instead, he focused his chakra and subtly shifted the flowing energy through the air. He didn't break his eyes away from the man once as he performed his jutsu. A muffled, near-silent pop was the only sound as a cage bunshin appeared behind the shinobi. It instantly reached up and clamped one hand across the nin's mouth and the other on his throat. The ninja choked and tried to make a sound, then struggled in the unyielding grasp. He wasn't able to break free before forearms burst up through the ground and grabbed onto their legs, all with surprisingly little sound. One pair held the missing nin and the other grabbed its fellow clone. With barely a rustle, both clone and criminal disappeared into the earth with only a small collapsing depression to mark their passage. Naruto had a strange glazed look in his eyes, as though he was seeing something no one else could. After a few seconds he announced, got him. Broken neck. Nice, Ino whispered, slightly awed. Except for the funny mark in the road there wasn't a trace of the nin. No kidding, Kakashi replied. He gave a glance at his subordinate and said, impressive, Naruto. I can't wait to see what else you've learned. Considering there are 19 left, you'll get your chance, the kitsune quietly replied. He glanced at the community hall and muttered, they'll notice he's gone pretty soon. We're in over our heads, aren't we? Ino said as her teammates shifted into high crouching positions, ready to move forward. If we take them head on, then yeah, we are. It'll come to that eventually, but we're going to pick off as many as we can using stealth first. Hopefully, between the silent kills and the early hour they'll be off guard and at a disadvantage when they finally realize we're here, Kakashi answered, eyeing the still silent village. On either side of him, both Naruto and Ino tensed on their respective branches. Naruto, check along the southern edge of town. I want to know what that smell is. Take out any nins you find in both buildings, then meet me next to that building closest to the community hall, Kakashi ordered, gesturing to one of the unidentifiable structures on the north side of the street. He glanced to Ino and said, Ino-chan, go across the roofs of those two buildings on the north side and see if you can pick up anybody in them. If they're a ninja, signal me and I'll take them out. Then I want you to get close to the hall and take an accurate count of everyone inside, shinobi and civilian. Meet back with Naruto and me when you're done. Both of you, if you see an opportunity take it. You're both capable, so I'll trust your judgment. And don't trust a hostage. Henge is too common a jutsu for us to risk assumptions. Knock them out or use kai on them, preferably both. As long as they're out of the way of fighting, they should be safe. When we meet up, we'll take the hall by surprise. Kill anything with a forehead protector first, then deal with the others second. You both have that, Kakashi finished, glancing back and forth between his charges. At the affirmative nods, he stood up straight and said in a low, commanding voice, Team 7, go.